something to share in either wisdom, story, or logic. And it's clearly amazing to hear all the differing missing links discovered by people unique to their own journeys and in how they have come to discover them. Together, we can help to build a bigger picture for a better future, for a brighter tomorrow. Let's stand united. Let's remove the veils and let's create a new world together. Are you that missing link? Join Jesse Hale on the Missing Link Talk Show as he helps to unveil the mystery through the unique wisdom and store of others.
3, 2, 1.
Welcome everybody here back to the Missing Link. Today we're excited to talk with the former teacher who's been teaching about the secret numerical code behind the English language since 2013 and how it pertains to everything from news to markets to sports to elections. And his mission is to help this knowledge to reach the world. How are you doing today, Zach?
Doing well. Thank you for having me back, Jesse.
Well, good to have you back here. You're a wealth of knowledge. You got a great memory of a lot of stuff that's going on in the world. How do you think knowing these numbers and these dates and knowing the historical accounts of how these geometrical codes work in the favor of us knowing what maybe is to come? You're on mute. You put yourself on mute there, Zach. Zach, you're on mute. Zach, you're on mute. Zach, I'm not sure if you hear me, but you're on mute.
I see. I see. By default, I was muted. Yeah. Thank you as always for the introduction, and apologies for not realizing I was muted. But just so you know, you can unmute people from your end too.
No, it's not if you mute yourself. I tried to unmute you, but when the person mutes themselves, I can mute and unmute you now. But when you mute yourself, I can't. It said to me that
I didn't mute myself. By default, when I do my own streams on StreamYard, it's not on mute. That's weird. Yeah, I didn't do it though. But okay. Anyway, we're good. I just saying the word. It's such a foreign word. It means geometry and language. When I listen to rabbis pronounce it, they pronounce it gematria, like gematria. And I say gematria because it sounds more like geometry. I've heard other people say it that way. But I do notice when I hear most rabbis pronounce the word, and that's where this word is most understood. Again, gematria is understood within the Hebrew language. In Hebrew, all 22 letters are known to be numbers. There's a study of the mathematical sequence of the verses of the Bible. I started to look into this if it could exist in English, and right away in my early days of study, things that stood out to me is Genesis 3:22, for example. It mentions the tree of life, which is the physical model for Kabbalah. And the physical model for Kabbalah, the tree of life, has 3 pillars and 22 paths, like Genesis 3:22. Special number to that order 322, Skull and Bones at Yale, and the founder of the Illuminati died on the 322nd day of the year. And this year, Yale had the big upset in March Madness on March 22nd, 322 in the basketball tournament, while the campus Yale is actually 322 years old. And of course, the Georgia Guidestones, I'm sure you've talked about those many a times. March 22nd, 322, they came down on Skull and Bones member George W. Bush's birthday. But looking into this 322, once I learned about gematria, just trying to connect the pieces of the pie or the dots, if you will, I noticed that both in the New International Version and the King James Version, in both verses, through the first punctuation, the part about knowing good and evil, both verses equate to 322 in gematria with the English language. And there's a lot of observations about the Bible. It's not like there's just that one thing. You go through the Bible with this knowledge of the idea that letters are numbers, and you look at English the same way you look at Hebrew. It's amazing what you find. So I just wanted to start with an understanding of what this subject is, where it originally comes from. but how it goes beyond the Bible. And when you learn this knowledge, you start to see there's a sick group of people in the world that are using the numbers within the Bible almost like a football coach uses a playbook. And again, this knowledge can show you what it can give you a great idea of how sinister our own government is and how it manipulates its people, and not just the U.S. government. But I just saw, for example, you had George Webb on the other day, and you asked him about this. He said, well, I know some people that talk about it, but I don't know a whole lot about it. But he made another statement that he did not think that world events, the way they unfold, like, say, a 9/11 or a COVID, he stated that he doesn't think they're planned out long in advance. He thinks they're more of just things implemented in a short time period because that's what they need to move the populace for the latest agenda. And I hear that argument, but at the same time, I know that he's wrong. And it's why, again, the reason I've pushed for so long to get this knowledge out here, doing this every single day. For people who don't know, I've done this every single day for all but one day in the last, it'll be 11 years come August of 2013. But again, just the day after we last interviewed, the very next day was the Key Bridge collapse in Baltimore. And they said it was an accident. And this accident's going to cost the taxpayers billions of dollars. And not only are they going to rebuild the bridge, they're going to rebuild the entire Baltimore port. So we have the bridge fall down. Now we're getting even more money from the taxpayer to refinance this port. And sure, that'll create jobs in Baltimore, and that's great. But who's it really going to make the majority of money for? We know it's the people that own the companies and employ these people and get all the tax breaks and get the extra payola on the top for whatever extra cheese money there is that goes beyond the cost of the bridge and the port. And again, it's the taxpayer who foots the bill, and it's also the central banker who makes profit on this transaction because they make money on all the interest from the taxpayers. But anyhow, this knowledge of what I talk about is like literally the glue. So I think your title for my video, Jesse, is something like gematria expert. That's not really how I like to think of myself. I didn't start my research and understanding what was going on through the world through gematria. I started through doing research and observing, and I realized there was something about patterns and numbers and repetition and why certain numbers show up all the time in these tragic news stories that politicians jump out behind and try and shift populaces to go along with this bill or give out this much more tax money or give up these rights and liberties. It's like this game's being played, a order out of chaos code, as some call it. Create the problem, provide the solution. But the thing that just happened in Baltimore is just a shining example of how powerful this knowledge of letters and numbers is when you realize, and you can literally prove it every day, that rituals like the Key Bridge are just that. They're rituals. It's not an accident. And to make a point, the Francis Scott Key Bridge came down March 26th on Nancy Pelosi's birthday. And Nancy Pelosi's from Baltimore. Powerful family there in politics in Baltimore is the Pelosi family. But most people know her as the congresswoman out in the Bay Area where the Golden Gate Bridge is. So on Nancy Pelosi's birthday, this bridge comes down. And if you look, Nancy Pelosi was shaking hands with the leader of Singapore August 1st, 86 weeks earlier, before the bridge came down on the 86th day of the year. It got 86th. It matters that she was shaking hands with the leader of Singapore because it was a Singaporean ship that took down the bridge. The thing about 86 weeks and it coming down on the 86th day of the year, in Gematria, Key Bridge equates to 86. And that's what the bridge was known as, the Key Bridge. It was named after Francis Scott Key. And Nancy Pelosi shook hands with the Singaporean leader 86 weeks earlier on Francis Scott Key's birthday. And if you watched cable news that day, every news network had Amy Klobuchar on, the politician in Minnesota, to talk about how they had a bridge collapse and how it was amazing how they used federal funds to quickly rebuild the bridge better than ever. Now, if you go back and look at what day that bridge collapsed in Minnesota, where Amy Klobuchar is, you're going to see that it collapsed on August 1st, which is Francis Scott Key's birthday, just like how Pelosi was shaking the hand of the leader of Singapore in Singapore on Francis Scott Key's birthday. If you look into it even more, you'll see that Hyundai was created the same year that bridge construction began, and Hyundai was created on March 23rd, which is the day the bridge opened in Baltimore, which is also the day the Baltimore Orioles owner just died, days before the bridge collapsed, and that's a whole nother subject. But first, I just want to establish this part about Francis Scott Key Bridge and 86, and 86th meaning to get rid of, like we 86th Hiroshima on August 6th. The other piece is this. These are the two things to really take away from this with the power of gematria. So again, I'm making the point that you can see how these things are planned rituals. You look into the history of Hyundai and the bridge, you can see through understanding the way these people are working that all of this stuff is planned ritual long in advance. And like I've been saying, you look into the science fiction that came out after World War II. You look at the stuff they made us read in high school back when we were in school, 1984, Aldous Huxley, Brave New World, all this stuff. You see how I mean, one of those books was about a medicated populace, and then the other one was about a population that's always got everything scared out of them because the screens are watching over them at all times. And these books are written after World War II. But anyway, this is the other piece. This bridge came down at 1:28 a.m. 1:28 a.m., and they compared it to the Fern Hollow Bridge collapse in Pittsburgh. If you guys remember that a couple years back, on January 28th, 1:28, January 28th, like 1:28 a.m. Again, Joe Biden was in Pittsburgh that day to talk the nation's infrastructure. He was in Pittsburgh to talk infrastructure, and the bridge collapsed. And what we pointed out is how in gematria, just using the alphabetic order, bridge collapse equals 1:28, like Fern Hollow equals 1:28. Again, that was on January 28th. This bridge comes down at 1:28 a.m. And not only that, but it came down 128 days before August 1st, which is Francis Scott Key's birthday anniversary. So again, we have this ritual with Nancy Pelosi in Singapore having to do with world trade, and this is a big international port. And again, just rituals with world trade, like the World Trade Centers, 11 years to the day of George H.W. Bush talking about the New World Order. Again, the symbolism is clear. The jokes are clear. The mockery is clear, and people aren't catching on. And what makes me sad is a guy like George Webb, who actually started one of his recent streams with you by kind of mocking people who do research, who don't get out on the ground and report. He kind of started a stream by saying, like, I get out from outside of my basement to report. And it is good to get outside from out of your home and be on the ground because you can learn a lot more. But again, at the same time, it's like, you know, there's people that are only doing research from their basement and literally making more meaningful observations in 2024 than suggesting ideas like these things aren't planned out long in advance when there's a million pieces of evidence to suggest there is. Last time we were on, we talked about 1968 and how World Trade Center construction began that year, and 911 became the national emergency dialing code, and George W. Bush got a Yale Skull and Bones, and Boeing debuted their jumbo jetliners, and the New York Jets had their only Super Bowl winning season, like it was the Patriots and the Patriot Act and the rigged NFL after 9/11. You can see how all this stuff is way planned out long in advance. That bridge that just came down, the Key Bridge, if you look into it, its origins are in 1968 as well. It's the year the project was financed by the city and local government, and it's the year the plans for the bridge were drawn up. Construction began 4 years later in 72. And again, that was the same year Hyundai was established in 72. And yeah, I don't want to get lost in too many numbers and dates. But again, the 86 weeks from Nancy Pelosi shaking hands with the Singapore leader on Francis Scott Key's birthday anniversary. Understand that 86 piece and understand that 128 piece, because bridge collapses 128. Again, it was 128 days from the upcoming Francis Scott Key birthday anniversary. And on top of that, it was on Joe Biden's 128th day of his age when he was also in Fern Hollow on 128. And by the way, in light of Obama being the former president when Joe Biden was vice president, we know Obama recently helped produce that movie, supposedly, so we're told. Him and Michelle helped produce that movie, Leave the World Behind, that Netflix put out on December 8th when most people saw it, 128. If you go to the 128th minute of that movie, it's when they see New York City for the first time and what's going on in Fallout World. If you want to watch Leave the World Behind and you don't want me to spoil it, like, plug your ears for the next 10 seconds. But 128 minutes into the movie, you see the Blowing Bridge in New York, and you see, like, it looks like major bombs went off in New York City. So that's also exactly 128 minutes into the film. And then, of course, the big oil tanker is the first crashing into the shore in that film is the sign that something's wrong. White Lion has that gematria of 128 as well, just like bridge collapse, just like Maryland, just like Maritime. And if you recall, if you missed the last stream, again, gematria is so simple. It's ABC is 1, 2, 3. It's the alphabetic order forwards and backwards, though. So in one way, Maryland and Maritime equal 88, and in the other way, in reverse, they equal 128. And that goes with the bridge being crashed into at the 88th total minute of the day at 1:28 a.m. It goes again, Maryland, 88, 128, Maritime, 88, 128. And if you followed the story, they said the financial settlement came from a court decision in 1936, which was 88 years before the bridge collapse. So again, just in the terms of the way things are structured and planned out, and a reminder of who's been running this nation for how long. And again, for people who are not catching on, the Jesuits have signaled that they hijacked this nation long ago. That's why they moved the capital to their stronghold, Washington, D.C., and it's why they moved Inauguration Day to January 20th, the 201st day of the nation's age, which can be written 20/1. It goes with the first Jesuit Pope being the first to live in Suite 201 at the Vatican, and their own history saying that Catherine the Great preserved their order with 201 Jesuit priests. And it's also why they ran Event 201 as their simulation for the pandemic right before they reshaped the world again. And it's like how the Twin Towers became no towers and then were rebuilt as one World Trade Center. That's like 2 towers becomes 0, becomes 1. And again, there's just certain numbers. You learn about them. You see the high ritual that's performed with them again and again. And the evidence is everywhere for who's running this nation. O.J. Simpson, the day you saw him in handcuffs in light of his death yesterday. That was the Heisman winner from 1968. O.J. Simpson, when you saw him in handcuffs, that was June 13th, 94, the day leaving 201 days left in the year. So much high ritual. Did you see what they did to O.J. yesterday with his death? Did you get the mockery? If you watched Sean Hannity's coverage of O.J. Simpson's death, it was just, I didn't see every cable show on yesterday, but it was just such mockery of what they did with O.J. Simpson and his death being reported at tee-off time of the Masters. I've written a book about this. My book on this subject's been out since 2017. It's about the killing and shaming of black celebrities by a code of slavery. And, okay. OJ is dead at 76. If you go back and watch my content from this past Black History Month, we were talking about Carl Weathers' death at 76 and how he played football in the Bay Area for the Raiders. Like OJ played for the San Francisco 49ers. And at that same time that Carl Weathers was dead, the media put out a story that OJ was dying from cancer, which he denounced right away on social media and said that's way over exaggerated. We pointed out then that it mattered that both of those stories were coming out at the beginning of Black History Month, and both men were 76. Again, Black History Month was recognized by the U.S. federal government in 1976. This number comes up every year with Black History Month. In Gematria, the word slave equates to 76, like the verse Acts 7:6, about 400 years of slavery. Barack Obama, his name equals 76 in Gematria. Just like slave equals 76, like Negro equals 76, like blues equals 76, like Rasta equals 76. Again, in 76, Black History Month was recognized by the federal government on February 10th. If you look it up, that's when they first recognized it, February 10th, 76. That date can be written 10/2 like 102. The word slavery equals 102. This year, they announced O.J. Simpson dead at age 76 on the 102nd day of the year. 76, 102 again. These numbers come together all the time. At the beginning of Black History Month, you might have heard that Hootie of Hootie and the Blowfish was arrested. His name equals 76, and he was arrested 102 days from his birthday. Then Carl Weathers died, and like every mainstream headline emphasized his character and the film he was in that has gematria of 102, like he was dead at 76. These numbers are paired together all the time. And today, April 12th, in a non-leap year, today's the 102nd day of the year. The American Civil War began on the 102nd day of 1861. Had a lot to do with slavery, had a lot to do with the Confederate nations in the South, where Georgia was huge. Georgia, the Confederacy. So what they announced O.J. Simpson's death right as the Masters was teeing off in Georgia, this huge golf spectacle. The word master equates to 76 in gematria. Again, gematria is based on the alphabetic order forwards and backwards. I just said slave, Negro, blues, Rasta all equal 76. When you run it the other way, all of those words equal 59. Obama's Secret Service name, Renegade, is 59. So Obama has the 5976 code. His book, A Promised Land, equals 59 and 76. Put that book out on the day leaving 44 days left in the year, like Acts is the 44th book of the Bible. Acts 7:6 about slavery. The thing about OJ in 59 and 76, they announced his death yesterday, April 11th, 2024, which had 59 numerology. And they said he died the day before, which means he died exactly 59 days after the Super Bowl, where he's remembered as an NFL star. Also, keep in mind the upcoming Super Bowl will be the 59th. It will also be the 105th NFL season, and Simpson equates to 105 in gematria. Just like Jim Brown equals 104, and he died right before the 104th season, and then the Browns made the playoffs for the first time in a million years. This stuff goes on all the time in sports. Last year, Norma Hunt of the Chiefs died on June 4th, 6-4, right before the Chiefs' 64th season, which they went on to go to win the Super Bowl. The year before that, Len Dawson dies on Kobe Bryant Day. The Philadelphia great dies on not the Philadelphia great, but the Chiefs great dies on Kobe Bryant Day connected to Philly. You get a Super Bowl of Kansas City and Philadelphia. Philadelphia played in Lincoln Financial Field. The Super Bowl was the first ever on Lincoln's birthday, who freed the slaves. You get the first ever Super Bowl between two black quarterbacks. Obama from the land of Lincoln. Civil War, a new Civil War movie out today, which we can talk about later. But again, OJ in the last 30 years has been the most divisive thing in America racially, which came right after the Rodney King beating in LA, in the same city where the OJ thing went down, which was this huge, racially divisive moment. And they said that OJ winning the case was kind of like payback for what they did to, oh my goodness, Rodney King. R.I.P. Rodney King. Rodney King, whose name is 59 in gematria, like slave, Negro, blues, Rasta. But here's the point I'm trying to bring together with this code of letters and numbers, dates, the Jesuits, how in the same historical moment we got numbered English Bibles, the 26-letter English alphabet, the Gregorian calendar. In the Bible, the most infamous verses about slavery are Ephesians 6, 5-9. Ephesians 6, 5-9. Again, slave, Negro, blues, Rasta, all equal 59. Motown Records came out in 59. Black History Month typically ends on the 59th day of the year. The 59th presidential ticket. Biden chose Kamala on 59 date numerology. They win the 59th election. First black woman in the Oval Office after the 59th election. And who's the president? Joe Biden, who went to office with the first black president, Renegade, which equals 59. Again, that's Obama's Secret Service name, Renegade. These things aren't an accident. Obama, one-term senator that goes to the Oval Office, just like Kamala Harris. Kamala, so connected to the Bay Area. Now this ritual with OJ. But Okay, again, Ephesians 6, 5 through 9, we've established that 59 connects to the word slave. We've also connected that the number 76 connects to the word slave in light of OJ, dead at 76, 59 days after the Super Bowl, announced dead on 59 date numerology. But the word master, because they announced his death right as the Masters teed off in Georgia. The word master equals 76, like slave as well. And you think about this nation here in America, founded in 1776, where all the wealthy people who created the nation were slave owners. Nation was built on slavery and genocide. Don't forget that about the 13 stripes. Our whole history is slavery and genocide to get it going. But, you know, and then they send us now to 13 years of slave school and teach us how to become debt slaves and useful idiots. But anyway, just think about the mockery of the verses Ephesians 6, 5 through 9 that say, slaves, obey your masters. Again, if you've never read Ephesians 6, 5 through 9, read that verse. Read Acts 7, 6. Start to understand why they put these numbers over and over, all over Black history, Black deaths, Black rituals. For anyone who doesn't like the word Black and they prefer to be called melanated or darker complected, again, I don't mean anything by calling people Black. It's just we all know what that means, and we're all brought up within this indoctrination and these spells and these spelling. I speak to be understood. To me, that's the purpose of language, to be understood. And again, the point of this knowledge is to see through the bullshit that you're fed every day. You can understand that the Key Bridge collapse is an accident where now as a taxpayer, you're going to have to pay another chunk of change along with the other hundreds of millions of taxpayers for this project that's going to put certain, flows of money into very wealthy people's pockets. You know, while for each taxpayer, we probably end up with $80 to pay the share. Again, that's over hundreds of millions of people that flows into certain people's pockets. This is how we're manipulated. Again, this knowledge gives you the way to see through what's going on. Key Bridge, that's bullshit. O.J. Simpson, here's the thing about O.J. Simpson dying from prostate cancer. Again, he's announced dead on the 102nd day of the year. Slavery equals 102, so does prostate. If you go back and watch my video from February when we put out the warning for O.J., we were putting all these numbers on the screen. Fast forward, a couple months later, he's dead on the 102nd day of the year, and we're talking about the super repetitive pattern with 102.76. Now, O.J. Simpson becomes part of that list. The other year we were explaining why Ben Simmons wasn't going to be traded from the 76ers until 10/2, February 10th, which is exactly what they did. What's going on in the world today? They're doing another ritual right now with a former 76er. A lot of people know the name Allen Iverson, star from Georgetown, Jesuit educated. Today, the 76ers unveil the Allen Iverson statue at the stadium on what's typically the 102nd day of the year. Again, just like how Black History Month was recognized in 76 by the feds on 10/2. But Georgetown, looking back a few years ago, they paid $100,000 in reparations and said they owe $100 million and they'll eventually get to it because they used slaves to build their campus at Georgetown. And again, it's why you got Gavin Newsom, the Jesuit, pitching the idea of reparations to all, darker complected Californians. Again, you go back to what Lincoln said. Lincoln said there would have been no Civil War without the sinister influence of the Jesuits in Rome. And he said they were the biggest purveyors of slavery in America. Once upon a time when I started tracing this string of numbers, I didn't realize it was going to lead to the Jesuits. But that's, again, I challenge anyone to debunk what I'm saying. 16th century Jesuits. Shortly after that, calendar that we're on that says today, the day of this interview is April 12th, 2024. That calendar came from a Jesuit, Christopher Clavius, and the Roman Catholic Church. We're on a calendar with a 52-week year named after the Pope. So 16th century, you got Jesuits, you got calendar. That's right before that, you got numbered Bibles, and now you have ritual after ritual, day after day that we document. And again, you look, this huge thing sync with Nancy Pelosi, very Catholic, Baltimore Jesuit stronghold. But by the way, here's the one creepy thing I got to add about just bringing O.J. Simpson and the bridge collapse, Key Bridge. these stories sorted together in light of the Jesuits, their leaders, the superior general. And from his birthday, November 12th, to that key bridge coming down was 135 days later. Now, Golden Gate Bridge equals 135. And you think about the Golden Gate and Nancy Pelosi. She's a politician in the Bay Area. And, it comes down on her birthday in Baltimore. Oh, by the way, I should tell you this too. The name of the ship that took out the bridge was called the Dali. Salvador Dali died at age 84. He had the painting called The Broken Bridge in the Dream, which equals 128, like bridge collapse, like how the bridge came down at 1:28 a.m., 128 days before Francis Scott Key's birthday. But, oh, snap. I lost my train of thought with where I was going with
the bridge, maybe.
I was saying, oh, yeah, the Golden Gate Bridge. Okay, so you got Pelosi connecting Baltimore and San Francisco and the Superior General with this 135 connection. For the record, Joe Biden, I don't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but if you look up his infrastructure bill, which came the other year when the Fern Hollow Bridge collapsed on 128, the name of that bill equals 135. And then Joe Biden brought up that infrastructure bill as the means for the funding of this major project for Baltimore after it collapsed. So I said, see, isn't that so convenient? But again, the Golden Gate Bridge is just one of these things that they've put in front of our face for a long time, just like how for many decades they showed you the Twin Towers being destroyed. They've also done that in Hollywood with Golden Gate. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but you have to think, if they're going to take down the Golden Gate, how could that happen? It would have to either be some major act of terrorism, and you could imagine the storylines. I mean, the border's supposedly been so open, just everyone's been flown in here. That's a storyline. And again, they do everything for a purpose. So what could come out of destroying the Golden Gate Bridge and blaming on terrorism? Well, again, a lot of different things. Just like how we lost rights and liberties, it could happen again. It could be the argument for surveillance and cameras everywhere, which is something Pete Buttigieg has been saying he wants to do. He wants to put cameras all over the place. And doesn't it just seem like that's where we're going if we don't stop this tyrannical surveillance state with computers and cameras everywhere? But or just a huge demolition of something for the sake of taxing the cattle even more and putting more money in the pockets of their favorite contractors. Or it could be an act of warfare. We can even get into the earthquake that just happened. You guys, again, an earthquake's another thing that could take out the bridge. Of course, big story from April 5th was the earthquake in New Jersey, one of the biggest in the region in a really long time. In 140 years, they said. The epicenter, though, was on Donald Trump number 45's golf course. A 4-5 earthquake on number 45's golf course. I mean, you just think about this. If you look it up, the first pro tournament that Trump had at that course was won by Henrik Stenson. And Henrik Stenson's birthday is April 5th. Henrik Stenson turned 48 years old the day of the earthquake that they said was a 4.8 magnitude. And remember, in Gematria, Donald Trump equals 48. And if you look it up, that course opened in 2004, shortly after 9/11. And that was the year that Donald Trump turned 58 years old, like how he won the 58th election and announced he was running from the 58-story Trump Tower. What's crazy is the phrase nuclear weapon in Gematria equates to 58. The word weapon alone, there's a small way and a big way with Gematria. If you guys are new here, it's very simple. It's the alphabetic order with numerology applied. This knowledge is easy. If it's foreign to you, I've got free ebooks out there that'll get you up to speed in 10 minutes if you just read the opening pages of them. But nuclear energy, 58. And the word energy, the big way alone, is 88, like weapon. The name Trump is also 88. And from the day that Henrik Stenson played in that tournament that he won to the earthquake was exactly 88 weeks later. And I've been talking about the numbers 58 and 88 with Trump's nonstop since 2015. You go back to 1988. It's when Oprah asked him if he would like to be president of the United States someday. Oprah equals 58 the big way. Oprah Winfrey equals 58 the small way. Donald Trump wins the 58th election after announcing from the 58-story Trump Tower. You just, again, you see why these rituals were done and why these certain pawn pieces, if you will, if you look at Oprah and Trump as a pawn, again, I hope I'm not throwing too many ideas at people, but I'm just trying to bounce around to some recent stories and how Gematria gives you a lens to see the ritualism of what is unfolding. And again, you have to be a major league coincidence theorist to even just start to think right at the beginning that, a major earthquake on Trump's golf course on 4-5, that's got to be a coincidence. No, it's not. And with regards to the 88s, it came right before the Masters began, and this is the 88th Masters, and Scotty Scheffler, whose name is 88, who's the huge favorite for the tournaments, right from where that golf course is. And they started this year's tournament with 88-year-old Gary Player doing the inaugural drive. You just pay attention year after year, number rituals. You pay attention to weird earthquakes in sports. That'll blow your mind. The 1989 World Series earthquake, I believe we talked about last time. But it's just like even a few years back, or maybe a handful of years back, when Pacquiao fought Mayweather, this huge fight in boxing, there was a super rare earthquake in Michigan with the epicenter in Mayweather's hometown. It's like, okay, no one notices how weird that is? This super hyped fight, like one of the most hyped fights in forever. And then there just happens to be an earthquake in Mayweather's town. To me, what I interpret from the cabal, for people who are tuning into this stream and haven't heard what I've talked about in the past or in the last stream with Jesse, again, you have to look into the history of underground weapons testing and the Manhattan Project and the terminology of ground zero. All of a sudden, a lot of things start to make a lot more sense, including why the buildings were turned to dust in Manhattan and they called the site ground zero. But again, people don't want to open their mind to think how tyrannical and wicked and wild the people who could rule over us could be, and how sinister their rituals are. Jesse Ventura in his show Conspiracy Theory hinted that bombs have been planted in this nation for testing programs along fault lines. He said he did it when he was a SEAL in his own show. So just imagine a gang of... think about Skull and Bones types, and Skull and Bones are known as being practical jokesters. Think about these people literally planting big bombs in the ground, and think about working at a golf course. Isn't that a perfect place to do it? I mean, you're reshaping the land. You got a little puppet, a Jesuit-educated Donald Trump, It's just, it all just seems so obvious to me, but it's amazing the way they do these things so perfectly, so ritualistically, and how almost no one blinks an eye. You asked George Webb about that too, and he did suggest that, maybe some things are going on with weapons in the ground. But again, George, you can tell he's really into the politics. He still believes Donald Trump's going to come back and say that's another thing I have to address, because I've been watching your guests. I just have to really address the personality of a George Webb, because there's so many researchers like this guy. He's talking about how bad the pandemic was and what a scam and agenda. But then here he is believing in Donald Trump, that Donald Trump's going to save us, the guy who was the president at the time, who went along with the obvious New World Order agenda and signed off on the trillions of dollars in money printing for the central bankers. And here he is thinking that we need him to come back to solve the problems. It's like, where is the disconnect? How does a guy like George Webb spend his energy in 2024 on politics and believing in these puppets and doesn't know what we're talking about for over a decade straight? That's a proof to the things he doesn't understand. I mean, I just can't imagine considering myself a great researcher in 2024 and not knowing about the ritualism and the planning and everything that's being executed against us and how long it's been going on for. And I'll shut up because I'm long-winded today, but go ahead.
Welcome, Diego Garcia, aka Dwayne Hayes, here to the Missing Link. I know that I was talking with Zach on the last show and was talking about you coming up, that you go hard on the Zionists. And I think, he kind of wanted to talk a little bit about, because he, kind of sees it, being pulled by the Jesuits. And I'm just wondering if maybe you have any questions for him or vice versa.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Nice to meet you, Zach.
Thanks for coming on.
A lot of information there.
And sorry for being so long-winded. That was rude of me.
It's okay, man. This is the future here, podcast. This is how we roll, right? So there's a few things that you said that interest me. So I wrote down 4 things. The fact that we're all on different calendars. And first of all, I'm going to say that I do believe that they're using gematria. I do believe that they're using numbers, and a lot of what you're saying there's legitimacy to it, because I'm seeing them do that and use the numbers in our research. You brought up the Manhattan Project. We've researched deeply into, Isaiah Bowman, who was a founding lifetime member of the Council on Foreign Relations, and he was the president of Johns Hopkins University during the Manhattan Project. So, he's steering a lot of stuff there, directing. You mentioned the Skull and Bones. Obviously, our work goes right into that. It shows the Skull and Bones and Russell Sage funding a lot of this social reform. And then, of course, we've done our 10-part series on Brandeis, who is a follower of Reform Judaism, which is really essentially what they call progressive Judaism. He was born into Frankist Sabbateanism, so that's really the popularization of end times through Zabbatai Zevi. And as far as questions I have for you, no, I would just love to sit here and listen to you go, and because it's a good chance for me just to listen, and if anything comes up, I can say I can back up what you're saying with primary source material as best as I can. But if you're not familiar with my work, we've really identified Louis Brandeis, a U.S. Supreme Court justice, as the creator of Israel and U.S. foreign policy all at the same time, 1917. And, he's surrounded by a lot of these Reformed Judaic followers. Felix Frankfurter, we've mentioned in our work. Walter Lippmann's considered the founding father of modern journalism. So these three guys here they're Jewish. There's nothing I can say about it. They're definitely considered fathers of the progressive era, and they are pioneers. I mean, we've named Louis Brandeis as really the maker of our modern social contract. And so for me, the Jesuit angle is very important, and that I actually grasp what's going on there. I really want to try to find how the Jesuits have infiltrated, because obviously, I mean, I'm running into all kinds of Catholic and religious connections, and the Paris Peace Conference was really created by the Pope and his letter to all belligerents. So you can see that there's a dialectic going there, and the Vatican is heavily involved in the bringing together of internationalism. So that part really intrigues me, Zach, is just how the Jesuits are involved, and how would a guy like me that's going into the actual documents, what would I be looking for to identify the Jesuits in all of this?
Well, always look for the abbreviation SJ. That's means that somebody is a Jesuit, and once you're aware of that abbreviation, you'll start to see how it pops up all over the place.
And what does
Not
that
all
mean? What's the
Jesuits will put
abbreviation
that by their name, but you start once you become aware of it, just like consciousness, you'll say, "Oh, there's that SJ again."
Yeah, right. What does that stand for, SJ?
Society of Jesus.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
Once upon a time, people did not like the name Society of Jesus, so that's why they also identify as Jesuits.
Mhm.
But yeah, so
That's cool.
again, let's understand this history too of Jesuits and Zionism, because it's very much connected. I mean, these things are not separate from one another.
Yeah.
Several of the original Jesuit members were Jews who converted to Catholicism. And of course, at the end of the day, both of these are Abrahamic religions, so they have, common goals and aims and prophecy and beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
The first superior general of the Jesuits, Ignatius of Loyola, it's debated if he was Jewish and converted to Catholicism. It's not known one way or the next, but you consider the Jesuits and the Illuminati. The Jesuit who created the Illuminati was Jewish. That was Adam Weishaupt, and he lost his parents at a young age and was raised by one of the most prominent Jesuit priests in the area.
Right.
So again, I always point to the creation of Israel. Through Israel and understanding gematria and the numbers in the Catholic Bible, you can see how Israel is a Jewish Zionist construct. Again, there's 145 more chapters in the Catholic Old Testament than Protestant Old Testament. And in gematria, Catholic equates to 145. And so does David Ben-Gurion, who's the first prime minister of Israel. And that's why the nation was created on the 14th day of the 5th month, like 145. Again, the Bible, the verses, the language, the calendar, they've created a system that they perform rituals in. The official title of Israel, State of Israel, equates to 201, just like the Jesuit order equates to 201, like Jewish mysticism equals 201. This whole thing of letters and numbers comes from Jewish mysticism, the tree of life. Order of Illuminati, what Adam Weishaupt ended up finalizing the name as for the order, equates to 201. And the parallel between Weishaupt and David Ben-Gurion is they both died in history 201 days after the anniversary of the respective establishments. Adam Weishaupt died 201 days from May 1st when the Illuminati was found. David Ben-Gurion died 201 days from May 14th when Israel's anniversary of being established was. And again, the Holy Bible equals 201, Catholic 145, 145 more chapters in the Catholic Old Testament. And David Ben-Gurion 145. You run it the other way, the word Catholic equals 71 as opposed to 145. Somebody just asked in the chat, can you use this knowledge to predict things before they happen? Yeah, we've been proving that in spades for over a decade. Go back and watch what I said December 29th, 2022, when Netanyahu came back. He came back on 12/29, like 1229 is the 201st prime. And he stepped down from Israel on June 13th, the day leaving 201 days left in the year. But when he came back, I explained why he came back on Albert Pike's birthday, who published his letter about 3 world wars on August 15th, the Jesuit order's birthday. There's a lot more to that. The whole Art of War code's all encoded all over what Albert Pike did, and Art of War was translated by the Jesuit priest Father Amiot. It's the only reason we know about Sun Tzu's Art of War. No historical record of Sun Tzu exists, but of course the Jesuit logo is the sun because they serve the Catholic Church, which began worshiping the sun. So anyway, this 201 trail is all over the history of Israel. And you know it's Jesuit. Again, this number's all over their history, the Jesuits. Ignatius of Loyola equals 201. Pope Francis' birth name, Jorge Mario Bergoglio, equals 201. He becomes the first Jesuit pope and the first to live in Suite 201. So many examples. The Jesuit priest who did the funeral for Beau Biden and the inauguration for Joe Biden, it's the same person. It's the former head of Georgetown, Leo Jeremiah O'Donovan. His name equals 201. We were explaining this more than a year before Biden was elected. How Beau Biden died at age 46, 201 days before the Pope's birthday. Catholic equals 46, like there's 46 books in the Catholic Old Testament. Small way Catholic is 46. But Beau Biden dies at 46. Joe Biden elected exactly 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday in the 59th presidential election when Pope Francis equals 59 and Benedict stepped down on the 59th day of the year for him. Again, you go through world history and you look at the way things are lined up with the Pope and the Superior General, you can see who's running the show. And again, it starts to make sense. Like, well, who would have set up this system? Of course, the Catholic Church and the Jesuits who did give us all this system. I mean, there's literally a historical record that they gave it to us. So anyway, the thing about having to bring about a Zionist nation to fulfill prophecy, a lot of people understand who are biblically in the know. They understand that Israel represents this synagogue of Satan. You need that to fulfill prophecy. What I said when Netanyahu came back on 12/29 is I said, we're about to hit 2023, and the phrase the synagogue of Satan equals 223, like Philadelphia equals 223. And there's the letter written to the Church of Philadelphia in Revelation about the synagogue of Satan. 2023 is a lot like 223. Anthony DeVolder equals 223. Who's Anthony DeVolder? That's that politician who changed his name to George Santos. And we heard all about that story through 2023. He was a Catholic who claimed to be a Jew, but was not, like Revelation 3:7 and beyond about the Church of Philadelphia. So if you go back and see what I said on December 29th when Netanyahu came back, I said there's going to be this big war ritual in Israel. It'll be a tribute to Revelation. It'll probably be around the time Yale turns 322 years old. And sure enough, October 7th, the war breaks out on the anniversary of us invading Afghanistan. October 8th, Netanyahu declares war. October 9th, Yale turns 322 years old. And we'd said the day Netanyahu came back to expect a big war ritual in Israel right around the time Yale turned 322. Well, fast forward to 3 days before October 7th, we had the 10-4 emergency alert in the U.S. and in Russia the same day. And I was doing my weekly radio show back then, TFR, Truth Frequency Radio, Wednesday night. Our whole show was about how what they encoded in that October 4th thing pointed to October 7th, 3 days from then, the anniversary of us going into Afghanistan. for something big, some kind of major act of terrorism, something that would remind us of 9/11. Next thing you know, you have Israel's 9/11. Why were we looking at October 7th? Again, it was what was encoded in the ritual, how it pointed to that day in Putin's 71st birthday. Putin turned 71 that day. It was 71 days from the Pope's birthday. Catholic, again, equals 71 when you run the alphabetic order forwards. 145 when you run it in reverse. We're in the 14/5 nation, if you will, Israel, 71 days from the Pope's birthday on the 71st day, or on the 71st birthday of Putin. It's just screaming Catholic. And then what we've been talking about for years is that date, October 7th, the day that we invaded Afghanistan, and now what they're calling Israel's 9/11. That's the day leaving 85 days left in the year. The word Templar equals 85. The Templars waged the Crusades against the Muslims. Bush, who was in office back when that happened, referred to it as a crusade. And he comes from Skull and Bones, which gets their symbolism from the Templars and how they bury their dead in an ossuary. So it's the same ritual. If you look at the Jesuit logo, it has the Templar cross. Again, Templar equals 85. It's right above the letters IHS, which stands for Isus Hominum Salvator, which is Jesus, Savior of Man in Latin. Isus Hominum Salvator, the small way with numerology applied, is also 85. We've talked about why this day is so symbolic for a crusade, a war against Muslims. Now you have the exact same thing all these years later after we've been talking about this for 10 years, literally on the same date as they wrecked Gaza. And here, again, for people who are new here, there are 4 base ciphers of a word. So you'll get 4 numerical values, and these are the 4 for Catholic. 145, 71, 46, 35. So think about how these number patterns happen. JFK was the first Catholic president, number 35, assassinated at age 46. Catholic is 35 and 46. 46 books in the Catholic Old Testament versus 39 in the Protestant. The Israel thing, established on 14/5, this latest ritual in Israel, 71 days from the Pope's birthday. For the record, the word Talmud is 71, and a lot of these numbers come from the Bible. Some of them also come from the Talmud, which is a whole nother subject. And again, the Jesuits were a Catholic-Jewish alliance, and you can see how this Kabbalistic gematria knowledge shifted into English, and that's kind of the theory, is how these groups formed in the 16th century and built this system, and they did it, in the course of 50, 60, 70 years. I mean, it could have been in the works longer, but just from what you can verify from when the Jesuits are founded to when they're implementing the calculator, that's the period of time. But yeah, Israel and the Jesuits share so many numbers, so many rituals. I could go on and on. Benjamin Netanyahu in Gematria equates to 282. From the day he came back to the day of the attack on October 7th, that was 282 days later. I forgot to mention the day that Netanyahu declared war on Hamas, that was 35 days from the superior general's birthday. So you get the one ritual, 71 days from the Pope's birthday, the war beginning. Then Netanyahu declares war the next day, 35 days from the leader of the Jesuits' birthday, Catholic 7135. And the other kicker is Hamas was 35 years old at the time. And again, recently with Joe Biden, he becomes number 46, inaugurated on the Pope's 35th day of his age, elected 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday. That's how you can see who's really orchestrating world events. Again, just like how the Jesuit, again, you don't have founders. I don't think you have letters by founders warning about because Zionism wasn't even a thing back then. You don't have them warning about Zionism. There's nothing about, because Zionism wasn't even a thing. Zionism was born with Theodore Herzl, and I can tell you all about why Theodore Herzl died July 3rd, 1904, 44 years before Israel was created in a perfect Zionist ritual. But again, you have founders who are warning about what could happen if the Jesuits come out of suppression, who ruled over Europe. So you have a historic precedent of the Catholic Church ruling over Europe, this nation being founded by people who were trying to escape that kind of theological rule. So you have a way longer timeline. Again, so that's why when people come up and say it's Zionism, it's like, okay, Zionism is a part, but Zionism has been born out of this Jesuit web. It's part of their mechanism for what is controlling the world. It's not that it's false. It's absolutely true. The Balfour Declaration, written to that member of The Rothschild family. Look into the death of that Rothschild member. You'll see he died 201 days from his birthday, just like State of Israel's 201. You'll understand why the Balfour Declaration's November 2nd, 112. Catholicism equals 112. So does Zionist is also 112. So is Judaism. So is theater, which is interesting. You think about Hollywood and the way we're controlled through screens more than ever. There's a reason to these dates and numbers, but you have to say who laid out the system. Did Jews lay out the English language as we know it? No. Did they lay out the calendar as we know it? No. Did the Catholic Church and the Jesuits? Yes. Are all these rituals synced with the Pope? Yes. Are we on a 52-week calendar when Pope equals 52? And we know about card decks with 52. And you realize this, it's like a game is being played with us every single day. So yes, Zionism is definitely a component, but it came out of this. The Catholic Church needed this and to put these people in power so those with biblical eyes to see can say, see, that's that. These are the signs. That is the synagogue of Satan there. These are the stolen identity types. And that's why all this evilness and all this warfare and bloodshed's constantly coming out of this country. So anyway, I'm sorry, I'm long-winded again. If you need to talk for 15 minutes, you just tell me to be quiet.
I got a question. Is this all part of the Counter-Reformation?
1,000,000%.
Right.
Again, Martin Luther King Jr. killed on the 95th day in 1968, and people don't put this together. Martin Luther wrote the 95 Theses. They killed Martin Luther King Jr. on the 95th day of the year, 3 days before establishing the Club of Rome. Again, MLK, he was not born Martin Luther. He assumed that name after the Protestant Reformation leader. This year would have been MLK's 95th birthday. I said, something creepy's coming. Something creepy's coming on this 95th birthday. Boom, next thing you know, his son's dead. It's like, look at that. They kill his son right after his 95th birthday, just days later. And then, again, you saw the news even bringing this weird parallel about Salvador Dali's painting The Broken Bridge in the Dream. I was pointing this out before they even did that. I was saying, you know, what's creepy about this is MLK would be 95. Baltimore's a predominantly black city that in gematria equals 95. MLK had the dream. Now they're paralleling the broken bridge to the Dali painting. The broken bridges in the dream as the Dali takes down the ship. And again, it's all synced with the Pope and the Superior General and Catholic Nancy Pelosi. But, you know, at the same time, Nancy Pelosi is a huge friend of Zionist Israel. So many people want to, like, argue over these things, but really it's like you need to, because once upon a time, for people who don't know, I started at the same place. Before I was a content creator, I was listening to the videos on YouTube and pairing that with what I knew. And my initial thoughts from everything I was gathering from watching YouTube and what I knew, it felt like everything led. And here, I gotta rewind a second. Okay. 9/11 was the big wake-up call for me, like it was for a lot of people. From researching that, you learned about the dancing Israelis. You learned about Larry Silverstein and how he just got in the building and made all that money off the insurance policy. So my initial thoughts were, well, this is, and who runs the predictive programming in Hollywood. When I started this, I thought Jews and Zionists and Freemasons ran the whole show. I knew a little bit about Jesuits, but the more I researched, the more I realized it was the Jesuits who'd built this. Because I started to ask questions, I'm like, who built this? Like, and then the answer's there. If you look hard enough, you say, oh, the oldest English scripts credited to the monk Burford, the Ramsey Abbey, Catholic Church. Oh, the Jesuits gave us the calendar. Wait a minute, we're on the calendar named after. And then you start looking through history and you're like, oh my God, they've been syncing everything up with the Pope and the Superior General for all this time. You start to realize, oh, the number 201 is really important to the Jesuits. It was the Jesuit Klaus Schwab who did the event 201 simulation. Oh my God, Pope Francis is the first Jesuit Pope and the first living suite 201. Oh my God, Catherine the Great was saved during the time of, Catherine the Great saved the Jesuits during the time of the suppression, and their story is with 201 Jesuit priests. And then you learn gematria, now these 201s are all over. And you're like, look at this. Look how 201's all over the beginning of America's foundation. For example, you guys, the Jesuits came out of suppression there's only been one president whose name equaled 201. And he just happened to be president way back when the Jesuits came out of suppression. And that was James Madison. And long before I learned about gematria, I'd read all kinds of books. And I'd read along the way that some people speculated, some historians, that James Madison was some kind of outside agent actually working against America. I look at that now, I'm like, well, doesn't that make a lot of damn sense? But again, the 201st day of this nation's age is January 20th, 20/1, like 201. It's not an accident that that's what Inauguration Day was shifted to. And, you know, it goes with Donald Trump burying his ex-wife on the 201st day of the year, and Joe Biden losing his son, wife, and daughter all in separate 201 rituals. Joe Biden from Scranton, Pennsylvania, home of the hit show The Office that ran 201 episodes, where you see the Jesuit prep school flag in the background in almost every episode if you just know what to look for. The Office, Biden, you know, he had to lose his son and his wife and daughter all along the way to have his long career in D.C. and 2 trips to the White House as a VP and a president. So anyway, I keep talking too much. I'm sorry. Just talk over me. I can't shut up. So
No, it's good.
Go back to you.
No, it's good. It seems to me in my research that, and the more I look, that Zionism and this idea of a Jewish homeland is a necessary aspect to their completion of their plan to control the globe. And so that obviously speaks to somebody directing them above that. And I'm not adverse to saying that that is the Jesuits. So maybe can you speak to a little about, I mean, you mentioned November 2nd, 1917, and this is really the founding document for Israel. And maybe explain to me what the true role of this Jewish homeland in Palestine is. It's a part of the overall Jesuit plan, this counter-reformation to bring everybody back under the flock of whatever the leadership is that they wanted. But it seems to me that they've obviously needed some sort of like an island over there in the Middle East in which they could start forming their military bases and you know, make a partnership between Israeli and U.S. foreign policy. I'm seeing the creation of all of this at the same time on purpose in preparation for the World War. So maybe you can speak to that. Just
you asked
the
2
necessary
questions.
aspect that the Jewish homeland in Palestine specifically was, because we all know that they went to multiple places around the world to establish a Jewish homeland, but it's right there in the middle of a bee's nest, really, is where they chose to go. And we all know the chaos that has ensued since, it clearly being understood that nothing shall be done to prejudice the civil and religious rights of the already existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. We can see that that was a lie. So maybe you can speak to the necessary element of having a Jewish homeland there to the Jesuit plan.
Okay. Order out of chaos is the model. And by the way, if for people who don't know this headline, look it up. It's from the New York Times. It's on their own website. Just search New York Times, October 6th, 1940. So keep in mind, this is in the early part of World War II. The Balfour Declaration was before World War II. The New York Times has always been run by Jesuits, and the BBC's mostly been run by Jesuits the whole time too. But on that day, the New York Times ran the headline, New World Order Pledged to Jews. That's the headline. You can look it up. New World Order Pledged to Jews. Now, what's funny about that date, 10/6/1940, is it has 75 date numerology. And here's 3 75s that have to do with order in Gematria. New World Order equals 75. Order out of chaos equals 75. And the big way, the word order alone equals 75. Funny enough, again, Gematria is forwards and backwards. Ignatius of Loyola equals 75. That's the founder of the Jesuits. And in reverse, Ignatius of Loyola equals 87. And we've been waiting for this moment in history for a while, because we were pointing out how we were going to be in the time of the first Jesuit Pope. Right now, the superior general, the leader of the Jesuits, is 75, and the first Jesuit Pope is 87. And Israel is 75 years old right now. Again, we've actually been looking at this since like the very beginning of when Pope Francis first became Pope. What would happen in the world at the time Israel was 75 years old? And now you see this crazy, friction that they're trying to put in there that could explode into something much bigger. Oh, shoot. I lost my train of thought for a second.
Homeland for Palestine as a necessary element to their plan or their agenda.
Yes, exactly. Because you have this huge friction between the Abrahamic religions that they've like purposefully instigated with all of their propaganda and the tensions of 9/11. And I mean, they really got all the Abrahamic religions in a way against each other out of 9/11, because, you know, for example, I was raised Lutheran, and I haven't really identified as that since I was 12 years old. Again, if you don't know my religious thing, you know, I was raised in the church. Funny enough, as a Lutheran, I went to Catholic school for kindergarten and first grade because they had all daycare. It was free all daycare, so my parents worked all day. So, but you know what? I can't say anything bad about Catholic school because I had the two sweetest nuns for kindergarten and first grade. I do remember, though, how one of the things they read to us as a child blew my mind about how someday the sun was going to become black and we'd all die. And I was like, that seems like a weird thing to tell us. What?
Right.
Now I look back at them like, I wonder if they're
black
getting that in
hole
the
sun.
public school. That was something they were just doing to the Catholic kids.
Mhm.
Thanks for getting up that
Yeah.
headline, Jesse. I appreciate
Nice.
that. So anyway, this date numerology of this was 75 date numerology, 10 plus 6 plus 19 plus 40, 75. New World Order, 75. Order out of chaos, 75. The word order alone, 75. If you go look at the Francis Scott Key Bridge, I forget if it was 75 days after the birthday or death anniversary of, it might have been the death anniversary of Francis Scott Key. I think the bridge came down 75 days after his death anniversary for order out of chaos. If it wasn't that, it was 75 days after the Salvador Dali birthday anniversary. It's one of the two. But that's why this number's huge right here. And we just knew this. I talked about all this stuff the day that Netanyahu came back, how Israel was going to turn 75, the 223 thing, this headline. So that's why we knew they were going to bring this climax. And again, Albert Pike, he wrote the letter about 3 world wars before any of them happened, published on the Jesuit birthday. And what's funny is they try to like play it down like, oh, that's just maybe a conspiracy theory. I'm not sure that letter even existed anymore. That's bullshit. That letter did exist. And that's why they brought Netanyahu back on his birthday, because what does Albert Pike's letter say? It says the 3rd World War will be based on political Zionism. And he wrote this at a time before like even Theodore, well, it's all around the same time. But again, how could he have such a precise prediction? And now you see how they've created this first Zionist nation by a code that came out of world wars. Again, after World War I, we got the Balfour Declaration, or about the time of World War I. Then you got World War, and again, people need to World War II. Nope. Here, your man George Webb, he's talking about Nazis. Oh, the connections between NATO and Nazis. It's like, oh my God, can people stop with this? How about let's talk about who the Nazis are modeled after? The Nazis are literally modeled after the Jesuit order. I mean, that's a fact. Look it up. The Nazis were modeled after the way the Jesuit order was structured. And who turned a blind eye to the Nazis? Oh, the Catholic Church. Go back and look at September 16th, New York Times headline from this last year, 2023, about how a Jesuit priest had this letter in the Vatican all along about how the Pope was aware of what the Nazis were doing, but he was just being hush-hush on it. It's like, see, they got to release this to you all these years later about a Jesuit priest and how it was kept down in the Vatican archive. But by the way, also look up Adolf Hitler's birth name. Adolphus Hitler is his birth name, and funny enough, it equals 201. You'll find that number all over villains all throughout history.
And also, if I can interrupt for a sec,
Yeah.
Cecil Rhodes, in his last will and testament, he states that he created his whole secret society off the Jesuits as well. Freemason, but he's the one that's responsible for De Beers diamonds and, the scramble for Africa. It's
The
well known
Rhodes
fact that he was a
scholarships.
Rothschild agent.
The Rhodes scholarships. You're always hearing about all
Yep.
these agents on TV, how
Rachel
they're a
Maddow.
Rhodes scholar. It's like, look at all these presidents that are Jesuit educated and Rhodes
Right.
scholars. This is what I mean. You just start to pay attention. You're like, look at how it all comes together.
Yep. So that's in his last will and testament. He states there that he's making a secret society based on the Jesuit secret society.
Again, people need to understand the Jesuits work by infiltration. Part of the reason the Jesuits use an umbrella as a symbol is because an umbrella can only be brought down from within.
The Jesuits
Infiltration.
use an umbrella?
Huh?
The Jesuits use an umbrella for a logo?
It's
or
one of their
emblem?
coded
Jesse,
symbols.
can you see if you can find that?
Do you remember the autonomous zone in Seattle in the time of the George Floyd riots? Remember the autonomous zone? Okay, so the autonomous zone was set up around the Jesuit campus there, Seattle University.
Mm-hmm.
And RIP to Elgin Baylor, who died 201 days from Baylor beating Gonzaga, the 201, the other Jesuit school in Washington State, in the championship right after his death, when Aloysius de Gonzaga equals 201, who Gonzaga is named after. But if you go back and look at that, just umbrellas everywhere in the autonomous zone. Just like somebody did spray paint of umbrellas everywhere. Yeah. The umbrella's a lesser known
Right.
Jesuit symbol,
Thank you, Jesse.
and that's what it's about, the
Okay.
infiltration from within. And
So
that's how spies work as well. That's why the CIA was established on the 201st day of the Pope's age, and in Gematria, Central Intelligence Agency, United States of America, the words in their logo equal 201. And that's why their motto, the work of a nation, the center of intelligence equals 201. Again, you learn about this 201, you'll see it's all over the things that are just so instrumental to this nation. And listen to what Howard Hunt said about the Jesuits. He's a former CIA agent. He said they're the greatest
Mhm.
intelligence network in the
Right.
world. That's because they
And-
operate in all these countries.
So what's interesting about that umbrella is that right before 9/11, I was a financial advisor, life insurance salesman. I had my securities licenses, and I was working under Solomon Smith Barney. And what that was, it was actually an amalgamation of a bunch of things, Citibank, but it becomes Citigroup, which is one of the largest banking corporations in the world. But they come from an amalgamation between somebody and the Travelers Club, and the logo for the Travelers Club is a red umbrella. So that's
Yep.
why that interests me, because we're dealing with speculation, usury there, right? Life insurance policies, investments, Wall Street, ways that they can sneak and fool us and drain us of our wealth, really is what all of that is. And so their number one logo was a red umbrella.
Yeah, and again, that's also, I mean, that's what government, I mean, that's effectively what our government does to us all the time. They lie to us. They create a big bill for us, constantly more and more and more. The more as time goes on, the more of our tax payment is just going to banker interest. And again, people always want to point to the Rothschilds. Again, Nathan Rothschild just died in a huge Jesuit ritual at 87, synced with the Pope, who was 87 at the time, died 71 days after the Pope's birthday, like Catholic 71. The name of his bank equals 87, like Nathan, or was it Jacob Rothschild? Whichever one just died.
Jacob.
It's all synced with the Pope. But Rothschild, that name means red shield. The Templars are the original bankers in history. They carried the shield with the red cross. And again, you just think about it. Templars, bankers, the church. Again, there's 3 independent city-states in the world. The Vatican, the Banking District of London, which is where the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry was credited and their rites were written by Jesuit priests. And with regards to the Scottish Rite, it's known for being the most Jewish branch of Freemasonry. But then again, Freemasonry is known as Judaism for the Gentile. But again, just the connection with the Jesuits and Zionism and Masonry, all these things fit together. But yes, Templars, their logo in their cross in the Jesuit logo. Again, just the Vatican having its own central bank. If you've ever seen my work on Bitcoin, it's no secret who's running the whole Bitcoin thing. People think it's the thing that's going to save us. That's a total joke. It's completely Jesuit run. That's why everything's synced up with them. And year after we've been showing this. If this is news to you, go back and see what I recently said at the beginning of the year about how Bitcoin's going to probably hit 72K on the 72nd day of the year, and then it'll probably have a steep fall off after that, which is exactly what it did. And it has rallied back, but like I said, when it hits 72, you're probably going to want to pull out your profits. Had you done that and bought back in once it dropped down nearly 10,000, it did drop down 10,000 points. Could have bought back in a lot cheaper. But anyway, that's the advantage of this knowledge. You see how the market's rigged. You see how these cryptos are rigged. You see how the sports game's rigged. You see how the news is rigged. You know they're lying to you when they say that there's an accident at the Key Bridge. I mean, it's just total bullshit. What'll blow your mind, though, is how perfectly planned it is, and you see how the chessboard's set. Just to make the point about Amy Klobuchar, who they had on all day the day the bridge collapsed. It was her 307th day of being 63 years old. 307 is the 63rd prime number, and that's what age Francis Scott Key died at. And again, she's the Minnesota person who oversaw the bridge rebuild in Minnesota after it fell on Francis Scott Key's birthday. Again, these people that are there, Klobuchar, Pelosi, they are puppets on strings, and therefore a reason. And by realizing these things, you realize just how rigged the election is and why this nation's so overdue for a revolution and how you're not going to solve anything at the ballot box. So that's why I'm going to keep picking on George Webb, how you had on, because he took a shot at people's type of research. And I thought, well, this guy's he doesn't even know that politics is all bullshit. He's advocating for that. That's a major problem. He doesn't know that things are planned way out in advance. dude, maybe just spend some time in your basement and do some better research. Because again, I got to call. Here's what I'm mad about that people need to understand. I'm mad at all the bullshit and false propaganda and how this truth community is full of people that are like advocating for Trump all the time, like he's going to save us.
Right.
What a joke. He's a Jesuit scumbag that the whole pandemic was synced up with. I can't believe anyone would think he's going to solve anything. He's saying Biden's worse than the last 10 presidents. I'm not defending Biden. I'd argue that Donald Trump's the worst president in the history of the U.S. based on what he allowed to happen in the time he was president, which, by the way, we called from the beginning. Called from the beginning how there was going to be the most biblical ritual we ever saw in the time of number 45 when Holy Bible equals 45. And that's why that pandemic went down 666 days after the first simulation for it while that guy was the president. And let's not forget what he runs on. Mega, the highest degree of the Church of Satan. And that's not an accident because you can see how the Jesuits are behind the Church of Satan. That's why its founder, Anton LaVey, died 201 days from his birthday, but also 201 days from the Pope's birthday. That's how perfect it was. And again, San Francisco, where it was founded, named after St. Francis of Assisi, who created the Franciscans, which are the precursor to the Jesuits, which is why Pope Francis is named after the same person and why they sync up the sports so perfectly in San Francisco with the Pope. But,
Zach, when you say that he died 201 days after, now, how is this pre-planned? Are they killing him 201 days after?
A million percent. They're like, okay, your time is up, pawn. Your number is up.
Okay, so that's for a lot of how all these days and times and OJ dying on these days, all these things, you're saying most of it, if not all of it, is pre-planned, and that's part of the script, and they're just fulfilling the script that they're got these Jesuit script writers have been putting together their think tanks for, decades, maybe hundreds of years, who knows how long this has all been planning, but they actually, spend time to make sure that all of these dates that you're talking about come to fruition. It can't be one day before, it can't be one day after. It has to, come on those days that they pre-scripted all.
Things are obviously being planned long in advance. And I really think a lot of these guys, when they sign on the line for whatever made them famous, it might very well be true that their expiration date is written too. Again, I'd encourage everybody to go back and watch the music video from the 1990s. Snoop Dogg, Murder Was the Case. You got the scene in the video. You got the lyrics so clear about signing his soul away for whatever amount of time he's blessed to have this life of abundance, endless weed, money, women. And listen to David Bowie's song, Rock and Roll Suicide, about too young to choose it. Again, I could go way more on this, but watch the film Netflix put out last year about the fall of the House of Usher, about these people signing on the line for this period of time of success and richness and fame, but you're going to have to give up something big when the devil comes a knocking. So is it spiritual wickedness that's making all this fall into place and OJ drop dead and the announcement come right as they're teeing off at the Masters? But by the way, you guys, look at OJ's last social media post. His last social media post was him in a Titleist hat. Titleist, which is the major golf brand. We're talking about his death with the Masters being announced right as the Masters are teeing off down in old, I didn't want to say it. But anyway, Titleist in Gematria equals 114 when you run it one way, 102 when you run it the other. He's announced dead on 11/4, the 102nd day of the year. 114, 102nd day as the Masters is teeing off. But if you go watch that last social media post, he's talking about how much he wants to just get back to golfing. It's just like, come on, man. He's talking about golf out of all things, OJ Simpson, and then he's going to be announced dead right as the Masters are teeing off. Not to mention his full name, Orenthal James Simpson, equals 114. Not to mention San Francisco 49ers equals 114, and San Francisco, California is 102 to go with that 102, 114 thing. These people are sick, man. And does OJ Simpson realize he's getting propped up with the Titleist hat and made to put out some? For people who don't understand these things, you have to, God, I wish you could know everything that we've been documenting. Years back, they were showing Justin Bieber and what he has to do, how many books he's got in front of him, for what posts have to go out on this planned day for social media. They were showing this like on MTV or something. We're like, see? They got their social media post planned out for the rest of the year. So if he's supposed to be wearing whatever Bud Light this day and you know getting a shot up, it's already planned out. So imagine some guy wrote the script for OJ's year. You're going to go out in the Titleist hat and talk about how you can't wait to get back to golfing because we're going to announce your ass fucking dead right as the Masters are teeing off in the most racist, sick ritual that we've done since 2 months ago. So and sadly, that's the way it is.
That reminds me.
Could some of them not die, that they just fake their death on those days and they go and live on some island somewhere?
Totally possible.
Enron much?
I always speculate. There's a reason they don't let us fly over the Pacific. Is Celebrity Island out there? Maybe it is. I don't, it could be. I don't know.
Right. So Chris Cornell in Black Hole Sun, you mentioned the black hole, and he was one of my favorite singers, and it was just a shock to everybody when he passed. And now, as time has gone on, we see that there's all kinds of conspiracies about his death. And when you look into how he wrote that song, and the stories of these guys that were the producers and engineers and fellow songwriters, and how he comes up with his music, I find that very interesting. Have you got anything on that?
Oh yeah, I was all over the court. I'm a big Soundgarden fan too. I'm up here in Washington State. Yeah. Are you in the Washington area?
I'm in BC, not far.
Okay, not far.
About an hour drive.
Yeah,
yep.
Okay. Of course, Chris.
Yeah, I grew up on it. I was actually in a band at that time, and we were doing covers, and it was mostly grunge stuff, and all of that in the early '90s. So he's a real inspiration for me. His voice was just incredible, and so
I agree.
You mentioned Black Hole Sun, and that's a major. It was a major hit, one of the biggest songs ever, and especially at the time that it came out, right? And then he just dies, and the connection between him and the lead singer of Linkin Park and how all of that went down, and the way that the lead singer Chester Bennington looks like the politician, I can't think of his name, but he's involved in all of these the pedophile rings and everything. He was a vice president or campaign director for Hillary Clinton, I think it was, right? And so he looks just like Chester Bennington.
Where Lincoln Park is. Rahm Emanuel?
No. I can't remember his name. It's probably a good thing that I don't remember his name. But he's got a brother, and they had all the weird paintings on their walls and weird statues above their stairs in their homes. This was right when Pizzagate hit.
I don't know if I remember that one. I can tell you all about Chris Cornell though.
Yeah, go ahead. I would like to know more about that date, and so you're saying that when their time is up, and that's really what it felt like.
Yeah,
he was healthy and young.
It didn't make any sense. Did you see the last song that he performed?
I have. I don't remember.
It was a Zeppelin cover. His last song they ever performed was the Zeppelin cover, "In My Time of Dying."
Get out of here.
So Cornell's
hang on. Before you go, I just wanted to welcome everybody from all the different platforms. We're live on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, also Zach's YouTube and Zach's Twitter. We've got like almost 900 people here watching with us live. So appreciate y'all. We're the Missing Link Live. Zach is here on an interview on our show. If you're watching on his platforms, please go over to the Missing Link Live on either YouTube or Twitter. We also have Diego Garcia here. He's a forensic historian who's been, really going hard on the political roots, on the justice, Walter Brandeis, and the father of the media coming from Zionist origin. And so I thought we'd bring these two guys together. One is more Jesuit orientated, one's more Zionist orientated, to see what kind of things we can uncover, any missing links that we can find that can help all of us in our research to what's going on here.
Yeah, right. And so some of the social scientists that have been studying us forever, one of the key aspects was the Macy conferences, and that was just bringing together all these experts. It was interdisciplinary, a collaboration. So if we are going to entertain any idea of winning here, we've got to do the same thing. And so Indeed. That's why I wanted to be here. This gematria and all of this other whole aspect that I don't have time to research. I'm just trying to stick to what I know, but it's important. These kinds of meetings, I think I really encourage more of this for sure. And I'm glad that Zach allowed me on. I appreciate that. And Jesse, thanks for inviting me. And so I'd love to just sit back and listen to you talk, man.
Sure. Chris Cornell. So again, one of my favorite musicians and one of my favorite voices of all time. And I mean, out of all the celebrity deaths I've covered, that's the one I was probably most emotionally attached to, because I genuinely like Chris Cornell and his music. And when I was younger, I just thought, where does he even get these ideas? How does he know about these things to sing about these things? And now I look back at a lot of these musicians, I'm like, I'm not sure they actually wrote their songs. You know, he might have been chosen because he got the pipes. But this is about Cornell. His birthday is July 20th, which is the 201st day of the year. Of course, that's the anniversary of the moon landing. For the record, Neil Alden Armstrong, full name of the astronaut, first man to walk on the moon. Neil Alden Armstrong, 201, like Order of Illuminati, like the sun's illuminated by the moon.
There's
In the
no doubt about
16th
that
century, in the 16th century, the heliocentric model was agreed to. This is the century of the Jesuits and the language and the calendar. Heliocentrism equals 201.
So his birthday, Zach, his birthday is 201. So when someone's born on that day, they look for someone to pick to fit that bill. Do you think I'm just trying to figure out how these, numbers, and he's that 201 perfect day, but do they know when he's born? Do they pick people based on this script? Because obviously they, creation, when someone is born into this dimension, that's on God, not on them. They're not, creating births and birthdays. And is that how they find people, based on their numerology? Oh, this person's going to fit into the script, so we're going to put him into this music career because he's got that birth date.
I think it's that, because I mean, you look at all the musicians in the world, there's so many very talented musicians who never make it and never get the recognition they deserve. And we have this radio, right? They're just always playing the same songs, the same bands over. I always think, why can't my radio station in Portland be playing all the cool bands in Portland? Where are they at? There's good bands out here. I'd rather listen to the radio and hear all the cool bands in Portland than the same damn songs every 20 songs. And then the whole nation's playing. So you see how there's a chosen gang, and then everybody else is filtered out. There's the Chris Cornells who get to be worth tens of millions of dollars and get all the fame. And it's not to say that, I mean, again, we're talking about a guy with a great voice who, in a way, as far as I'm concerned, for all the stars that make it, he deserves to be up there on the stage because his voice is unique and awesome. Chris Cornell does the most awesome cover of Prince. So Prince did the song Black Donald Trump and died 201 days before the election in 2016. You think that's an accident? Prince dies on 4/21 when he had the song I Would Die For You with the number 4 and the letter U and used the 21st letter. He dies on 4/21, the Queen's birthday. Mm-hmm. They light up Niagara Falls purple that day. People are like, what's going on? How's that happen so fast? And they're like, oh, that wasn't for Prince. That's because it's the Queen. And, the royalty of purple. Well, people didn't realize that Vanity, Prince's girlfriend from the time of Purple Rain, was from Niagara Falls. She's the beauty pageant winner there. And, of course, sadly, she died the day of the 58th Grammys when Purple Rain equals 58, like London, England, where the royal family is. And then next thing you know, she's dead the day of the 58th Grammys, and then Prince is dead. And then Prince's death is synced up with the 58th presidential election. And then Bill and Hillary come out in purple to concede to Trump. And Trump comes out to Queen. We are the champions at his first convention, 88 days after the Queen's birthday, when Elizabeth's 88, like Trump, like how we were just about the major 88 ritual at his golf course right before the 88th Masters. And
there's, through our research, we've shown that this is largely driven by father and sons. A lot of the times these people are born into these situations, and there's already a plan even before they're born. Podesta, that's it. Thank you, Cameron.
Sure. So here's the point I'm going to get to with Chris Cornell. We call people like Chris Cornell stars. We call them stars. Mm-hmm. And again, if the Catholic Church has given us the language and the calendar, which they have, and they really are pulling these rituals, isn't it interesting that they also formed this concept of calling people stars? I mean, it could have been anything culturally. We could call them popcorns. If we learned it that way, that a popcorn was the greatest thing, we'd be calling them popcorns. But we learned that they're called stars. And then the Catholic Church, who spread the calendar, they also spread the language about the Son of God. And here's the thing about the Jesuit logo. I just said how heliocentrism equals 201. So does triclavianism. And if you don't know what that is, that's the method that was used to crucify Jesus. It's represented with the 3 nails, the 3 9-inch nails. That's where 9-inch Nails gets their band name from. But the 3 nails,
and their logo is questionable too.
Triclavianism equals 201. The Jesuit order 201. Heliocentrism 201. This ritual with the moon on the 21st day of the year. What was the big solar phenomenon the year that Chris Cornell died? Do you remember?
No.
It was the year of the biggest total solar eclipse in 99 years in the U.S., they said. The biggest in 99 years. If you go back and look, that solar eclipse of 2017,
Wow.
the first of its kind in 99 years. And then they're making the point then that we have another one not too far off in 2024 that's rather rare too. So we had these two big eclipses coming up. Now we've lived through both of them. But 99 is interesting too, because in Gematria, the United States of America equals 99, and we were named that on September 9th. But Cornell, who's this larger-than-life music star, one of the only, it's funny, the only remaining singer from all the mega bands from Seattle that's alive is Eddie Vedder. And Eddie Vedder replaced Andrew Wood, who died.
Yeah.
It was Andrew Wood's band.
Yeah.
And wherever Jeff Young is, shout out to Jeff Young. Jeff Young hates Pearl Jam. He's like, that guy just cannot sing. Anyways, if you guys don't know Jeff Young's a guitarist for Megadeth. So he's got real music credentials. So he can critique Eddie Vedder if he wants to. But it is funny that Eddie Vedder's the only one who lives. And literally every band from Seattle, every singer is dead.
Yep.
And again, Kurt Cobain,
Mark Lanigan.
R.I.P. to Kurt Cobain. We just passed his death anniversary. Again, he died the year Bill Gates became a celebrity. Seattle's the 206 area code.
Lane Staley.
Cobain's dead 206 days before Bill Gates' birthday.
So what's your thoughts on the whole grunge situation? Is it another 60s counterculture? We're seeing a lot of CIA involved in Dave Grohl, the founding of the Washington punk scene. So you're talking about Henry Rollins and all of those things, right? They've all got family working at the Pentagon.
I mean, that's the story of rock and roll, right? It's Jim Morrison. For people who know, Jim Morrison's one of the most obvious examples. His suicide's totally by the numbers, and then his girlfriend who found him even died by the same numerical code. It's a whole other story. But the day that he died is the day that his father finished his career at the Pentagon when he was so instrumental in the Vietnam War. So he's got the son who's the counterculture, and then he's got his father who's actually the father making the decisions, like instigating war. Yeah. You just see what a game it is. It's like, these things are not a coincidence. I mean, something is being orchestrated here. And again, it's that idea you got to control the opposition. The people who rule over us are wizards. They're sorcerers. They understand spells and spelling and controlling people through energy. And they know how to keep people in check. It's like, okay, that person who wants to rebel and burn this government down, I bet I give them a rock and roll concert and some weed and some acid. I can keep them in a spot where they're not burning my empire down. Because that's what we need to do. I mean, for people to understand, Thomas Jefferson said there need to be a revolution every 19 years. And again, it's because the moon's on a 19-year cycle. I'm going to repeat this thing a million times because nobody knows, but that's why COVID-19 came in 19 years after 9/11 and the 19 hijackers, and 19 years after the war on drugs, and war on drugs, war on germs, war on terror. They're all wars on our civil rights and liberties, and they're all high rituals. But, these people know how to control us. Give them a little sports game here, a little flat screen with the awesome picture here, some smoky smoke here. I will control these people, and I will stay taxing their ass. I mean, that's the game.
Okay, so then here's a good spot for me to suggest some things, because we're showing that the Kabbalah, the Tree of Life, Freemasonry, and the highest levels of universities are really driven by the same technology or same knowledge, and that's the Trivium and the Quadrivium. It's grammar, logic, rhetoric. It's arithmetic, music, geometry. So we're talking sacred geometry and all of these, the Fibonacci sequence and all of that. And so we see that a lot of these people that are running our society today are, like we talked about earlier, Jesse, master of the liberal arts. And so what is this but understanding grammar and spelling and symbols and how to put them together to be convincing? And so I would suggest that that's exactly how they are getting one over on us and being able to manipulate, is because they've understood this secretive power on how to manipulate. And when you just look at two people talking, I have somebody say something, you can't hear what they're saying, but then that person goes off and fulfills whatever direction he was given. That's a magic spell, really, in a lot of ways, because you're just verbalizing things and then you're making people follow your actions. And so they talk about spells. You just suggested the magic of it all, and the media. You can talk about all of the etymological origins of media and medium. speaking to the dead, right? And sending things through the air that you can't see to create images far away. What is that? But black magic. I mean, we're so used to it today that it's normalized. We're all born into a world where there's a flat screen on our wall and a television is a piece of furniture. But, this is really how they're casting spells. Is games of semantics. We see climate change and global warming all of a sudden being the same thing, and a lot of people being confused. So I would suggest that the liberal arts and the Trivium, because it is an aspect of human history, and the more conscious we've become of the Trivium and our ability to speak to each other and communicate and form chains of reason and make conclusions about what we are seeing with our senses, right? These are all things that they said, nah, you can't listen to that. Don't do your own research. Gut feeling isn't worth anything. And so, you got chemtrails going through the sky, but nobody's seeing them unless you can see, So I would say liberal arts is a key aspect to this, Zach, on how because this was formerly a common school thing. Everybody got a basis in sort of Greek and Latin, and then understanding logical fallacy, right? To know how we are being fooled, to say, hey, that's an ad hominem attack, and that's a distraction keeping me from my point. These are things that all of a sudden start to empower us. And so I think that throughout history, like I suggested earlier during my interview, is that there's a state of consciousness and unconsciousness, and it's directly related to this knowledge of the Trivium. And so they've realized that they can use this to steer and control society most effectively. I would say that, that would be my input on that take of yours, because we've verified all of that. That's absolutely documented historical fact, the dumbing down of America. And that's what they did. They pulled all of that ability to cast spells out and put it at the highest echelons of universities, right? Where the prestige attracts people, and prestige means to trick or fool.
Absolutely. I'm just nodding my head in agreement to everything you're saying.
Yeah.
And again, if you watch the most popular video on YouTube, if you search the word gematria, you'll find a Hebrew rabbi, and he's talking about within the Hebrew language, but his opening sentences, if he can boil down what gematria is, it's energy. And again, this goes with the idea of hermeticism and how everything carries a vibration. And if you understand this, you can use it to have influence and control others. You're either doing the controlling or you're being controlled, is the hermetic principle. And you think about that in society, what are the majority of people doing? Are they in control or are they being controlled? So energy, just so important. And again, the most simple cipher, ABC 1, 2, 3 up to Z is 26. All of these words equal 74. English, gematria, energy, occult, Masonic, holiday, killing, stabbing. Again, the 74th day of the year. Remember the stabbing of Caesar. 3 of the first 5 presidents dead on 7/4. You think about what death does to energy and manipulating people. The World Trade Center's on the 74th meridian, this big scary thing where you were told a suitcase nuke might go off in your neighborhood. I mean, they had this kind of like fear through all of America. So like, yeah, I'm going to give my rights and liberties because I want to blow up in a nuke. I mean, that was the energy at the time. And over and over, just the same numbers, the same code. And yeah, again, they're literally using sorcery, and it might seem stupid to you. For the person in the chat who said, so does this mean we're all in a simulation? I'd argue that no, it doesn't mean we're in a simulation. Like, we're in a simulation, what's the point of nonstop propaganda, nonstop antagonization, nonstop being lied to, nonstop encoding information? To me, this is the proof that they need to constantly do these things to us to make sure they constantly have a control over society and are essentially dictating the path we're on and what's being done to us. Right. Again, what are the COVID pandemic? I'll ask you, would the pandemic have been possible without screens? I mean, wasn't it just nonstop, needless fear? If everybody doesn't have a screen in their house, getting not just screens. It's like we learned in school that the Nazis controlled the German population by making sure everybody had radios so they could talk to them all the time. So the TV is just the evolution of that. Nonstop control through information, but now you also have the visual to stimulate people anymore.
Motion picture with music is most effective.
We need to understand how we are being manipulated. That's the point of me teaching this, so people can see that, yes, there is a plan to mislead us. And this is what they're doing over and over, so you can see who's doing it. You can hold them accountable. You can revolt against them like Jefferson said you need to do, one of the 3 presidents who died at the start of the nation on 7/4.
Yeah, and Jefferson's key in the progressive era. They, this modern progressive era of the 20th century, they all look back to Jefferson as a sort of founder. Same as Lincoln. And you see a lot of connections going all the way back through there. Now, you mentioned simulation. Now, simulation and pseudo environment could be very similar, even maybe considered synonymous, right? And Walter Lippmann, he's a resident at the House of Truth here, where they designed this whole progressive era and brought forth terms like neoliberalism. In his book, Public Opinion, he states that what they want to do is create a pseudo environment as closely matched to reality as they can. So you're talking simulation, there's a different phantasm possibly in everybody's head, that's different from everybody else's. But I would challenge you to say that the pseudo environment is exactly what that is the simulation. The fact that we understand that a large portion of our society is brainwashed, but we aren't, and we see that shows us that there is a simulation, but we've kind of stepped out of it. That's what I would say.
I agree with the way you're framing this. The way I look at it when a lot of people say simulation is like we're like literally in a computer construct and there's nothing we can do about it. My point of saying we're not in that is I don't think it's like that. I think it's like what you just said. They're creating this thing around us. It's like a simulation that everybody else is just going along with, but that could be broken. Their simulation can be broken. It's not like it's indestructible.
Because
We
of
are
free
breaking
will.
it right now.
Yeah, because of free will, that we have a choice to either be a part of that simulation, be like what they call sheep, follow along like everybody else, or we can break free of it, the black sheep, the people that are actually speaking out against rattling the cages in the hopes that we could bring the whole house of cards down.
Yeah. And so you just said free will. This could answer, this is actually something I'd like to say to everybody, because I hear that too, that people will tell you that they believe there's no free will. Well, Johann Gottlieb Fichte is really the founder of Western education, and in his German addresses, or the addresses to the German nation in 1806, prior to creating the Western education that was then adopted into America, he stated that free will in the student had to be suppressed in the soil. So there is free will. We're proving that there's free will. I laugh at that sort of premise that we don't have free will, because I would say that right now, right here, the three of us talking is evidence that there is such a thing.
Indeed. And just more evidence of how what we're on to is not what the cabal wants, is just how there's constantly trolls just lying everywhere, literally everywhere I go. Like for the person spamming in the chat that Gematria can't pick sports games, I mean, it's just a completely Orwellian statement. I mean, just another dominant day, taking advantage, not to make it about this, but just taking advantage of the rigged sports games by knowing the routine codes. I mean, even go look at what we did yesterday in the NHL. Nearly win 100%, hit all kinds of big upsets. And day after day we do this because the game is rigged, and that's why you have people constantly harassing, writing the opposite of truth, because they know that a segment of population, like they'll go to a video, they won't even watch the video, they'll just read the comments. Oh, look at this, the most trolled comment with the false statement that has 50 thumbs up, because that's what the troll network did. Mm-hmm. They're like, oh, well, this must be false because it's the most liked comment and it says that this isn't true. It's just like,
who created American football but Walter Camp? Skull and Bones.
Yep.
So just wanted to share here. So people were asking about you, Diego, if you had a YouTube channel. This is his website, bulletproofpub.com. Obviously, I can't put it into Zach's, YouTube, because I don't have that moderator there. But here, this is, and people are asking about our channel. We're the missing link on Facebook. We're the missing link live on YouTube. We're the missing link live on Twitch. And we're also the missing link live, all one word, on Rumble. If you are looking for any of our channels, and please subscribe, hit the thumbs up, like, share this out.
Sure. And you can find my YouTube site at The History of Propaganda.
Okay, so what's next?
Whatever you want to ask
me. I don't know. Where are we going to go?
Do you want to talk about Theodore Herzl? Theodore Herzl's death, the founder of Zionism?
Yeah, like our research showed that it was a Christian dispensationalist. The Brandeis identified in 1891 as, and it's really kind of a Christian thing that we see the first pushes of a Jewish homeland there. William Eugene Blackstone, he's a direct lineage to the first settlers in Boston, and he writes this 1891 petition, and they actually present it to the president at the time, Harrison, I think, and then nothing happens until 1916 when Woodrow Wilson's there, and Brandeis reintroduces it, and this is really the catalyst that starts the creation of Israel. And at that time, Brandeis told William Eugene Blackstone that he's really the founder of Zionism because he's about 5 years prior to Herzl. But I'm just telling you what our research shows. I'm not denying that Theodore Herzl is a major influence.
I don't doubt that any of that's true, but I mean, Theodore Herzl goes down as the father of Zionism. True? I mean, that's the name.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to argue
everywhere. That's what's written. Theodore Herzl's the father of Zionism. It doesn't mean that it's true, but he goes down into his storybook this way.
Yep. Sure.
Let me grab a drink of water real quick, and then I'll come back and tell you about Theodore Herzl. Give me 1 minute.
Yep. Okay.
Sounds good. And maybe you can talk about what you know about Theodore Herzl before.
Well,
that comes in.
I don't, you know what, honestly, I don't know a lot about him. I know more about his secretary, Jacob de Haas, and sort of his predecessor, Louis Brandeis. I know that during the First World War, Theodore Herzl had his headquarters in Berlin, this Zionist headquarters, and it was called the Executive. Well, they moved it from there because they needed to get out of Germany during the First World War, and they moved it to New York. And as soon as they moved it there, they elected Louis D. Brandeis the chairman, and they called it the Provisional Executive Committee on General Zionist Affairs. So he's essentially the leader of international Zionism at that point. That's 1914 that happened. So the year after he's elected as U.S. Supreme Court Justice, he takes over international Zionism to the point where Chaim Weizmann is even impulsively kissing Brandeis' hand, because Brandeis has the U.S. president in his back pocket. He's got Wall Street, right? New York Jewelry, the international clique. And so he's got everything that Chaim Weizmann wanted. And so you can see why Louis Brandeis was so influential. And so he kind of carries on the Theodore Herzl message. I mean, that's really the guy most influential in the creation of Israel, as far as I'm concerned at this point, is Louis D. Brandeis, a U.S. Supreme Court Justice. So he's working with the former secretary of Theodore Herzl, Jacob de Haas, and Jacob de Haas talks in the biographical sketch of Louis Brandeis how he's the creator of the main drafter of the Balfour Declaration, and really how he opened up the physical infrastructure of Israel through the Palestine Economic Corporation, working with the Rothschilds. Palestine Jewish Colonization Association is what they called it. And so definitely expand on what you know, Zach, about Theodore Herzl. And I would also like to know the Rothschilds' role in all of this, and who is steering them. Is it the Jesuits?
I'd say no doubt about it.
Really? Okay, cool.
Theodore Herzl. It's great. You start to look into the Rothschild deaths. I mean, it's like the same 201 pattern all throughout history. It's not hard to see why they're dying on the days they are. But keep in mind, the CIA was established the year before Israel, right? 1947, same year Israel was drawn up and then officially established in 48. These things aren't an accident. Again,
right,
the CIA's
okay.
big 201 creation, so is Israel.
So then 1917, November 2nd is the creation of the Balfour Declaration, but Brandeis is elected by Woodrow Wilson in the same year, within a couple months of creating American foreign policy with the recruitment of the first social scientists. All of these Harvard professors come together and they infiltrate the State Department and actually become, this is really the earliest deep state I see takeover, and it's legit. It's documented. They are asked, the State Department and everybody else at the Paris Peace Conference are asked to allow the inquiry, which is the name of this group, to steer and control the events. And that is the founding of the Council on Foreign Relations, these guys. And so that's Brandeis creating U.S. foreign policy and Israel within the same months of 1917.
Yeah, those none of these things are an accident. Absolutely not.
Frankist Sabbatean too, right? Like crazy.
Indeed. And again, all these networks are connected. Theodore Herzl, though, you can see the fingerprints on why he died the day he did and the year he died. He died 44 years before Israel's creation. He died in 1904. Israel created in 1948. In Gematria, Israel equals 44, like Zion, like the surname Netanyahu. Netanyahu equals 44 in Hebrew and in English. And if you go back and look when Obama was president number 44, Netanyahu gave him the 44 seconds of silence because he didn't feel like he was getting enough money from Obama. And then when Obama left office, he gave the biggest aid package at once to Israel of all time, which was $38 billion. And the word Jew itself is 38, and DC's on the 38th parallel. And for the record, if you do it the small way, Kabbalah is 38, and so is Gematria and English and energy. All those words that were 74 earlier become 38 when you apply numerology. But at Pentagon's another big 38. And it's the world's killing department, and 38 is a number that has a lot to do with death as well. Anyway, Theodore Herzl died 44 years before the creation of Israel. And, Joe Biden's the president while this thing's going down, and Joe Biden equals 44. And again, he was the VP to number 44. And he's been there for almost the entire time of Israel's existence, really, when you look at how long he's been in politics. And the day Theodore Herzl died, July 3rd, 7-3. Theodore Herzl in Gematria equates to 73. And again, I somehow how Israel relates to the synagogue of Satan in Revelation, which is the 73rd book of Catholic Bibles. You can see how his death is synced up with Zion and the establishment of the nation. This, like, you look at all these things throughout history, you can see there's only one gang that could be pulling the strings like this. And again, it's the people who gave us the calendar and the language. And like you're saying, he doesn't really seem to be the true father of Zionism if you do research. But he goes down in the history book as the founder of Zionism.
Yep,
so this is why it has to be in his story. It has to be this way because they're making it all line up. So
I wonder how much
I forget, but you might want to look at what I forget. I got to look it up because it's another piece of it. I want to say the moon was at 73% illumination the day he died on July 3rd, if I'm not mistaken. Again, Theodore Herzl, 73, Catholic Bibles. And with the 73rd book, which speaks on the synagogue of Satan, those who claim to be Jews but are not, they got to give you Ashkenazi Jews moving from Europe because of the Nazis. Again, everything is wordplay. And that's why, by the way, this whole thing in Ukraine, Ashkenazis come from the part of the world, for the most part, where Ukraine is. And this whole war in Israel, again, Biden and Putin met on Pearl Harbor Day of all days, which was 201 days after the first ever Jesuit nation year began. And then the war begins on the anniversary of the Catholic Church being implemented, February 24th, between Russia and Ukraine and the Donbass region, which equals 201. And there's been a million more 201 rituals since. But here's how sick it is, too. The funny thing about them having Biden and Putin meet on Pearl Harbor Day, which is connected to the World Wars, which, again, was 201 days after the first ever Jesuit Ignatian year began on May 20th of that year, which is the anniversary of Ignatius Loyola being shot with cannonball. The funny thing is, Hawaii was officially made a state exactly 201 months after Joe Biden was born. And just light of how people are chosen for the script. And then we don't even want to talk about what they did to Maui in the middle of this summer and why Joe Biden was there for the state's birthday. But again, all of this stuff is being perfectly orchestrated and coordinated. And by the way, when, Tucker Carlson just went over to interview Putin, we're just showing, you could just see how connected it was to the Pope and Superior General. But Putin, nobody focused on what Putin said at the beginning of the thing, because he goes, in the beginning, he goes, can I get into a bit of history? And then he goes into the history of the Catholic Church. Starts with the history of the Catholic Church, and how it leading up to right now.
Give me one sec.
Nobody focused on that. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that the Michigander says, I'm not one for this fella either, somebody in the chat, but I see no reason to block him. I don't give out any wrenches for anybody to block anybody for any reason. If people are timing out people or blocking people, you have to let me know who that is. That's not what the power's for. It's so you can connect with other people in the YouTube. You can put links up. I don't mind you sharing links to any, things that go up, but it's not for the power of, it doesn't matter how bad or how much of a troll. That's up to me to decide that somebody has to go or not. It's not for anybody else. And you will lose that wrench power if you are blocking anybody. I don't mind giving them out so you can click on people's channels and connect and put links, but please do not block anybody. Pardon, Zach. I just needed to get that out.
No, it's fine. That's fine. So,
Do you remember where you're at?
I just want to go back and look. Yeah, the moon was at 73% visibility the day that Theodore Herzl died on 7/30. Again, it's a special number to Catholicism. It's actually a very special number to the Old Testament too. Like the most well, I don't know if it's important, but one of the most important teachings in Hebrew gematria is how Genesis 1:1 in the Hebrew Bible, all the mathematical ways that verse comes back to 73 and 37. Funny enough, the word perfect in gematria equals 73 the big way, 37 the small way. And, the Dolphins and NFL had the only perfect season, and it ended in 73. And this year they became 7-3, but we're perfect at home, 5-0. Just ongoing jokes with the numbers. But this 73, 37 are special numbers. If you look into Hebrew, huge numbers with the Old Testament and huge numbers with the death of Theodore Herzl too.
Right. Yeah, it's important to them. I see a lot of people speak disparagingly about gematria, but it is something that they believe in. It's not necessarily that we think that it's pseudoscience or whatever it is, but this is what they believe in. This is what they're doing.
A lot of people don't have that connect. That's why, Jesse, I wouldn't title myself I wouldn't title the video like gematria expert. That's not how I see myself. I'd call myself more the observation expert. Because see, I followed the breadcrumbs really well. I saw there was definitely something with numbers and ritual, and I researched it for a long time, and then I found gematria, and I was like, could this be it? So I researched it for a year before I presented it to anybody, and I was like, there is definitely something here. And there is definitely something here. And that's why I have so many trolls. I think I got more trolls than anybody on the internet. I mean, I have 2 dedicated channels that put out highly polished videos every day, like pro video editors trying to make me look bad. I have the longest write-up out of any conspiracy theorist in the history of the world. I don't want to call myself a conspiracy theorist, but literally on that website that targets people like us, I have a longer write-up than Alex Jones, David Icke, any of these people. I'm not nearly as famous, but I'm way more of a target. They hate me so much. They just have paragraphs and paragraphs trying to make me look bad. I've been trolled from day one. I mean, how many people can say they've had a car crash to their house, all the crazy shit I've had happen? Again, there's people who do not want me doing what I do, but we continue to do it, and we continue to push forward. And again, there's a reason that I don't know anyone who's had more channels deleted and censored. For all people out there, people leave the comment all the time. They're like, Zach, you don't get censored for talking about Jesuits. When you guys leave comments like that, you're just lying to yourself. How many channels have I lost? 20-some channels? All I've talked about is Jesuits since the start of 2020, and I've lost how many channels in that time? At least 6 more channels. So people got to stop coming here and leaving the same false shit all the time. People just have all these assumptions. You can talk about Jesuits. No, you cannot. Is it true that if you call out Jews, you'll get censored even faster? Yes, it is. But does that mean that Jews run the world? In a way, I feel like that's part of the ploy to keep people thinking in the same lanes, because almost this entire truth community blames everything on Masons and Jews, and almost nobody even has a clue about who the Jesuits are, who kind of just fly under the radar. Could it be part of the tactic? Because how many people come and live here the quote? It's obvious Jews run the world because you get the most censorship for talking about them. I'm not sure that's proof that that's the truth, but they are part of it. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying, again, who gave us the calendar, the language? How come I'm here day after day showing you how everything's synced with the Pope and Superior General, sports championships, all of this? It's just like, yeah, there's ritual sync with Netanyahu, but not every day. Every day is synced with the Pope and the Superior General.
And I would say, our work is very similar in that nobody really knows it. And it's to the point now where I say that this is probably like one of the ultimate gates being kept is the whole progressive era. Progressivism is an underappreciated and under-researched spot. But when I went to look into the origins of the UN and all of these organizations that were obviously harming our society, it all went back there. So it's interesting, right? It's progressivism. I try to talk to, there's a lot of people out there that are, like you say, they're going after the Jews and the Freemasons, and especially right now with what's going on there. But when I present the argument for progressivism and the fathers of progressivism being very influential in our modern day society and in the creators of the things that are most harmful to us, like the Federal Reserve Board, even the most deep researchers that I've come into contact with have no idea what I'm talking about. So, and I find this the most important part is the actual tangible evidence of how this happened. You know, people laugh at me when I say it's the New World Order, but that's exactly what it is. I mean, you're showing that there's newspaper articles headlined that in the New York Times. I'm showing that there's all kinds of references to the New World Order throughout the 20th century. It's only now in the last 10, 15, 20 years that this has become a pejorative. It was, normal. So
for the record, New World Order equals the Jesuit order, and here's a prominent name that's part of a long pattern. It's not just this, but Klaus Schwab, and Klaus Schwab, the leader of the World Economic Forum, Jesuit educated, who seems to be calling a lot of the shots right now. Who's the guy who's the main host of Event 201 right before the pandemic goes down. So again, you learn the code and you start to see like, okay, just more and more lines up for who this, because, and then again, you go to that New York Times article, New World Order pledged to Jews. Well, the paper was run by Jesuits at the time. So who pledged it to the Jews? I mean, I guess it's coming from a Jesuit paper. Why wouldn't you think it was them?
Mm-hmm. Well, okay. So you're, Anthony Fauci is a Jesuit, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And again, he's also got some Jewish bloodline too. So you just see how it fits.
And so as far as scientific experts, he was probably the poster child during COVID for it. And in 2022, during COVID, the Columbia School of Journalism had a crisis event called the Walter Lippmann Conference, in which they totally expressed this concern for the current situation and the current state of this expert. And they pointed to Fauci and said, yeah, even the left and the right both want to tear this guy down. And so what has gone wrong with our approach to the scientific expert? And so they're presenting this almost in a dialectical fashion. And I'm predicting now that we're going to see a fall of the expert for a reason. And so I'm not sure why, but I just wanted to pass that information on that, Fauci is Jesuit. He led really the whole COVID narrative. And he was giving you all kinds of contradictory information. You don't have to wear a mask. You got to wear 4, right? Confusing everybody, narcotizing dysfunction is an effect.
Let's not forget his old footage from C-SPAN from back in the 90s when somebody's calling in about vaccines. He's like, well, have you gotten sick before? And they're like, yeah. He's like, oh, we don't need to be vaccinated. Natural immunity is way better than a vaccine. So it's
and
his
like, similar role and his similar role that he played in the AIDS epidemic.
He killed a lot of people with his protocol, so he was the perfect one to put in this, so they don't need another fall guy once everything comes out. It's all just directed to him. The least amount of fall guys that they can, have to sacrifice, I guess, to the people, the better. So that's why he was the perfect one, and being obviously the most highest paid U.S. Employee at the head of that position, is the perfect one to do all this to us.
Now, I saw a comment down there just a minute ago that I couldn't get because I was talking. I couldn't complete the sentence, but it was somebody showing us the word progressive and the numbers attached to it. Now, that would really interest me. Progressive era, progressivism, the progressive movement, the numbers that would be attached to this, because we're really
without even the numbers. Without even the numbers. I mean, progressivism is more related to communism, and the big communist day is May Day, and May Day is the day the Illuminati was founded by the Jesuit, and a lot of these ideas came from Marx, and out of that part of the world where Jesuit order was preserved with Catherine the Great and 201 Jesuit priests. So, I mean, you can that's why sometimes I put the numbers out there as proof of what's going on. So you can see how they're orchestrating this stuff day after day. But at the same time, like, I didn't need to know this information to already see what was going on. So you see how it all fits together.
And sorry, I'm going to interrupt you just for a sec, because there's an important thing that you just said there. You're attributing communism and Marx to progressivism. Well, it's the whole progressive movement in Paris in 1919. They're all progressives. They're all liberals. There's not a conservative even invited. The whole American delegation, it's all of these Phi Beta Kappas, but it's like a 70-year plan that started with the first internationals. And so whose name is most associated with the First International, but Marx. And so he shows up there as a journalist, and it's all about internationalism. So I've gotten to the point now where, communism and internationalism to me are synonymous, and maybe the word communism is a front to cover for progressive and this international movement. And so we've directly connected the first international meetings of 1864 to Paris 1919. They're talking about it, and this is where they established the League of Nations, which turns into the United Nations. And we can show you a total connection there. There's no denying that the League of Nations is the same thing as the United Nations. And so, yeah, I agree with you, man. That comes straight from Marx.
The leader of the United Nations right now is Antonio Gutierrez, 201. He just had his nice 201 ritual when he visited Russia, Ukraine, and there was supposedly a missile that went off by where he was. It's just, it's the theater of war, and you see who's pulling the strings. But with regards to Paris, France, I mean, the Jesuits were created in Paris, France. And again, that's where the Templars were burned at the stake, and they have the Templar logo. And with regards to 201, the last French Pope in the history of the Catholic Church was the 201st Pope Francis, the first Jesuit Pope, the first to live in Suite 201. Again, his birth name, Jorge Mario Bergoglio 201. And as we know, a lot of the founders studied in France, and the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, whose rites were written by Jesuit priests. The Scottish Rite came to power in France. So you see how instrumental France is, and now Pope Francis is just really smacking you in the face with it. And all these roads intersect.
Sure.
So.
And that where they all culminated there, the Hotel de Ville in Paris, there was major revolutions there. That was where a lot of blood was spilled. That exact spot throughout history. And when you look at the days that they signed the Treaty of Versailles and the day that they opened the Paris Peace Conference, it all goes back to the day 50 years earlier, to the 1871 peace talks that happened in Paris too, that settled the previous Prussian-French War. And so that in that war, you saw the Germans really take the Ruhr, the Alsace-Lorraine, and all of these areas that were high in natural resources. And so then Paris looked like the Treaty of Versailles was the French's chance to come back. And that's what they did for, it was supposed to be 15 years that they were allowed to go in there and start taking all of the natural resources, and the Germans couldn't do anything about it. And it was really meant to cripple them. But I'm just sort of underlining your point there, that the numbers do match, even just when we look at the signings of these things, just from a forensic historian approach, we're seeing all kinds of matching of the dates and numbers. There's no doubt about it.
There's a reason they say, those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. And you see how they're literally manufacturing history by a code, and most people are just completely oblivious because they don't know anything about history. Again, this 201 thing, you just pay attention to the most divisive, most important moments in history. It's all over Roe versus Wade when it was implemented. It's all over the reversal of Roe versus Wade. 201 is so connected to elections, with Inauguration Day being on the 201st day of the nation's age on 20/1. You see how many people go to the ballot box and only vote for one party based on that abortion issue, where the 201's all over it. It's a biblical issue. Again, 201's all over the Holy Bible. Again, we are being manipulated by a code, and there's a certain set of numbers that they love to put on the highest of rituals, like the highest of spells, that keep people so emotionally invested, so pitted against each other. And it's like, for all the people that are caught up in the abortion debate, I'm going, yoo-hoo! Have you noticed how this sick game keeps going on as long as these political parties are here? Don't you notice how just everything gets worse and worse with these two political parties in charge, and how they never deliver on their promises? And it's like, people got to wake up, you guys. Joe, you think Donald Trump or Joe Biden really care that much about unborn babies when they're sacrificing their own family members in 201 rituals? Let's not forget, Donald Trump's ex-wife just fell down the stairs 45 years after their marriage, exactly 60 weeks into the first ever Jesuit Ignatian year, when the upcoming election, which is this one, is the 60th election, and Donald Trump's 60, and then he's burying his ex-wife on the 31st day of the year. These people are sick. These people will sacrifice their own family members. They do not care about you. They care about the power that comes with the status. These people are willing to play their part on the world stage and sell out humanity. And people got to wake up. Voting for the lesser of two evils. That's the terminology we've accepted. You're literally voting for a guy who's running on. You think a guy is going to come back and save you who's running on Mega, the highest degree of the Church of Satan, who's all about his ego? People don't even get the joke. That the first tenet of Satanism is to worship yourself. I mean, in what world does Donald Trump not worship himself?
That's mind blowing. You got to worship yourself, and then to any Trump followers, I would just say Operation Warp Speed.
Exactly. On
And
the anniversary of Claydex, and people didn't realize the day he did it. It's so important for so many reasons. It's Mercuralia. May 15th is Mercuralia. What's the thing? Remember when Google took down everybody's video in 2012 that was showing about the correlation with Mercury and jabs, and the next thing you know, all that content's gone? Then a decade later, not even a full decade later, Mercuralia, everyone's going to get mass jabbed. It's just, you can't talk about it. It's a conspiracy theory. Oh, now everyone, we never see this before. Heart attacks at younger and younger ages. Oh, we can't figure out why everyone's got cancer at younger and younger. I mean, it's just a joke, you guys. It's a joke. And you're not allowed to talk about it because you know who runs all these big tech platforms? The same Jesuits. Look at Google. Google says we celebrate our birthday on September 27th, but we don't know why. Oh, I know why. Same reason Sundar Pichai equals 201. September 27th is the day in history the Jesuits are recognized by Rome to counter the 95 Theses, when it's the day leaving 95 days left in the year, and there's a high Jesuit ritual every year on September 27th, as well as August 15th, which is the day they were born in Paris, France. That's why Trump's brother died the other year on August 15th. It's why Afghanistan's government collapsed at the end of the long wars from 9/11, where the Twin Towers became 0 before they became 1201. All this stuff is just sick joke year after year. And anyway, I'll be quiet again.
That's really just some fascinating information. I really appreciate all of your work, and we should probably communicate more in the future, man. That's all sort of lining up with a lot of what we say. I've never really looked into gematria. I kind of, from a fringe sort of outsider look, I've considered some of it, but I'm so focused on my research and where we're going that I haven't had time. And so I really appreciate this time here and being invited here. And unfortunately, I got to go because I got a farm to run. But I wanted to definitely get in here and say hi.
You're doing it right. That's what we should all be doing. We should all be growing our own food in this age where they're promising to wipe us out. And I still remember back in the early 2000s, this is way before I knew gematria, but I was like, look at that. The news this week, if you're paying attention, is our Congress has passed a bill to make sure certain preservatives don't need to go on food labels anymore. What do we need to be paying them to do that for? We can't know about these certain preservatives? Oh, I guess because they're just so safe, they don't even need to be on the label. I'm sure that's the case. Until 50 years from now, the story comes out, oh, today NBC's breaking that 50 years ago, they took this off the label, and it turns out it's super toxic. That's how they treat us. And people are like, oh, man, they really messed up on that one. It's like, you really think that was a mistake?
Yeah. And so then the last thing I'm going to say before I get out of here is that the Trivium method helps us understand and identify when they're hitting us with logical fallacies and lies. And so that is the information they've been keeping hidden from us from the beginning now. And so I would suggest and encourage everybody to go look into the Trivium, Grammar, Logic, Rhetoric. And we do a Monday or a Tuesday night every other week Trivium Club, and we just have discussions, and we're trying to empower ourselves, because I believe that the well-developed individual is a perfect antidote to a tyrannical government or just tyranny in general. So it would make sense that if they took this information and knowledge out to dumb us down, getting it back into our system would be beneficial to our future inevitable victory. And so I encourage everybody to go check out Trivium, the Trivium method. And I got to go. But I really appreciate your time, man. Thank you, Zach.
Thanks for coming on. Appreciate the
cool,
conversation.
Buddy. And thanks, Jesse, very much.
You're welcome. And this is your channel, is the Forensic Historian on YouTube, right? That's the link.
I guess
it's at the Forensic Historian, but the channel is called The History of Propaganda. So
you got her.
There's a bunch of people that were asking about where they can find you. So that this is his at Forensic Historian, or the history of propaganda. And if you're researching just Dwayne Hayes, that's the way it popped up. With Diego Garcia, it didn't pop up. So
Okay. Come find me on Facebook under Diego Garcia as well. We're just doing like 15, 20-minute little documentary films as best as I can. I'm no great content creator, but we're doing our best. And so we just put one out on the Paris Peace Conference and the Inquiry and the Origins of the Council on Foreign Relations. So I invite everybody to go there. But I've already said enough. This is Zach's show, and I appreciate it very much, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much, brother. I'll be in touch about scheduling for another interview. And Zach, what about this eclipse? How does this eclipse numerically fit in? There was a whole bunch of fear that was put. They're going to put nukes up into it. They're going to light up CERN, all the emergency response unit plan, all this fear they put into it. And things just kind of slid by with, it not being very eventful.
Sure. Well, it's like I said, I mean, it would seem kind of obvious if they did something the day of the eclipse, but don't think that day didn't mark a countdown, and they might not have something much greater planned that will be perfectly coordinated with the eclipse. To go back to the earthquake that happened on Friday on Trump's golf course that they said was a 4.8 magnitude, I was showing how that day, how CNN's front page was 3 big stories all day. It was the 4.8 quake to get ready for the 4.8 eclipse. There was a story up there about March Madness, which the championship was on 4.8 down in Arizona, the 48th state. But then the other big story up there was Israel, established in 1948. And again, 48's no slouch of a number. In Gematria, Illuminati equals 48. Freemason equals 48. Big plan of the Illuminati was to infiltrate and correct the path of Freemasonry for the Illuminati's interests. Again, George Washington penned letters that are in the National Archive that people can look up about his concerns about the Illuminati infiltrating Freemasonry. That's why it's annoying when people are like, oh, Illuminati confirmed. It's like, see, you're the person who doesn't know anything about history. Literally, the first recognized president was concerned about the Illuminati. Oh, well, I watched the History Channel thing, and they said the Illuminati folded when Adam Weishaupt became a gambling addict and drunk. It's like, oh, so the most powerful secret society that the founders were, because in the history book it says that, it ended when he became a drunk. That must be true then, because the History Channel aired it. When you got Illuminati fingerprints all over for what's going on in the world, there's symbolisms all over the dollar bill. Donald Trump, all the Illuminati, Donald Trump, Mr. 48, Mr. Jesuit, Mr. I'd be saving the world right now. If I was president, I'd be stopping the world war. That's another 48 phrase, world war. And again, the thing is, they do oversell us in the media seemingly on how scary things are. People are always worried about these cataclysmic scenes they've seen in the movies. And as we know, they do bad things. 9/11 was tragic for the people who might have had debris fall on them, who might have been in that building that day. But that's about the scariest thing we've actually seen in our lifetime on our own soil. Could it get a lot scarier because this cabal hasn't been stopped? I mean, bombs rained down on people's homes, apartments in Europe during World War II. Almost all of Japan was firebombed during World War II. People got slaughtered in China, all parts of the world. There were a lot of people who died from those needless world wars that got the Jesuit fingerprints all over them, that were all by the numbers. I mean, look at Franz Ferdinand. Look, he was killed in his car, and on the license plate for Franz Ferdinand, the numbers on the license plate were 11/11/18, and the war ended November 11th in the year 1918. Is that an accident? I mean, the date of the end of the war. Think about it, you guys. World War I ended out on 11/11 at the 11th hour. All ones. World War I ended then. World War in Gematria, the word war alone equals 39, like World War II began in 39. Biblical number, Old Testament, 39 chapters. The Abrahamic religions all based in the Old Testament. Anyway, World War, the phrase, has Gematria 48 as well. So is it possible that there could be a third world war like Theodore Herzl wrote about? So far through the world wars, America's been involved, but hasn't been physically impacted on its shores outside of Hawaii, which was more down by Japan and acquired for military purposes. And we can say a lot about Pearl Harbor and what a ritual that was to get us into the World War. But Could we be, again, Israel's 75 right now, that headline from October 6, 1940, the way things are unfolding, could we be at a very critical moment, and could we be on the verge of a much greater war that's a lot more impactful to the people of the world, the people of this nation? It's entirely possible. And the way I always say about it is, again, don't live in fear, but again, having your mindset that this could happen, because if something crazy, if you live on the West Coast and something crazy does break out, world wars, all of a sudden there's major bombs in cities. They got all kinds of stories for you. The terrorists through the border, Korea's finally got a missile, whatever. China's revolted. Whatever it is, these things could happen. And it could be synced with the eclipse. It could be 48 days later. Yeah, again, so I like to think these things aren't going to happen. But just like in the way that Cornell's death was synced with the 2017 eclipse, it didn't happen the day of, but it was synced with that. They sync rituals off of the eclipse. So could something a lot darker be coming because of the way this eclipse fell on 4/8? Again, I don't know the future, but I do understand the psychopaths work by a code. And the other thing about 75 is, oh, shoot. It's okay. I lost my point, but just go. What's the next question, Jesse?
Next question would be, oh, that's a good question. We got 1,000 people here live with us on all the different platforms. Appreciate all of the stuff. I wanted to mention that, I'm all up for free speech, but when people come here disingenuous and every single word, that every single comment they make is just an attack, they're not coming here on any, honor or respect. So they don't need to be heard, and I will delete them. It's not up to any of the moderators. Again, if I'm seeing people disingenuous that aren't coming here for good conversation, sure, you can question Zach. Sure, you can, not agree with what he's saying, but do it respectfully. If you're coming here just to attack, I don't need that energy, and neither does any of the other people that are here.
Trust me, don't even address or acknowledge it, because the trolls are like, they're jerking off right now. They love it. Jesse, I have had trolls 24/7, 365 since 2015, every day harassing me, weird phone calls, finding out my mother, harassing my mother. They found out where Sweet Lady works, harassing her at her workplace. I have a serious troll network. I recently just took my first sponsor, and they had to cancel me as a sponsor 2 days later because the troll network just took over all their social media, wouldn't stop bombing them. And they said, we're sorry, Zach, we didn't realize that you had haters like this. Like, they're just ruining our stuff. So are you okay if we back out of this? I said, I totally get it, man. It wasn't a big deal. I was trying to help out a smaller business. No, I have a serious network of haters, and they're always here just writing the same crap. It's always the same crap. Zach went 5-9 yesterday. They leave that comment all the time because Zach Hubbard equals 59. No, it was more like we went 15-5 yesterday and hit a bunch of upsets, but they're going to write every day that I went 5-9. It's just dedicated trolling with the same phrases, the same annoyance, just the same compulsive lie. It's just crazy to be called a compulsive liar when my stuff adds up every day, and they're here doing the exact opposite. Again, the reason I have haters like this is because, again, it's plain to see. This work exposes what's actually going on in the world. We're not sitting here being like, oh, I'm not sure if things are planned out years in advance. I don't think so. I think maybe Donald Trump's still a good guy, and No, that's not what it is over here. We're dropping truth bombs, actual facts of who's running the world. There's nobody else doing it like this. There's nobody else who has a 10-year track record of calling the future before it happens, from news to elections to the market to crypto to sports to college to pro. We've been doing it undeniably, and it's sad more people in the world don't know. That's why I got to admit, I'm going to keep picking on the George Webb guy. Listening to his interview was so annoying to me, Jesse, and I understand he might be a friend of your program, and you've had him on 18 times. But that guy, to me, is what's wrong with the world. He's still advocating for politics. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He thinks he's super smart. He's taking slights at other people who need to get out from behind the computer and be on the ground. I agree. There is something to be on the ground. But honestly, if you're still in the place of, I don't know if things are being planned out long in advance, and I still like Donald Trump, literally your opinion is a detriment to the world. Your level of information is poison and toxin that just needs to be muted. I don't want to advocate for censorship, but these people are dragging us all to hell. If you're seriously using your time to advocate for Donald Trump, you're part of the problem, and you need to shut up as far as I'm concerned. Your rhetoric is dangerous. And for you to not know about Gematria and what just went down on the Key Bridge means you're not doing very good research, because you should have known what I was presenting. Everyone needs to know, because it's definitive proof of how scripted a ritual like the Key Bridge is, or what he couldn't answer about the earthquake. It's definitive proof about what's going on. And he loves Donald Trump and can't get the joke of an earthquake on his golf course on 4-5. I mean, come on. He doesn't get the joke of his ex-wife falling down the stairs dead 45 years after their marriage, or him being called the 45th president-elect on the anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall, when Berlin Wall equals 45 in Gematria. These are things you need to know in 2024 if you're going to be talking about what's going on in the world. Otherwise, you're stuck where all these people are, talking about they. I believe this. I don't know. Again, light years advanced past where George Webb is in terms of his research. And he might have way more resources and be able to get out on the ground way more, but he hasn't used those resources and ability to connect dots and actually figure out what's going on in 2024. And that's a major fucking problem, because we've had it figured out, game over level for a decade. And again, I want these people you have on, like Judy Mikovits, I got to call her out too. She's still kind of on the Trump bandwagon, advocating for Del Bigtree. Again, the problem with the Del Bigtree is every day they're giving you more evidence that you're getting fucked. Do we need more evidence that we're getting fucked? Do I need to watch another Del Bigtree broadcast about, oh, here's more scientific evidence I'm getting fucked? I get that. I don't need a new podcast every day about how I'm getting fucked and here's the scientific proof. I get that. What I need Del Bigtree to talk about, which he never does, is who's doing it, who's running the show, who's manipulating all this, who's authorizing this. How come our government isn't doing about it? How come they're going along with it? See, we have the answers to that question. What I can tell you about Del Bigtree is I was sharing nice comments in his chat over a year ago about the Jesuits and all the faces of the pandemic and how they're all Jesuit educated and how they were all working by a code and the same number patterns over and over. You know what Del Bigtree's moderator did? Blocked me from the chat. I wasn't even being rude about it. I was just sharing logical comments about how people need to educate. Blocked. It's like, oh, wow. And then who's Del Bigtree friends with? Oh, he's friends with RFK Jr. And I'm not mad at RFK Jr., but RFK Jr.'s a Georgetown prep grad from a family of very well-known Kennedys that are all Jesuit educated. It was JFK who coined the term Jesuit Ivy. But what day does RFK Jr. lead his opposition against the mandates? How weird, out of all days, he chooses Georgetown's birthday, January 23rd. Oh, that doesn't seem ritualistic. Probably had all their surveillance cameras there tracking down the most dedicated people to traveling, probably making a database. And again, people can't be afraid of this, but I'm serious. It's probably what the ritual is. They're building the surveillance state. What day does RFK Jr. get into the presidential race officially? He gets in April 5th, files his paperwork exactly 144 days after the Superior General's birthday, when his father was reported dead at 1:44 a.m. and his uncle JFK was shot 144 days from meeting with the Pope, and Lincoln blamed the Civil War on Jesuits and was shot on 14/4. And John Surratt, the Jesuits, the one guy that got away with the shooting and was protected by the Vatican until the end of his days. Donald Trump, the Jesuit, is at the Pope or with the Pope at the Vatican right after winning election on the 144th day of the year. This upcoming election's on November 5th. Remember the 5th of November, Guy Fawkes Day, the 144 days after Trump's birthday. JFK lost his child right before he died on August 9th, the day leaving 144 days left in the year. Just on and on and on. These numbers matter because Jesuit order equates to 144. Huge number with the Jesuits. It's just like when they came out of suppression. They came out of suppression 144 days after James Madison's birthday. The Jesuits, with their long 144 history, even came out of suppression 144 days after the sitting president's birthday at the time. Not to mention, in Gematria, the United States of America equals 144. Again, this knowledge shows you who owns this nation, who named this nation. I said before, the United States of America equals 99. That's also true. It was named on 9/9, perfectly synced with the establishment of the Illuminati on May 1st, 1776 by the Jesuit Adam Weishaupt. Again, this knowledge shows you definitively what's going on. That's why this past year on August 9th, there was a major political assassination in South America on the same day that they arrested a would-be Joe Biden killer down in Utah. And let's not forget, Jesuit Georgetown simulated that Biden would beat Trump in 2020, June 12th, 144 days before the election. Not to mention, just like how Jesuit order equals 144, so does President Biden. Again, it really does bother me that, you know, you have a See, here's what I got to say about Judy Mikovits. At the beginning of the pandemic, we all know that her video and Mickey Willis's video went viral, and everybody heard their video, and everybody heard about it, and then it got banned, and then they put out another one, and I think made a nice little profit off that because it was for money. But the thing about, again, I'm not mad at their video. It was great, the pandemic video. But the thing is, you watch all this content, it never tells you who is doing it. It'll take you as deep as Bill Gates or Anthony Fauci and show you their alliance, which is true. But then you realize the Jesuit strings behind them and how Bill was married to Melinda French Gates, who has the same birthday as the Jesuits, who comes from a family of Jesuit priests. William Henry Gates is another 201 like the Jesuit order. But again, that information goes viral, and it's fine. I'm not mad that it goes viral. It needs to go viral. More people need to see it. But you see how at the time their stuff's going viral, you're putting out a video showing what you know, and your whole channel's getting deleted. And it didn't go viral for even a second. You got deleted. Nobody heard about it. And it's like, how does it happen? Because, I mean, their stuff we were deep into the censorship game when their stuff went viral before it got taken down. Again, we're in the algorithm and stuff locked down from the second it's posted. How does their stuff even go viral? How come see, and you know what I heard Judy Mikovits talking about? She's talking about the cobra venom shit. I mean, this is just total bullshit. Like they stuck out all this snake venom to put bullshit.
But it's not bullshit though, because what a virus is venom. So they changed the word from venom to virus. So virus, technically anything is virus is venom. It's poison. It's poisoning.
I don't
so part of what
that.
the allopathic, but again,
trust
so
me, I saw the content too. The point is, here, you look at here. I'll make a point, Jesse. The name of the Judy Mikovits and Mickey Willis video in Gematria equals 56. So does the name of that Cobra video that went viral. It equals 56. Coronavirus equals 56. COVID vaccine 56. Anthony Fauci 56. Society of Jesus 56. Washington, D.C. 56. This was the number all these Jesuits used all throughout the pandemic. Gavin Newsom 56. Jesuit educated. He says, first governor to lock down California, says 56% of California is getting coronavirus in 8 weeks, which is 56 days. Donald Trump, Jesuit educated. His Jesuit education began in 64, 56 years before 2020. He went to Fordham like Cuomo, who was the 56th governor of New York. Jenny Durkin, 56, the 56th mayor of Seattle, Jesuit educated, first mayor with COVID in her town. Then Lori Lightfoot, the 56th mayor of Chicago. She's got COVID, the second case in the world outside of China. First Seattle, then Chicago. First celebrity with the virus, born in 56, Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks, who was in Sleepless in Seattle, where his wife dies in Chicago from illness. Then he moves out to Seattle. At the beginning of that movie, you see the Johns Hopkins, who helped simulate the pandemic with Event 201. Again, you start to see these number patterns and you go, is this all a coincidence that this video is 56? It's viral. This Cobra Venom shit's 56. Again, the point is, like, do we need, okay, we understand we're getting fucked and they've used some kind of medical-based idea to introduce the Trojan horse and some people drew the short stick. We get all that. Do we need it to go viral now that it was Cobra Venom? I mean, are we sure it was Cobra Venom? I understand that venom and virus have this overlap. What I did like about that is that video did take people back to the Vatican. I appreciate that. But you had everybody calling each other, because my mom, you have to understand, my mom does not care about my research. She listens to Del Bigtree every day. She listens to Judy Mikovits. She listens to RFK Jr. And RFK Jr., I mean, just doing mega 56 rituals right now. By the way, it's 56 years since his father was assassinated on the 5th day of the 6th month. But all of these people all work together. Again, RFK Jr., who's this prominent Jesuit, it's the link between all these people. And it's just like, is this more important to know, to speculate that it's Cobra Venom rather than to understand it's Jesuits and they're doing these number rituals everywhere? The same number over and over and over and over. And by the way, just everything was 56 the year of the pandemic. The World Series, the NBA, everything. Just, I mean, I wrote a book about this. Again, RFK Jr., I love his book, The Real Anthony Fauci. You know, we put out a book a couple years before his came out, literally forecasting when the pandemic was going to wind down as soon as the year of the tiger came around. A lot of people who read RFK Jr.'s book thought that maybe he borrowed some ideas because he framed a lot of the things the exact same way I did. Now, I have RFK Jr.'s book on my thing here, The Real Anthony Fauci. In that book, he gives credit to that red-haired comedian who I can't think of, who's viral all over YouTube and Rumble and all these things. He gets to go on Fox News. He credited that guy for the inspiration of his book. It's like, where in your book is anything related to this? I can't think of that comedian's name, but people know him, the guy with the long red hair. And I'm not mad at that guy, but I thought, what in the world? His book doesn't have anything to do with his research. A lot of people who read his book thought, Zach, it looked like he borrowed a lot of ideas from your book, the way things are framed. And I don't disagree, having read it and watched the documentary made on it. So, but all along the way, you can't get him to mention Jesuits or the pattern of 56. People need to know these things. There's a reason this nation began with 56 founders. This number is so important to our history, and it was so important to COVID because they put it on everything. Boris Johnson had to say 56% more infectious UK strain. All over the world, this number is used as a ritual. So the point I'm making is you can learn to recognize this pattern and see how they're doing this all over, and they're all Jesuits, and you can see how highly ritualistic it is, and then you can actually see who's creating the sorcery of the lies. The lab leak theory, the lab in Wuhan, established in 1956, and who built it? The French. Paris built the lab from 56. Paris, France equals 56, the home of the Jesuits, where Ignatius of Loyola died in 1556. Again, I get annoyed because everyone's talking about stuff that really doesn't help. It's not helpful to make an argument that it's venom. What's helpful is to know who's doing it and the ritualism, so you can see how they're literally lying to you. When the FDA comes out and says, oh, we figured out that the state with the most antibodies to COVID is Wisconsin because 56% of the population has antibodies. It's just like, look at this shit, just over and over the same damn number. And this is what I get frustrated about. Just people still lobbying for Donald Trump. Again, I hear it from Gary Webb to Judy Mikovits. And it's like, no, these people are part of the control structure. These are the people that are mocking us. These are the people that are in the club. And again, Judy Mikovits, I mean, just like, why does she have to eat up her airtime just getting into how much she believes in Jesus? It's like you won't talk about the society of Jesus, but then you're going to get into how much you believe in Jesus. That's not helping anything. And I did watch your interview where you asked her about that, and she's like, oh yeah, you should look, yeah, those people. It's like she won't even be caught on video saying the word out loud. See, like, that's what I look at. I'm like, see, so she's clever in the way she speaks. She makes sure she doesn't say, but acknowledges, like, oh, yeah, you're kind of on something, but I'm not going to say their name, Jesse. These people will not speak on the power structure that is behind this. And again, I have a feeling Judy Mikovits made out pretty well from how much money was raised from her Plandemic 56 film. So, yeah, that's what bothers me. Because, again, people think I'm arrogant. I've been saying the same thing for a decade. If people will get out the information I'm talking about, we could actually stop what's going on in the world. We could get ahead of what's going on. We can see the scam and the ritual and why it's the same numbers over and over. But you can't get these people to talk about these things. You can get RFK Jr., though, to, I don't even want to talk about what he did on March 26th with his VP nominee. I think we already got it. Or maybe we didn't because it was the day after we met. Look at this, you guys. Look this up. Go back to last year, September 16th. RFK Jr. was in Los Angeles. And supposedly some guy snuck into his security and they thought he was a would-be assassin. This was the scary story for RFK Jr. down in L.A. where his father was assassinated 56 years before this year. Again, Society of Jesus 56. Families Jesuit educated the Kennedys, including RFK Jr. at Georgetown Prep. But in Washington, D.C., which equals 56 like Society of Jesus, going all the way back to the 56 signers on the Declaration. But it was September 16th, 263 days before June 5th. 263 is the 56th prime number. But it was 56 days, or 263 days before the 5th day of the 6th month. By the way, Black Lives Matter equals 56. So does Ronald Reagan. He died on that day in history, June 5th. They painted Black Lives Matter on the streets of Church Street on June 5th in D.C. So there's always a big 56 ritual on June 5th if you pay attention. But this year will be the 56th anniversary of RFK's assassination in 68, that infamous year. But anyway, the scare was 263 days prior. So now on 26/3, 263, RFK Jr. picks his VP nominee, and she just happens to be born that same day he had the assassination scare, September 16th. But then on top of that, she's from where the Tacoma Narrows Bridge collapsed. And he announces it the day of the major bridge collapse in Baltimore, where they said the clearance of the bridge was 56 meters. And again, it was financed in 68, 56 years ago. And it's on Nancy Pelosi and other Jesuits' birthday. You can't see this is a sick joke. This is a sick Jesuit joke. RFK Jr. picked a candidate from the, I mean, for all you guys who think it's a coincidence, like my mom, like I don't like to pick on my mom, but you know, my mom barely made it out of high school. She means well. She knows things are up, but she always has to fall for some political hero. It always has to be, you know, it's got to be Ross Perot. It's got to be Ralph Nader. It's got to be Ron Paul. It's got to be Bernie Sanders. She almost fell for Donald Trump for a moment. Right now, she's going RFK Jr. crazy. She always got to have one of these puppets to believe in. Otherwise, she's just like defeated as a person. Right now, her whole heart is in RFK Jr. And I'm saying, Mom, come on. Getting in the race in a huge Jesuit ritual. Gives his first speech as a presidential hopeful on April 19th. That's like, they call that Ignatius of Loyola Day. That's the day that he became the first superior general of the Jesuits. That's why the American Revolutionary War began on that day. It's the real reason Waco went down in a huge Jesus tribute with David Koresh being the Jesus of Waco on April 19th. It's why the Oklahoma City bombing happened in a huge Jesuit ritual on their big day in 95. It's just, again, these people are so repetitious and their agents are all over. And again, they know you got to control the opposition. I'm not mad at the rhetoric of RFK Jr. If it was real and all I could choose between was RFK Jr., Donald Trump, and Joe Biden, I'd take RFK Jr. too. But I realize it's a stage. He's not going to win the vote. Even if he did win the vote, they'd still report on the day of the election that he got 0.5% of the vote, just like they did with Ralph Nader. Ralph Nader in 2000 was selling out basketball stadiums. And on the day of the election, they said he got 0.5% of the vote. Bullshit. He was the whole buzz. Young people were so into Nader. His message was on point. But then election day, oh, he didn't get any votes. Yeah, bullshit. Again, they're not going to give the third party that quota that they got to get federal funding. It's not going to happen because it's a rigged system. So people got to literally pull their head out of their ass, stop cheering for this puppet show, stop falling for all these Jesuit puppets. It doesn't matter how much you like their rhetoric. RFK Jr. is only going to take you so far, and at the same time, he's all on Zionist Israel's side too. But
that's where I saw him.
Anyway, I'll shut up, Jesse. Sorry.
That's where I saw when he said the stuff about, you know, hunting down the Palestinians and things, right? And so he says a lot of good things, but then when you look at where the loyalties lie, and anybody that, you know, sides with, you know, the genocide, the murder of women and children is not of a Christ at heart, is, you know, that's the Antichrist spirit, because no one would ever want a woman or anyone to die, right? Especially women and children. And, you know, that's horrific in itself. So you'll know them by their fruits. I know you mentioned a lot of Bible things, but, you know, I don't think that you're in alignment with the Bible being God's word. And, you know, neither am I, because there's a lot of horrific things that are in there that definitely doesn't come from source creator. But what about, you know, someone was, you mentioned something about the heliocentric model came from the Jesuits, but then you don't align with the earth being flat.
Right. Yeah. I don't think that those two, again, they've encoded the language in the calendar, and the calendar synced up with the zodiac and what's happening above. As above, so below. Astrology is another huge piece of this. But again, in the 16th century, that's when it was finally established. The century of the Jesuits, the century of the calendar, the language. That's when it was finally established that the sun is the center of it all. And again, you think about the language, the religion, the Son of God is what's being worshipped. The Catholic Church has been worshiping the sun in the sky's birthday on 12/25 since the year 274 AD, like the Jesuit motto, Isus Hominum Salvator equals 274. They've been recognizing Jesus' birthday on 12/25 since 320 AD. Roman Catholic Church 320. That's 46 years later, like Catholic is 46. Again, it's not an accident that the same pronunciation of the words son and son is the male offspring of God, the King of Kings, the light of lights. The sun is the center of it all. It's what makes life possible. It's the most holy thing there is. The wordplay is obvious. But again, the knowledge that we're at today, a lot of things were beginning to be understood around the time of the 16th century. There were a lot of advancements in the world by the time of the 16th century. And again, I mean, we're way more technologically advanced today, but just again, a lot of the things that were understood about the world, mathematical proofs, the way that the bodies above move, this stuff was understood back then because they've been studied for thousands of years. So you consider, the Jesuits were an intelligence agency that came out of the Templars that conquered all these holy lands and brought back all these relics to the church. You consider they brought back all of this knowledge at the time that all these things were figured out. Again, it was a culmination of knowledge that allowed them to establish and understand these things at this time. They've known what the cycle of the moon and how eclipses appear every year. Again, for people who don't know, the moon's on I want to say the word is synodic. The moon's on a synodic cycle, which I believe is 223 lunar months. And then again, the moon's also on a 19-year cycle. And if you notice, eclipses happen in these perfect cycles. Every 19 years on the same day. It'll be in a little bit different place in the world, but there's a reason that these different synodic cycles that are going every 19 years is when they have their total eclipse. But there's several of them going at once. And so you study a moon synodic cycle, you see that's every 19 years that the total eclipse happens. So this is how they figured these things out. And again, Jesse, here, let's make a point. Okay, a very special number is 108. It's a huge spiritual number. In yoga, there's 108 sun salutations. 108 is this spiritual number in all these different studies. Gematria means geometry in language. The word geometry, when you run the alphabetic order forwards and when you run it in reverse, doesn't matter if you run it forwards or backwards. Alphabetic order, A is 1 up to Z is 26, or Z is 1 back to A is 26. Geometry is an interesting word because it equals the same thing forwards and backwards. It equals 108. Wow. And what's funny is when you have an overlap, in the original system of Hebrew, they study the Hebrew letters within 14 different numerical ciphers. I teach predominantly 4 English ciphers. You learn them, you just really see how connected things are. But when you have a multi-overlap with a word in the study of gematria, it's known as gematrio, which is G-E-M-A-T-R-I-O-T. And that word equals 108. 108 as well. Gematria means geometry in language. Anyway, the thing about eclipses, the reason they say that they work out the way they do is because the diameter of the sun, they say it's the diameter of 108 Earths side by side. So the width of the sun is the width of 108 Earths. And they say from the Earth to the sun, it's the diameter of 108 suns. And then the moon, they say the diameter of the moon is from the moon to the Earth is 108 moons side by side. So they say that mathematical calculation is what makes it so they align so perfectly when they cross paths and perfectly block each other out. Now, is that math true? Is it contrived? I mean, that's up for you to decide. But essentially, a lot of the study of mathematics came from trying to figure out the way of what was being observed from Earth in terms of shadows and what, once they started to travel, they started to realize there's time zones. And they're like, well, wait a minute, why is this shadow at this degree and this length here? But when I'm back here in my hometown, which is up here on the map, the shadow's at this length. Again, they started to calculate these things thousands of years ago, and that's where these ideas like calculus came from. So that, and then they make the approximation of, oh, well, the sun must be this big and it must be this many miles away for this mathematical proof to work. And again, I'd say that I think they figured it out. I think that's why everything that's mathematically understood from where shadows should be and what the time zone should be here and when this eclipse should align. Again, that to me doesn't suggest the Earth's flat. That suggests to me that they figured it out and they literally like encoded a language in a calendar. And now they have this totally well-oiled machine that, they work by. And that's why they're like, oh, but Chris, I forgot to tell our friend earlier about Chris Cornell. Not only born on the 201st day of the year, but his hit song Black Hole Sun equals 201 in Gematria. And then again, Chester Bennington commits suicide on his birthday on the 201st day of the year of the Great American Solar Eclipse. Both of their deaths right before the eclipse happens. So yeah, no, what I see it as is just a mastery of understanding and really a brilliance of putting all this stuff together. And again, I mean, we're looking at this stuff from the outside in. I don't know to the extent that they know of how making these rituals come together, how it creates this energy field that seemingly keeps humanity in a trance and a coma and just marching along. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it seems like it's something like that. They know how to harness the energy and the ritual and use the seasons and time and just keep people marching in lockstep, except for those of us who question things, which is seemingly fewer and far between as time passes on.
Now, there's lots of fallacies in the math as well that they teach, right? Because, like just say multiplication. If you have something and you multiply something, it means to get more, right?
Indeed.
Yeah. So if you have two things and you multiply it by one thing, how do you still only have two things? Or you have 50 things and you multiply it by one, you still have 50, or say even 0. If you have 10 things over here and now you multiply it by nothing, how do you now have nothing? What happened to the 10 things? Like, there's lots of things even in math that they teach people that doesn't make any logical sense.
I don't know if I follow that, because I mean, mathematics is all based on proofs. If you don't have a mathematical proof, then you don't have anything. It's either right or it's wrong.
So if you have 10 on here and you multiply it by 1, how do you still only have 10? Like, isn't it multiplication supposed to have?
That means 10 one time. So that's what the language is. What's 10 two times? That's 20. What's 10 three times? That's 30. 10, because you have to read that. That's the way the sentence is. What is 10 one time? It's 10.
Now, what about multiplying by 0?
Well, what is 10 0 times? It doesn't exist.
So but that doesn't mean there is no such thing. That's a fallacy, right? If you have 10 and you multiply it,
what is 10 0 times?
Yeah, but 10 is still 10, but it's still 10 though, right? Like,
no,
if you have 10, but if you have 10,
it's here, Jesse, look at it this way. I'm going to pay you $10 a week. It's back in the day. We'll say that's a fair wage. You've worked 0 weeks. How many times have I paid you $10? We agreed that I'm going to pay you $10, but you've worked 0 weeks. So how much have I paid you so far?
0.
Right. You've worked 1 week. How much have I paid you?
Mm-hmm.
10.
Yeah, 10.
That's the way the mathematical sentences of times. By the way, I used to be a math tutor. I used to be a school teacher.
Math teacher. Yeah, no, that's great. I actually got 100% on my math departmental for my grade 12 math. It was me and some Oriental kid were the only two people that got 100% on this exam. And that was at the time, if your departmental mark was higher than your going in. I was going in with a 94. I ended up with 100% in my final grade 12 math.
Well done. Well done.
Yeah.
But a lot of us go through school and we never have a teacher explain things to us the right way either. Again, people who do well in math oftentimes had great math teachers that really broke things down for them and made it understandable and applicable. I just see some of the comments in the chat. People I was explaining this in 2015 when Flat Earth went viral on Google's platform. And again, they started having celebrities talk about Flat Earth, like Kyrie Irving, which most people didn't get because Washington Irvings, who popularized the theory that everyone thought the earth was flat until Christopher Columbus, which isn't true. Again, the Greeks discovered, these it's credit to the Greeks, but they probably really the Egyptians. Again, I mean, the pyramids are like a sundial. But what I explained in 2015 is I said, look at how viral they're making Flat Earth. I mean, it was just the most viral thing the summer of 2015. People weren't around then. That's when it took off on social media. And then all of a sudden, everyone was arguing about Flat Earth. And I was 2 years into my research. And then once Flat Earth came around, my comment section was just all people arguing over the shape of the earth. And then, I wasn't even mean about Flat Earth when it started. People would ask, like, Zach, are you a flat earther? Leave a comment. And I'd say, I got this comment asking if I think the earth's flat. And I'd explain why I didn't think the earth was flat, but maybe it's possible. I said, the only way I could see it being possible is like if we live in the Truman Show And there's like some crazy dome, and we can't even comprehend this Anunnaki race that's ruling over us. They can build domes as big as the Earth. I mean, I can't comprehend that. I can't logically explain that, but is it possible? Sure, anything's possible. Because again, you can't explain how you see opposite constellations from opposite hemispheres on a flat Earth. In my opinion, time zones don't work on a flat Earth. A lot of things don't make any sense on a flat Earth. I don't really want to go down that road. But the point is, I was saying, you guys, they got us arguing. This was my line in 2015, and it hasn't changed. They got us arguing over the shape of the Earth rather than what's going on Earth that needs to be stopped now. Because it was just so obvious. It was just so divisive. A lot of flat earthers, I'm sure you guys know the name Daniel Pratt. Daniel Pratt. You probably remember Daniel Pratt. Daniel Pratt. He's still making flat earth videos. Before flat earth came around, he was one of the biggest helpers of my research. He was doing his own research. He was presenting it. When he found out that I didn't agree with him on the flat earth, he turned into my biggest troll. He's making all these videos attacking me. And I was just like, this sucks, man. He was being super helpful and doing research and helping connect more dots. And now he hates me because I don't agree the earth is flat. We weren't even talking about this a year ago. And it wasn't just him. I mean, it was a million people. Crow 777. Crow 777, you know, when he started his podcast, he had me on almost for every episode. I really helped his podcast take off. I was getting bigger ratings at the time than he was. And he is finally going to have me back on. It's funny, he asked me to come on his show on 4/18, which is big Aleister Crowley Day. And by the way, if you guys don't know how Crow spells his name, it does equal 77 in Gematria. I always wonder about that. But, you know, I could tell that he got irritated with me because he was kind of more riding that flat earth thing, and I was not having it. And again, I know that was a division between me and him too. So again, when people come in here and just like, oh, Zach's toe shield and because you don't believe the earth is flat. Again, you guys, what I'll always say back to you is, again, why are you arguing about the shape of the earth? We need to stop what's going on Earth. And where's your model that proves the earth is flat? You don't have one. No one can explain any of the phenomenon on a flat earth. Or if you think you can, no, you can't. I mean, you take math, it doesn't make any sense. It literally makes zero sense. So anyway.
Just like you have, you know, your focus is on Gematria, your focus is on the Jesuits, your focus is on these things. You're kind of a bigger, you know, overall picture. There's people like, you know, Judy Mikovits, who focuses on what she knows, and she was very medically indoctrinated. So she's still pulling herself out of the thing, and it doesn't mean she's part of the club. And it's just like when you're saying the earth is, you know, not flat, you know, right away, this Sean, who permanently believes it is flat, he's like, you're CIA because you're saying it's not flat. So automatically when people label people because they're not in completely alignment or they're not doing the same thing, and they start attacking them and saying that they must be part of the club, that's the whole reason why we have so much of this division. It's okay that some people that are pulling themselves out of the programming are only focused on certain things. George Webb focuses on a lot of things. He's opened a lot of my mind to a lot of different things. I keep having him back on because a lot of his research is cutting edge on that. Even though he still likes Trump, it doesn't mean that his other research where he's planting seeds, opening the doors for people have any less value because he still, you know, feels that, you know, maybe Trump is on a good side, right? I don't look at a person.
Here's what I'd say though. Here's my thing. Yeah, he's planting seeds. It's like we need oregano right now to eat oregano because it filters heavy metals that are raining down on us from the sky. He's not planting any oregano. That's what we need right now. We need oregano. We need oregano to stop what's going on. He's planting petunias and daisies and all this stuff that's not going to help one lick, because at the end of the day, it's not that I disagree with him on a lot of things, but it's at the end of the day, if you still don't know about the ritualism and how planned out things are that are going on, and you're advocating for these rigged elections and these puppet candidates, that's super destructive, because that's exactly where the cabal needs everybody right now. And he's totally on board with that. And he's not planting any oregano. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so we have this comment here from Austin. Let me catch it. There's over 1,000 people here live with us, so the comments have been going off the crazy chain, just trying to keep up with it. But he was saying that now that we know all of this numbers, you know, how can that help us, you know, knowing the numbers in like moving forward? So, you know, some of these things, like how does this actually help us? Just repeating these numbers.
Again, I don't know. That person must not have been here through the whole stream, but just like things we laid out. Again, No, like literally, I don't think anybody else on YouTube was explaining why Joe Biden was going to be elected number 46, exactly 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday, in light of why JFK was assassinated at age 46 and why his son died at 46. It shows you the game is rigged and who's rigging it. Again, we were pointing out the same thing as Trump before he was even the Republican nominee, why he made so much sense for the 58th election. This shows you how rigged the game is. In 2015, I was laying out why 2020 was going to be really bad if the world didn't wake up because of how the cabal works in 19-year cycles. Not only was I right about 2020, but they proved what I was teaching you about 19 by giving you COVID-19 after 9/11 and 19 hijackers. This knowledge, you can take advantage of the market, Bitcoin, rig sports. There's so many things you can do with this. But you can literally understand the system. Again, my book came out in the middle of 2020 before the jab was even out, explaining what the jab was going to do because of what Bill Gates said, and also explaining why the pandemic was going to be ended as soon as the year of the tiger came around, which is exactly what happened. What I'm talking about proves who runs the show, how they operate, what their cycle is, what their pattern is, why Thomas Jefferson there had to be a revolution every 19 years. Again, some people have dedicated the last, ever since 2015, to proving the earth is flat. Did that earth is flat rhetoric help save lives? Because I know we probably helped save a lot of lives. I kept a lot of people from getting that jab and submitting to these agendas. Again, from studying what we studied, it saved lives. It changed people's life. Again, I got a number of homeless people in my community who are no longer homeless because they put a few pennies together and put a parlay together off rig sports that paid a whole ton and changed their entire life circumstance. Again, this knowledge is proof, evidence. It's evidence-based. It's pattern-based. It's historical. It goes back to the beginning of the nation. It's not, I don't use the word believe. I'm not into beliefs. Belief has lie in the middle. You hear people use the word believe all the time. We're not believing over here. We're showing, we're proving. Again, in the same way, science, you have to have a theory, and then you have to essentially run proofs to see if the theory is sound. I'm not going to say that what we're talking about is as sound as the most scientific theory that's irrefutable and hits the exact same way every single time, but it's very strong in the correlation. You see the redundant patterns over and over as we demonstrate. Again, when people ask me the question of what is the relevance of the knowledge, I kind of feel like there's no such thing as a bad question, but isn't it just like self-evident? Were you listening to what we've been talking about? I mean, the last time I was on here, I was talking about how important 1968 is to the cabal the next day and how they planned out so many things since 1968. Literally, the day after that live stream, we got a bridge falling down that was financed in 1968. Got O.J. Simpson dead in a mega ritual. Heisman winner in 68. Born the same year as the CIA. Again, this knowledge connects the dots. And I get you. Listen, I'm not trying to sound like an asshole in that, like, Judy Mikovits, a lot of things she says are true. People need to know it. People who are completely ignorant, they need to listen to Judy Mikovits. They need to listen to George Webb. But all these people, they don't. It makes me sad that, like, again, I sincerely think that every English-speaking person looking into what's going on in this world needs to know about this numerical code behind English because it's being used every single day to rig the show. I mean, within minutes of the Baltimore bridge falling down, we have a laser focus, indisputable proof of what a ritual is. Again, Key Bridge 86 comes down on the 86th day of the year on Nancy Pelosi's birthday, exactly 86 weeks after she shakes hands with the leader of Singapore, it was a Singaporean boat that took down the bridge. And then again, she shook hands on Francis Scott Key's birthday. And again, in Gematria, bridge collapse equals 128 like Maryland. And it comes down at 128 in the morning, 128 days from Francis Scott Key's birthday anniversary. On Biden's 128th day of his age, when a few years ago we were showing the bridge collapse joke of Fern Hollow in Pittsburgh the day he was there to talk infrastructure. Again, it doesn't make sense to me why everyone in the truth community is not like, holy shit, okay, Zach was talking about this 3 years ago. I finally got to help get this out. The American people need to know about how we were just hoodwinked in a major way with this bridge collapse. We got to look at how, yeah, it's true. Obama's movie came out on 12/8 and 128 minutes into the movie, it shows the bridge blowing up. These things aren't an accident. Again, this is proof of how orchestrated it is. This is proof of what predictive programming is. So, again, I listen to so many people just like talk all this stuff, but I'm like, okay, now what am I going to do with it? Okay, I know I'm getting fucked over. I already knew that. Okay, great. I'm getting fucked over by they. I mean, this is like what almost everyone's rhetoric reminds me of. It's like more proof that we're getting fucked over by they. They's not taking me anywhere. I need to know who. I need to know how they operate, what their next move is. That's what this knowledge is. Undeniably. Here, I'll put it this way. Did anybody else put out a book in the middle of 2020 revealing a pattern that manifested 10,000 more times in the pandemic and nailed exactly when the pandemic was going to wind down? Okay, if nobody else put out that book, yours truly did. You guys can all go read it. You can see the publishing date. How come RFK Jr., how come Del Bigtree hasn't had me on? How come when I'm in Del Bigtree's chat, he's blocking me? How come he's blocking me from sharing this, but then he's bringing on RFK Jr., the Jesuit puppet, and then they're at Georgetown, and here's now Judy Mikovits, who went viral and got super famous at the beginning of the pandemic, who still doesn't seem to know what from what and won't even say the word Jesuit on your own show. She's like, oh, yeah, those people. It's like, oh, thanks. Why couldn't you say their name back, Judy? So, yeah, I am mad suspicious of these people. Mad suspicious. Instead, she has to go, then she had to get into how much she believes in Jesus. I was like, is she mocking right now? Instead of talking about the Society of Jesus, how they got everybody caught up in beliefs and authority, which is what they've done to us. They got everyone caught up in beliefs and authority from a young age. Show me the child, I'll show you the man. Who said that? Again, we need people who will name names and prove it. And I don't see that from almost anybody else out there.
When we had Del Bigtree on our show maybe 2.5 years ago, we were supposed to do 2 hours, and I don't know, it was going pretty good for the first hour and a half, I think. And then I asked him about germ theory, terrain theory, and his whole mood changed. He said, I don't really want to talk about that. He mentioned it a little bit, went into it, and then he said, we need to wrap it up. And he quickly, after I asked him that question, he wrapped up, the interview. So I was, chatting with his producer guy in text and stuff, and then he just stopped messaging me back. So whatchamacallit, I'm not sure about that, but it seems again like he is doing good work, right? Like he's opening people's minds to a lot of things that is going on. And I don't have an issue with anybody that's opening up people's minds. Like he had Jim Lee, who talks about all the stuff that's coming, they're spraying in the skies, right? The stuff they're putting it into the fuel additives and all the stuff that's happening. So he's bringing awareness to it. And I think that that's the ultimate goal, is that we want people to become aware of what's going on in order for them to, maybe, stop it in some way, and I think that we want people to repent and do better and be better. And sometimes some people were in maybe nefarious places and situations, but if they're coming out of the darkness and they're whistleblowers, I think that, even though they may have been aligned with darkness, that them whistleblowing against it should hold some weight and credibility with people.
I hear all that. Yeah. But again, here's the other thing I'll add. I agree. A lot of people who are ignorant, it's not like the information Del Bigtree puts out. People need to hear it. Absolutely. I agree. They're putting out a lot of truth. But why is it that there's clearly a line in the sand? Because they're never a mention. Actually, I think there was one episode where he brought on a guy and he mentioned the Jesuits. Del Bigtree's just been broadcasting nonstop this whole time. Maybe one mention of the Jesuits in all these years when they're all over all this. People need to listen. The Jesuits have the biggest private hospital network in the world, biggest private education network in the world. You start to look at who made the decisions for the direction cancer's gone since the 50s in this country with the radiation treatment. Oh, go figure, that was all Jesuits. Anthony Fauci, who's the face of so many agendas, Jesuit, he became the leader of NIH in 1984. We won't even get into the Jesuits in 84. It's another big number with them. George Orwell's 1984, modeled after the Fabian, or George Orwell was a member of the Fabian Society from 1884, which also has Jesuit parallels. This is how sick it is. George Orwell's first book is Burmese Days, which in Gematria equals, Burma campaign equals 56. And if you go back and look, Captain Tom, who's known in the UK for the Burma campaign, he died exactly 56 days after Maggie Keenan was the first vaccinated person in the world for COVID, and her name equals 56. And you might recall she was vaccinated in Coventry, which means social isolation. And then the first man vaccinated in the world was supposedly William Shakespeare. Like William Shakespeare said, all the world's a stage. But Captain Tom dies 56 days after Maggie Keenan's vaccination, one day after Burma's government falls to its military, and Burma's government was established on September 27th, the high holy day for the Jesuits. But he also died 201 days after he was knighted by the Queen, the Queen ended up dying 201 days after her COVID diagnosis. And we won't forget that her father died unexpectedly at age 56, like how they inaugurated King Charles, or at his coronation on the 5th day of the 6th month, or it was May 6th, actually, it was 5/6. But again, there's a reason for all these numbers. The Jesuit Order 201, Society of Jesus 56, the first case of COVID in the world before they changed the date back to November 17th, because it kept getting backed up if you go back and look. But initially, the first case of COVID in the world was 56 days after event 201. And again, this pattern this 56-201 thing followed all throughout the pandemic. But the point I'm making about George Orwell is, if you read his book, Burmese Days, go read it. What's the first number in the book as you're just reading? It's just right at the beginning. The first character he has to tell you is 56 years old. And then you look at all these years later, the things he wrote about, just the control of tyranny, the use of technology, screens to manipulate people, and then just this huge 56th thing in the world at the time all these things are happening. And then you actually follow the breadcrumbs and you're like, damn, all this shit, it all goes back to the Jesuits. It's just so obvious. So again, if you have the right knowledge, which is, I'm telling you, there's a lot of things to know in this world. I'm not saying gematria is the only thing to know, but you learn this, you see just how these same numbers over and over come together, how they were used all over the pandemic. There's only one gang that really has a connection to them. And things just start to make sense. Why Gavin Newsom's telling you 56% will get COVID in 8 weeks, which is 56 days. And then meanwhile, Boris Johnson's over there saying the new strain's 56% infectious. And again, all the other 56s. Knowledge to understand. And why Adele Bigtree won't entertain what you're talking about. Why I hope. Again, that's what I was sharing in the chat. I was just writing out paragraphs of all the 56 rituals going on and saying, hey, will you guys please talk about this? All these 56s everywhere. And the next thing you know, blocked. And the next thing you know, your comment doesn't show up in the chat. It's just all deleted. And you're like, what? But then you watch, and you're like, oh, look at this. He's with RFK Jr. at Georgetown's birthday now. The most Jesuit thing there is on earth. Not to mention Anthony Fauci, Anthony Fauci, 56, Jesuit. Just like coronavirus. But Anthony Fauci, go back and look, January 10th, 2017, where was he? He was Georgetown at the Pandemic Preparedness Conference, saying he knew that there'd be a pandemic in the time of the Trump administration. And then it began in 2020, exactly 56 years after Trump's Jesuit education began at Fordham. And then you got Cuomo, again, the 56 governor of New York, and on and on and on. But Trump waited until Friday the 13th, 2020 to declare the pandemic for the nation, which was the date with 56 numerology. And Friday the 13th goes with the Templars, who are the bankers, whose crosses in the Jesuit logo. It's all so blatant once you recognize it. So again, I hope I'm making my point.
Yeah, totally. What's your thoughts about the family bloodline? So apparently the 13 families that most people think rule the world are the Astors, the Bundys, the Collins, the DuPont, the Freemans, the Kennedys, the Lees, Onassis, Reynolds, Rockefeller, Rothschild, Russell, and Van Dunes. But the 13 families who actually rule the world, the kind of hidden bloodlines are the Borgias, the Breakspears, the Somalias, the Orsinis, the Contis, the Chigis, the Colonnas, Farnese, Medici, Gaetani, Pamphili, Este, and Aldo Brandini. Apparently, they all have those bloodlines take turns on who's going to be these popes, the Black Pope, the Gray Pope, and the different bloodlines, different years they take, so that way they can kind of have balance within themselves. So what do you know about those like real family bloodlines and the other bloodlines? Like people say that Rothschilds are, running things, but it seems like they take orders from, as well as these other bloodlines. The Jesuits are the army behind the Vatican. The CIA is like the Catholic Intelligence Agency. These things that kind of report all to the Vatican. It seems like that's where all road leads to Rome, and Rome just became the Catholic Church or the Vatican.
Yeah, the Orsini family, absolutely. If I had to guess that there was one family that was more powerful than any other family in the history of the world, it's the Orsini family. And the reason why is because they've put more popes in the position of the pope than anybody else. And as they say, all roads lead to Rome, and we're literally on a calendar named after the pope. So Orsini's a family that most people don't know about. Are we still at a point where only 13 families rule the world? Again, they said there were 13 founding families of the Illuminati. It would make a lot of sense. If you spell out 13 as a word, it has a gematria value of 99, like the United States of America, and May 1st, 1776, the Illuminati birthday has 99 numerology, and then the country was named on 9/9. So, yeah, 13 all over the dollar bill with all the Illuminati symbolism, 13 years of slave school, 13 colonies, 13 stripes. The Committee of 13 overthrew Hawaii before it became a state. Joe Biden waited 13 days from the fire to show up in Hawaii for Hawaii's 64th birthday as a state. Joe Biden equals 64, like Maui, like Barack Hussein Obama, again, who was elected number 44 years after the Civil Rights Act of 64 when he ran on Hope, which equals 44 forwards and 64 in reverse, just like Maui and Joe Biden. But yeah, again, those types of things, it's like, I'm not going to argue at the end of the day what 13 families are the most powerful, but I will make a statement. Like, if I could say, one is larger than all of them, it's the Orsini family. And most people never even heard of the Orsini family because they're so caught up on the Rothschilds who keep all dying in Jesuit rituals. And again, you have to think, you guys, their name means red shield. Here's the way I really feel what the Jesuits have done. I feel like they've taken the Jews and they've put them front and center and prominent in all the obvious spots, like Hollywood and the ownership of the media and, certain banks like the Rothschilds. And they're kind of used like a shield. They're like, see, it's the Jews doing all this, but it's like, who's really holding up that shield? And again, most people are caught up on those Illuminati families, and a lot of them are Jewish, but they don't know the Italian families who are behind the popes, who, again, the calendar's named after, and the system we're on. So all these things are worth exploring. But also, here's my other message. Like, again, at some point, it's like, do we need to turn over every last stone and know every last little thing? Or is there a pile of evidence already here that shows that we're being manipulated ritualistically, we're being destroyed, our families are being torn apart? Again, people have to just look at the way they tip over the dominoes, right? They create needless world wars. It sends the men off to war. There's not enough men for the society, the economy, for the old ways. Now you bring women into the workplace. Women get a taste of the workplace. Now they make it a political issue when the men come back from war who are still alive. They make it an issue like, yeah, women's rights. Women have the right to work. Make it a big political thing so that women can get out there and work. What effectively happens? Okay, now women have the right to work. It's normal for women to be in the workplace. What happens to America? Oh, well, the labor force just doubled, and now economically the cost of labor is half of what it was. So now we get two parents for the price of one. Oh, now there's no parent at home to raise the children. So less children are raised at home, and now more are raised in state institutions, the 13 years of slave school. Now parents aren't home. They're working at the workplace. Once upon a time, it was mostly men went to boys' school, women went to women's school. It was only men at the workplace. Now you have a society where men and women are out in the workplace. They're in school together. Next thing you know, you got more affairs. You got more broken households. You got more parents that are always out of the home. More children just being raised by the state and the TV screen. Next thing you know, it's where we are now, where you have totally dysfunctional families. Everyone's cheating. No one's divorced. There's no family unit. You have a very easily controlled society by the state because there's no family strength. It's like all this stuff has been an unfolding agenda, like one needless thing after the next, and people getting suckered into agendas. Oh, I wore my slave muzzle and didn't say anything and stood 6 feet apart and became a guinea pig for medical Pfizer. And I thought I was just doing my part, but now I've created an even bigger medical crisis because we have way more disease and illness, and now we have a even more bloated medical state-paid-for system that's crumbling even fast. I mean, just the point I'm saying is they set the traps for us. People fall for the trap. You get a more broken society as time goes on. Do we not get it? Can we not stop it? Can we not get on the top of every roof and explain why these things are happening every 19 years and why Thomas Jefferson warned about the central bank and the cycles of 19 years and why he died on July 4th? Because I feel like we've had all the information for a long time now. We just can't get anybody to talk about it because Del Bigtree's got to give us the latest scientific report on how we're getting fucked by the jab. It's like, okay, I don't need a 500th report, Del. I get it. Can we talk about what's going on and stop it? Can that be the topic today? Can we say Jesuits more than one time in 4 years? Can we point out the huge Jesuit fingerprints that are all over this nation? Can we talk about how you're there with RFK Jr., the Jesuit, on leading the rebellion on Georgetown's birthday as nothing happens? I mean, society has to change. People have to find their nuts, and we literally need to revolt. I've been saying for people don't know, that's my real message. Organize, network, and somebody will be out there, Zach, we can't revolt. They have too much technology. Okay, that might be true, but there's still about 300 million of us. And I swear to God, if we all went to our state capital and said enough is enough, and everybody in the D.C. area filled up D.C. and said enough is enough, we know what's up. We want, again, we have to do something historic, rebellious. We got to shut down the elections. We got to shut all the shit they do to us. It has to be shut down. Not George Webb. We all need to vote for Trump. No, we don't. We need to all be outside the voting houses educating about how rigged the system is and why none of us should vote this time. We're not going to let them lie to us about the results again and give us their bullshit. I'm out here on the West Coast. Almost my whole life, it's like, what's the point of voting? It's 5 p.m. out here and they already called the election. I mean, recently in the 21st century, they made it extra manipulated, but almost my whole lifetime, it was that way. It was like, it's 5 p.m. on the West Coast. They've already told us who won. What's the point of voting? So, anyway, sorry, I'm rambling, Jesse. Go ahead.
Here's a question from Joe Smith. Can you use Gematria to stop events by exposing them before they happen?
Well, everybody, I know a lot of people listen to me and they didn't go out and they didn't wear their slave muzzle and they didn't get their jab. And again, had everybody read my book, in 2020 or listened to what I was saying every day on YouTube, when they ended the pandemic, as soon as the year of the tiger came around, just like we said, and I mean, literally in March of 2020, April of 2020, every video we're putting out is why they're going to do this until the year of the tiger comes around. If you go back and look, all the celebrities were coming out in tiger apparel, and Tiger Woods is having his master's dinner alone. And by the way, tiger and Jewish gematria equals 201. But again, I mean, just look at it, you guys, the way it was the middle of winter when the year of the tiger rolled around, and all of a sudden the world leaders are like, pandemic over. It's like, does this even make sense? This is like when flu is spreading. They're ending the pandemic in the middle of flu season. It just showed you how ritualistic it was. Didn't even make any sense. It's like, wait a minute, this is a time when sickness is spreading. You're ending all the mandates and rules right now. The airport mask mandate ends on the rapper Future's anniversary of his song Mask Off. In New York, they dropped the mask mandate on Kyrie Irving's birthday, who they synced up with the flat earth thing too. Again, I mean, you can see who's pulling the strings on all this stuff. Kyrie Irving, for people who don't know, was refusing to comply. And then they turned Kyrie Irving into the anti-Semite, and that's a whole nother story.
Book of Eli really wants me to ask you this question. Zachary, respectfully, why do you shut down any conversation regarding flat earth? Why don't you have an open dialogue? Do you know Andy Kaufman, Dave Weiss, Amanda Vollmer? They know it's fake CGI.
Well, I mean, I don't shut down a conversation. We're having a conversation about it right now. And again, like I said, in 2015, I just saw you guys listen to me. Squeegee out your third eye and ask yourself why Google made flat earth super viral. And then also Google, what they did is any flat earther, they thought they had it all figured out because Google put out the fake math formula, which was not true, for the curvature of the earth. And every flat earther was like, see, Google says it's this, so the earth you wouldn't be able to see 5 miles in front of you. It's like, no. The whole thing was just such an obvious setup psyop to do exactly what it did, create this divisive thing. I mean, again, I'm going to stand on my square, like I said, for 2015. I saw that it was a divisive psyop from day one, brought to you by Jesuit-run Google to co-opt the truth community, and that's the truth community, and that's exactly what it did. There were some real breakthroughs happening in 2015, including yours truly's research, which was starting to catch on and make waves, and then all of a sudden everyone's fighting over the shape of the earth. I mean, like literally in this stream, I'm showing you guys who's running the world and who needs to be stopped. And you guys are more concerned about, well, why won't you agree with me that the earth's flat? Because on a flat earth, there'd be no time zones. That's why. Do you guys watch the earth rise? Do you watch the sun rise? How, you guys, imagine a flat earth with your little, your flat earth disc, your flat earth pancake, and the sun going around in a circle. Wouldn't it matter where you were in the world where the sun rose in that scenario? Some people would see it would rise in the north, the south, the east, the west. It would depend on where you were in the world. If that's the way it was, if the sun just going around a flat earth, wouldn't rise due east everywhere in the world. But the sun rises due east no matter where you are in the world. No matter where you are, it rises due east and sets due west. So I want you to figure out a model on a flat earth where it's going around like this, how that could ever happen. Again, I get frustrated with flat earthers because you guys can't even comprehend things like that and you can't make sense of it. And you're like, well, it's the Truman Show then. They're just making it happen in the Sky Dome. That's it's a 1080p screen up there that they build around the whole. I mean, if you guys think that's what it is, I mean, it just sounds pretty far out there. And again, do we need to be? Is this a constructive argument to stopping what's going on? Again, I've been here for a decade, helping people come out of the matrix of misinformation, the bullshit of politics, sports, flip the script on people. What has flat earth accomplished? What's the flat earth accomplishment? You guys still haven't done the cruise and gone out to the ice wall, which you all say exists. Almost a decade, and you guys still haven't made it to the ice wall. And not to mention, I was making this point too, because the Jesuits founded HBO. That's why everything's a Jesuit ritual on HBO. You guys were all caught up on the ice wall while we're talking about the ice wall in Game of Thrones. I mean, literally, like flat earthers, like, they're teasing us about this ice wall on Game of Thrones. Well, they're teasing you by making it viral on YouTube and having everyone fight over this. Where's your ice wall?
Okay, so let's move on from that. Reddington has asked a good question. So you said that, that people need to organize and maybe revolt against this stuff. He says, what do you propose to implement if in place after said revolt, if this revolt did happen? I know throughout history, any time that the government turned on its citizens, started shooting the people, that was it for that. Enough people got together and stopped it. So if people did come together, there could be obviously some casualties, and this could stop this craziness from happening. What afterwards? Like what would be something? Would not the next tyrant, narcissist, sociopath, just the ones that gravitate towards ruling over others, would that not just keep perpetuating, especially if the revolt came from a violent place?
Yes, everyone asked this question, and it's the right question to ask, because what's next? Okay, first of all, I just want to say, even if there was nothing next, the revolt still needs to happen, because what's going on right now in the world is we're being made to pay taxes to a tyrannical government that uses our wealth to create needless death and killing in the world. That needs to be stopped regardless of what comes next. But you're right. There should be some kind of better plan so that, okay, we destroyed what's in place. How do we ensure it's the same thing doesn't rise back up, but even worse? There has to be a code. There has to be a code. Here's what I say the code is. We live by the golden rule, right? So once the structure, because again, the structure of our society is people are in fear of the government right now. And yeah, sure, maybe if the government's not there, some people act out and things get even worse, because right now those people aren't doing horrible things because they're worried the government would throw them in a cell or execute them. That's a concern. But this is my point. The code needs to be like this. If you get rid of, understand what I'm saying. The federal government is what needs to go. It needs to go. It needs to be demolished. It needs to not exist. If the federal government goes, we're still all under state government. Should there be an organization, an agreement between a United States, 50 states sharing a land? Of course there should. There should be an agreement between all decent people on earth. But we need to get rid of this federal government because it's massive and it even rules over our state government. See, the thing is, it's hard for me in Washington State or somebody in Oregon down below me or someone in California or almost anywhere in this nation because it's so big to go and hold the federal government accountable. It's thousands of miles away. But once the federal government's gone, now we have state governments that are a lot easier to hold accountable. And it's not just that we need to get rid of the federal government, it's that we need to then hold our state governments accountable. You guys, we know what time it is. We're all overtaxed on the federal and state level. There's so much bullshit. There's so much grift. There's so much corruption. Again, I'm just sick of the excuse. I'm sick of getting constant stuff in the mail to raise taxes to build another school. I don't want to build another school as a former teacher because this nation's churning out nothing for the most part, but like literal retards, meaning stunted and stupid. That's why all the best jobs in this nation right now, which are the big tech jobs, almost unanimously, there's no Americans working there because we're too dumb. And who's working there? Indians and Chinese, where they spend a small fraction of what we do on their schools, yet they're infinitely better. So we don't need more money for schools, okay? We need better policies. Instead of wasting our time about the federal indoctrination and the bullshit of this great free nation, which it's not, it's the free dumb, it's the emphasis on dumb. Instead of all that wasted time, I want schools that do exactly what India and China do. They focus on math and science. And again, because we have this major glut of anti-intellectuals and Dunning-Kruger effect, and I'd say that's what the whole flat earth community is. And I know that'll offend people, but it's like people who don't know shit about shit, who couldn't pass a pre-algebra class, who think all science is bullshit as they use their smartphone and all this stuff that's the product of science. Yeah, is there scientism in science bullshit? Absolutely. That's what COVID was. Oh, it's one mask today. It's no mask. It's this many jabs. It's no jabs. Again, that's scientism. It doesn't mean you throw out all science. It doesn't mean you throw out all math. We need a smarter populace, not one that's all programmed on ego and bullshit and false history and we're the greatest, most freedomist people there ever was. We don't need that population. That's what we have here. We need to understand that, okay, we're a society that, yeah, this might be a chaotic moment because we're taking down a government that needs to go. The most corrupt, evil. And again, people didn't understand that's the indoctrination. You don't see that your country came out of a genocide and has been at war nonstop and was built on slavery. This thing's been evil from the beginning. It needs to go down. And then the state government needs to be held accountable. And here's what I want. Way less taxes, way less bureaucracy, way less red tape. And I want a society that's about, in our schools, we teach people the value of cooperation and working together and honesty and why you shouldn't grow up to be some schmuck that'll dump toxins in the river because you'll make an extra $10 million a year because that schmuck who's so greedy doesn't realize that he just poisoned the land for all of his ancestors for an extra $10 million they didn't even need so he could have a 500-foot yacht and a collection of them. That's the problem with the people who rule the world. They're so greedy. Paul Allen, he has a yacht as long as Lake Union in Seattle. It's stupid. Who needs that? It's sick. And then Paul Allen dies Paul Allen dies the day that Pete Carroll sets the record for the Seahawks with most wins in the United Kingdom. I could get all into it. It was 206 weeks after the last game against the Raiders when Seattle's the 206. But anyway, it's just like humanity needs to say, like, listen, there's a whole lot of us, and we're all fighting with each other, and we're all caught up in our egos, and we're all into this materialism. All we really need to be happier people is an abundance of healthy food and time to spend with our family and loved ones. We live in the world of very advanced technology. For people to know this, years ago, the science fiction writers speculated that we'd be so bored in this moment because we'd be, the automation would just be doing everything for us, and we'd have just too much free time. What's the story about the Monkey Island where they finally got some free time because they learned tools and the monkeys started killing each other? There's an element to all that too, but it's just like, again, if society was focused on raising its young people to be good people of moral character, people who cared about truth and justice and helping their neighbor. And, again, that's all I can say is humanity comes together through an agreed to code and then gets rid of these monsters. And then whatever unfolds next is about, again, achieving these things. I mean, you get everybody to go outside and worry less about materialism and what kind of car they're driving and doing something more to help out their neighbors so they're not. I mean, can't we understand that the reason that there's, like, if somebody's suffering in your society and is desperate they're more likely to break into your car or your house, or maybe even maybe they even end up killing you. Again, we take. Somebody's like, this starting to sound communist. Again, that's the thing. You have these conversations. People start to say these things too. But again, if we could just get on a level of being less about materialism, more about cooperation, working together, having good, healthy food. Again, I always imagine if we lived in a society where a neighborhood, we didn't have to all be on the grind 40, 50, 60 hours a week to pay the bills, but instead we had a chance to know each other, and we had a chance to have a big community garden and make sure we all had good local harvest. Or if something bad happened in our community, we're friends with the next county over. They got an abundance this year. They're going to watch our back because, the flood happened here or the fire. If that happens to them in the future, we're going to look out for them and share our food. If everyone's just cooperating and working together and making sure nobody's homeless and nobody's starving and nobody's suffering. Again, that's the way, there used to be tribes. They say the greatest democracy in the history of the world were the Native Americans who lived here and who worked together like that and cooperated. Again, we have to get back to something like that. It existed once upon a time on this land we lived in. That we didn't have guys coming over here with gavels and writing laws and saying this is the way it's going to be, or you're going to end up in this cage and you're going to pay this amount of taxes to me. I mean, that's a system that came over here that doesn't need to be here. So I'm saying get away from that and get back to the way the old ancestors of this land used to be. If I was going to say if it's possible, it is possible. Where there's a will, there's a way. Does it sound like a crazy thing to achieve right now? Probably in such an ego-based, selfish society. But it's going to have to take a conscious effort for something like that ever to come back together. So that's what I'm saying.
I'm going to ask you about communitarianism next, if you know about that. But I just wanted to acknowledge this is the second most people we've ever had live with us. We're almost at 1,100. Donut was at 1,200 at the most people that we've ever had here on the Missing Link live with us right now. Someone in the comments said, I dare you, Jesse, to interview Flat Earth Dave and Amanda Vollmer. We've interviewed Flat Earth Dave like 2 years ago. Amanda Vollmer's been on our show like 3 times. She actually debated Dr. Paul Cottrell, germ theory versus terrain theory on interview number 200, which was a spectacular, kind of show debate for viruses, versus terrain. So that was important. Communitarianism. What do you know about communitarianism? And, the needs of the many outweigh individual rights, and kind of this theory where we're all kind of working together. Anybody who starts proposing it, you got the people that are, that's communitarianism, even though it aligns with how we should be within natural law. Again, you have certain groups of people that will attack anybody that seems like they're aligning with some of this New World Order stuff, even though it's not New World Order stuff. You'll get painted as a target just because you're saying we need to cooperate, work together, and that's what essentially what the communitarianism model is proposing as well.
So people need to understand the difference. But yeah, people connect these things, and there is a similarity, but the difference is Klaus Schwab wants to tell you how your community is going to be and control your community, and he wants to stay high on the hill and not have to abide by everything you have to do in the new community rules. That's the way communism, the people on the top, they make the rules for everybody else. What we're saying is people need to recognize it's a better world if people are not about just self-gain in materialism and wealth. The capitalists will argue, well, that's what strives innovation. And there's an argument to that too. But what I'm saying is, yeah, okay, we see what capitalism does bring innovation, but it's also brought the pollution of the earth, the destruction of the earth, the destruction of the quality of food, needless wars, suffering, antidepressants, anti-anxiety med, this Aldous Huxley type world that we're now living in, where over half the population's on a antidepressant or anti-anxiety, where people don't have family anymore because they're so separated. The child's always being raised in the state school. The parents are at work. We're saying there has to be an organic understanding of, okay, we have to do things to make the world a better place. And we don't need to be told by Klaus Schwab what it is. But I think everybody can understand the idea of, yeah, it would be cool if you knew your neighbor and you knew your neighbor wasn't going to screw you up. I mean, that's the thing. We live in a world now where I tried to help out my neighbor back in 2014 because he was out of work. I loaned him some money. He got excited. He goes, "You keep cash in the house?" And I said, "Well, I keep a little bit for a rainy day fund." He's like, "How much you keep?" I was like, "Well, I keep a few thousand around." He's like, "Really?" He's like, "You could get robbed for that." What do I know? A few days later, man, my doors kicked in. My whole house
Oh,
turned
no.
upside down. I kept a lot more than a few thousand in my house.
Oh,
It changed
no.
my life. And he disappeared out of town for 2 weeks. Comes back 2 weeks later with a brand new 30-some thousand. I lost so much, you guys, because I had a weed business that I ran out of my house that was legitimate in Washington State. Couldn't put money in the bank. It's embarrassing how much I lost. But none of that would have happened had I not tried to help out my neighbor. And it's sad that that's the world we live in. But that doesn't make me go, see, some people, it's like, what's the Wu-Tang song? Like, if I was a member of the Wu-Tang, my new mentality would be, fuck the world, don't ask me for shit. Everything you want, you got to work hard for it. There's a truth to that too, but it's like, that can't be the attitude. It's got to be like, if that's my attitude, I'm going to see how the world's going to fall apart. So even though I had that in my neighbor happen to me, I'd still like to help out my neighbor the next time they need help. I still do help out my neighbors. I'm not going to just say fuck the world because I had one neighbor severely fuck me over and like literally ruin my life. You know what? Had that not happened, when that happened, it gave me more time to, because my business was destroyed. I had a lot less time. I had a lot less of a time need for the business, and I had more time to do this research. So in a way, maybe it was meant to happen. I wouldn't have got as advanced the research had that not happened. But yeah, there's a difference between, again, wanting quality community and communism, and people need to learn to distinguish the difference. And the dynamics of the world are going to have to change before we can ever get there. And, I don't know if we're ever going to see anything like this in our lifetime, but if the world's ever going to become a better place, these things have to happen. There has to be community. Again, just take a moment to imagine the world where you're not on every parent's not on the slave grind. Every child's not in slave school getting indoctrinated. Look at what's going on in slave school right now. Now, what are they learning about? I thought it was bad enough with Christopher Columbus discovered the land where people live. Now you're learning about like why transgenderism is important and how it's just like, I mean, you wonder why we're falling further and further behind India and China. I don't think India and China are making their whole education about LGBTQ. And again, just imagine you have a world where the family's together. By the way, I mean, you look at the society of the past. Oh, I mean, look at the construction from hundreds of years ago. Look at how intricate it is, how amazing the buildings are and the architecture. Where did all those skills go? Now, the father who knew how to do that eventually couldn't pass it down to his child because his child had to be in state school all day, learning about Christopher Columbus. Next thing you know, you have this very unsophisticated, unskilled society. Once upon a time, there was community, and you learned from your elders, and you knew who your neighbors were, and you knew where your food came from. We need to get back to that world. It used to exist.
Did you ever see the military commercials? And they said, this is the U.S. military, and they showed that they were including all of these other, type of alternative lifestyles, and then they showed this is the Russian one where they're kicking in doors, and they're like, it had nothing to do with inclusion of people's different sexualities, and it just shows what a different path America's on compared to some of these other countries that feel that America is still a big threat with the 900 military bases that are all around the earth trying to impose their democracy on the entire world.
Indeed. And I mean, you look at like societies in the East where they have respect for each other and property. And I mean, it's out here. You put something nice outside, it's going to be stolen in moments. You see how societies can learn different values, and the stuff we've been learning in America. And again, I mean, the school system is just so instrumental. It just teaches competitiveness rather than cooperation. And there is a place to competitiveness too. I mean, it does, iron sharpens iron, and it leads to achievement. But again, through cooperation, you can also get achievement and synergy. And yeah, it's just America needs a different value structure. And I've always said, in our states, if they want to keep the slave school system, just the curriculum needs to change. So kindergarten and first grade should really be about learning to work with one another and cooperation and the importance of community and treating each other with respect. and the golden rule and how we all benefit if everybody lives by the golden rule. It's like you go in the grocery store and you steal, you know that ultimately that stealing, it does cause to raise prices, and now everyone's paying more for your own selfish gain. Again, we need to understand the importance of why, again, and it's not just like the Bible. These are all spiritual teachings, just the importance of guilt, self-respect, respect for others. If this was the foundation of our education system, you'd see a tremendous difference in society. And then, with school, just a lot less time with bullshit and more time with language and being an effective communicator and confidence and being sound mathematically, philosophically, scientifically. These things can happen if you have the right teachers, the right curriculum. And again, a huge part of what's wrong with this society is how purposefully bad our school system is. There's the book written, the Purposeful Dumbing Down of Society, and the measures that were being taken after World War II to make sure that you had a population of useful idiots, which we certainly have here in the U.S. today.
How much do you think this whole scarcity narrative is actually, some of the big problem what we're all facing? Because if everything was abundant, you wouldn't have the crime, you wouldn't have things. If everybody had their basic needs met, things would be a lot different. And scarcity, this narrative, because there should be abundance of everything for everyone if we were living in a balanced society, how much is that, causing some or most of the problems that we are facing?
Yeah, again, if there's an abundance of quality food, you have a very healthy society. You don't have people starving and robbing each other to stay afloat. And again, some people will say, well, that's a communist idea, but at the same time, it could also be a sound policy idea to make sure you have a proper society, if you will. And again, it doesn't have to be done in a communist way. It can be done in a way where, the government, instead of being this thing that controls it all, is encouraging people. Listen, we're making it so you don't have to pay all this tax money anymore. We're encouraging you to take your wealth and create innovation in your society and work together to create community farms. Instead of having Tyson chicken dominate your society, we want you guys, because again, these huge corporations that control so much of certain markets like Tyson and chicken, they're also heavily subsidized by the government. Instead of subsidizing major corporations, subsidize the actual community so that they can have community. Again, just the power of community is so important for people to know their neighbors, know who they can trust, know where their food goes. They don't want this because, again, we have a society where they want it centralized and controlled. We need power back given to people and individuals. And yeah, I think did I answer your question?
Yeah. All good. So what's next? Like, what's next for you? Do you see, like, all the work that you're putting into this, are you seeing results? You said you've obviously helped some people, saved some lives. I've been doing the same. I've been at this for, 30 years, rattling these cages, making people awake and aware to what's going on. Lots of people have been turned off getting the injections, getting more injections, because of the work that we're doing. But what do you see is around the corner? Any of the numbers telling you some stuff is in the near future? Apparently this year is supposed to be a pretty eventful year for a lot of these narratives. The election is coming up. What do you feel is going to happen this year?
Okay, so we just passed an important milestone. It's actually a date that we set way back in 2013 when I started. I was always very concerned about what would happen in the world on the 44th anniversary of the unveiling of the Georgia Guidestones. And of course, the Georgia Guidestones were those 19-foot tall monuments that were like a sundial in the 19-year cycles. But the first rule was limit the Earth's population to 500 million. And the last rule was be not a cancer on the Earth. So March 22nd this year was the 44th birthday of the Georgia Guidestones unveiling. And Georgia has Gematria 44 and genocide has Gematria 44. The last rule is be not a cancer on the Earth. Cancer equals 44, like chemo, like kill. And the big news story this year on the 44th anniversary was Kate, coming out from the royal family and saying she had cancer. You know, people are speculating on where's Kate because they hadn't heard from her in forever. They were speculating on AI photo of her, photo edit. Well, it ended up that she had cancer, and then she comes out on the 44th anniversary. Now, a huge company in Georgia that same day, Chick-fil-A, which equals 44 the way they spell it, they came out that day and said they're no longer going to use high-quality chicken because they can't ensure that with this high-quality chicken that they can keep up with demand of their growing company. So now they got to go to like the Tyson GMO chicken to make sure there's always an ample supply. Chicken is one of the most consumed foods. And people are eating these GMO breeder chickens that have been genetically modified to get really fat and big really fast so that you don't have to give them a lot of feed. And in no time, they go from a little cute chick to a big, profitable, fat, plump chicken that they can sell in the grocery store. You know, I look at these things and I say, see, I think these are clues about how they know they're making people more sick and more ill. And if you're eating the flesh of a bird that's GMO, that's meant to get fat really fast, is it possible putting that meat in your body when you live a very sedentary life and hardly move? It's also making you a lot fatter, a lot faster. I'd say the answer to that question is yes. And again, eating these GMO things that aren't, you know, our ancestors didn't even eat things like this because they didn't exist 50 years ago when just pretty much all food was organic. What are the health consequences of this? Why is Chick-fil-A of Georgia making that announcement on the 44th birthday? Here's another big fat 44. Pfizer. Pfizer bought Seagen, the cancer fighting company, on the anniversary of the COVID shot going live. 44 is this deadly, fateful number. That's why we were worried what would happen the day of the Georgia Guidestones turning 44. And then you also had the big attack on the Russian concert hall by the numbers. And there's a lot more to say about all these things. But again, those Georgia Guidestones were put there on March 22nd, 1980. They come down on a Skull and Bones member's birthday, George W. Bush, which was also Daniel Coit Gilman's birthday. Again, they came down on 7/6, the 76th birthday of George W. Bush, when Skull and Bones equals 76. Daniel Coit Gilman's the founder of the Johns Hopkins University, who's a Skull and Bones member. Again, just other words that equal 44 that are interesting are hospital and medicine. And again, a lot of weird stuff goes down in hospitals. A lot of weird policies in the time of the pandemic that seem to maybe get some people out of here with the respirators. By the way, look at the big, huge respirator contract that the government had and how the machine that they subsidized has 201 on the side. Again, I wish these things were a joke, but they're not. And again, medicine equals 44. I mean, you think about it. It's just like, I mean, look at everything going on right now. More and more people getting put on more and more meds that have more and more crazy side effects. And most of these meds that are being taken are meds that people wouldn't have to take if they were just more disciplined about their diet, if they'd eat healthier, if they'd eat less, if they'd exercise, then they wouldn't even need the med. And then again, you see the side, you know, they have the nice shiny commercial with the beautiful actors running through the flower field, but then they have the voice while the scene's going on, while you're distracted with the scene, reading all the crazy side effects and how you can have bleeding from this orifice and this problem and this possible cancer and tumor and this possible premature death and heart attack. It's like, God, people are seriously taking a drug with all those potential risks when they could just eat better, when they could just exercise. But they've created this lazy, inept society, this instant satisfaction, pill-popping society. I mean, again, every grocery store is full of all this junk processed food. It looks like there's 80 different brands in the grocery store, but is there really? Oh, there's like 5 that own all these companies, like 5 major corporations controlling all the agriculture products in the store. And then the most profitable part of the grocery store is the pharmacy part. That's everyone's getting treated from all the junk food and trash they're eating. So again, again, because of these problems, we're having to pay all this money each month for insurance, and government's having to pay all this money for, you know, all the medical problems they've created that are treating all these ailments that are totally avoidable if we would just get logical about society. It's like, okay, if we had a society where people are outside, moving, exercising, and just like, again, like past society where everyone wasn't obese because they were out moving their body. Now we have this sedentary, again, even us right now, we're guilty. We're sitting here in front of computers all the time doing research to try and wake up the world. But I mean, Jesse, I see that you put a lot of time into this. I put a lot of time into this. My greatest regret about what I've been doing for the last decade is I'm a lot less active. I used to always be in the gym, playing sports, rec sports, out with my friends. These days, I'm spending way more time in front of I'm getting sucked in too, but again, they've just created this world where we're all less healthy, we're all less human. Or instead of being out, I just remember Facebook came out when I was in college, and I just stayed away from. I was also the last person to have a smartphone. I was the last person to have a cell phone. I saw where they were taking us, just to the infinite screen. And now, back in the day, kids, there wasn't Facebook to run home to and post your social media. It was, let's go hang out. Now it's, let's interact through the computer and see who gets the most. I mean, we've allowed this technocracy, we've allowed this world to be created, and really we just have to break it all and get back to what the human being was, a social creature that's supposed to be around its family, its friends, its neighbors, interacting with the earth. I mean, these are the things we have to figure out how to get back to and to have the time to do it.
Do you think that we'll get back there, or do you think first natural selection has to take place where a lot of the people that are fully immersed into taking these pharmacia poisons, eating this shit food, using this technology, getting away from, staying healthy and active and all these things, do you think natural selection is going to have to take those people out before we can get back to, a healthy, balanced society again?
So that's what I see in the future. Whenever they pull the string to, because again, I do think they're sincere about what they've etched in stone about getting the Earth's population down to 500 million. Again, it's just like that show Utopia about the billionaires faking the pandemic to get the Earth's population down to 500 million. That number, where it comes from, the 500 million, is again the around the start of the agricultural age. They believe the Earth's population was 500 million. Which is the natural population for what the Earth naturally can sustain. So there's a rhyme and reason to that 500 million number that they etched in stone and made the show Utopia about. Again, part of the reason in the age of oil, in the age of burning oil in mass production, in huge factories, in constant energy and electricity, it's allowed the world to grow in population because there's just way greater abundance of everything. But then it also takes a toll on the earth because they're having to tear down mountains to get more coal to burn the furnace to power the city. Again, you drive through them. It's funny. There used to be, when you used to drive through Montana, there used to be mountains there that literally aren't there anymore. It's now a plain because they've literally torn down whole mountains with giant-sized Tonka trucks to pull all the coal and resources out. I mean, we're doing that all over Afghanistan. That's a huge part of the reason we went into Afghanistan, to take what's out of those mountains to build all these smart devices and contraptions and the batteries that are now sustaining the electric vehicles and the battery stuff that's everywhere. Again, to build this technocracy, they have to tear apart nature. And again, to get back to a world that's more imbalanced, there just has to be less people. So yeah, I see a future where there is a lot less people, and maybe they finally do implement all the technology of the day. And maybe for that lucky population that gets to survive, the world, maybe the Illuminati and New World Order actually does have a beautiful, a better world planned. Again, I'm not advocating for it. Don't get confused. But maybe they really do have a much better world planned for the survivors, where it is a lot cleaner and it is a lot more balanced. And maybe finally now there's an abundance of great food in family last time. I don't know. But maybe it's only their chosen bloodlines that are surviving. Just like in Utopia, they choose that the only people who get to survive and experience it are the Romanian bloodline. Again, I don't want to sound like I'm being sympathetic to their policy, but it is possible that they do ultimately want to bring about a better world through very evil means and through a very highly controlled and well-planned agenda that we're now living out right now. So it remains to be seen.
I don't see the world as overpopulated. I think if things were run where food was grown locally around every city, you could provide the food for the people. I think that, the population isn't the problem. And this, kind of New World Order plan that, they have is mostly transhumanized, injected people. I don't know about the bloodlines, whether they're eating this GMO shit food and, getting all these injections. Maybe, maybe not. You see even some of these royal pigs that are getting cancer and things like that. Like, I don't know if, this is just part of the show and that's not really happening because they want to sell more people on getting injected by their bullshit. That's why they come out with these, oh, this royal's got this, and oh, they're going to try this. And I don't know why, it's coming out, but I think that a lot of their soldiers have been injected. A lot of their police, a lot of their foot soldiers, their ground soldiers, like, do the actual Jesuit, army of them, or have they been injected too? Is that part of the control where they're going to inject them with whatever, these nanobots, and they can control their own soldiers? Their own soldiers don't revolt on them. That's a possibility as well.
I totally hear what you're saying. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of signs that show that they could be building a society like that, where maybe the 500 million remaining are all hooked up to Neuralink and totally under mind control and just used as the most useful population of idiots for the ruling class. I mean, the way these people are, how they're so hell-bent on control, that probably is where they're actually taking it. And again, regardless, I mean, my point is you can speculate on this stuff all day. I don't want to live to see it. And I just wish people would say, just like I've said, okay, I acknowledge who's running the show. I see I'm on their calendar. I'm speaking their language. I see the way their rituals are unfolded. I see the way they're playing games with us. I see the way they're using our lives to make profit off us and make guinea pigs out of us. I want to stop it. I mean, to me, that's the bottom line. I can speculate all day on the future and what it'll end up looking like. I'd rather just figure out, like, how are we going to organize and make it happen? And how are we going to get people to give up the hopium of Donald? Again, look at all the people. Imagine if instead of in the minds of all these people who are on the hopium of Donald Trump, if in their minds they were all talking about, people think this sounds arrogant, but if they were all on board with exactly what I'm saying, I feel like then they'd be seeing clearly, and they would be like, okay, I get it. Revolution or bust. There's a lot of us. I think we can do it, because we could. We could. Some of you guys are just so filled with fear. You're like, oh, they have way better technology. They'll destroy us. You guys, there's so many of us. There's so many of us. I think we would win if we organized a network and said, yeah, let's do away with the federal government today. Today's the last day this federal tyranny ends. We're ending it today. But again, if also, here, for people to say, well, Zach, how you make it happen? I've been saying for years, and I've been hosting a website for years, freetofindtruth.com. It's totally free to use. You can get on there. You can share as much information as you want. It's censorship free. You can find out who's in your community. You can organize. You can network. If everybody was using that website like they use their Facebook or whatever social media to literally organize and network and get out and wake up people in their community, I mean, I don't see why we can't do these things. I mean, right now, we could all invent an even better app and be like, okay, we are the truth seekers determined to end the tyranny. We're all making this move today. I don't care if we got work or school. Today's the day that we move like this and we shut down our state governments and our federal governments with a list of demands. And that list of demands is no more. We know about the propaganda. It's done. The fascist spending of money. It's done. We know what you just did with the Key Bridge. Done. We know what you did on 9/11. No more. We know what you did with the BP Gulf oil spill as Dick Cheney's Halliburton got the contract for the cleanup. I mean, all of this stuff needs to be exposed and be done with. No more psyops. No more false flags. No more needless this, no more needless war. We're done with all of it. We're not sacrificing our children anymore. We're up on the game. It's over. You guys are going to stand down. No more. No more your fake elections. It's done. And instead of going like, well, who's going to run the nation? We don't want someone to run nations anymore. We don't need, again, we need we need more power in ourselves, more faith in humanity, more organization and cooperation. More localness. We don't need a federal government. A state government's enough. And do we even, state government would be the next thing. Like I said before, if all we have is state government for all of us, we can hold that accountable. Everybody can get to Olympia, Washington, where I am, within 3-4 hours, no matter where you are in Washington State. That's feasible. If we have to go there and say, no more, we're not doing this anymore. No more of this. Well, I mean, that's the problem too. We've been able to see the poison of federal government in Washington State. Our state legalizes marijuana, and then people set up a business and create a business that's legitimate within the state, and then the feds come in and raid their business and steal all their money and destroy their store and then put them in federal court and federal lockup. It's like, this is why this thing needs to go. It's too big, it's too powerful, it's too disruptive, and it's way too corrupt. So I know I'm talking in circles, but go ahead, Jesse.
Well, no, but there's a lot of different sections, facts, people, underground movements. I know of people that I've talked to, they're trying to rewrite constitutions. Like, there's a lot of things that are happening that aren't being publicized, that aren't on social media, of groups and factions that are looking to, stop this nefarious government from what's going on. I think everybody plays their role in the awakening. I think that people that need to hear what you're saying is going to gravitate towards you. I think that people that need to hear what the missing link is about is going to gravitate towards here. I think that we are at a precipice, and I think that this pivotal time in history is going to show what way we're going to go. I think we are in a critical time, and I do have ultimate hope and faith that we can overcome this dark cloud, this shadow government, or whatever it is that is pulling the strings, because of people like yourself that lead by example. And when you're standing brave against the system, it's not a popular thing, as you can see. I don't think this is the most trolls I ever seen. You have even more trolls than Judy Mikovits did when she was on. But it's not a super popular thing to do what you're doing. But when you stand brave, you help others to be brave too. And I think that's where we need to find our square, stand on our square, and men need to find their balls again, and to become brave. And what's the alternative choice if we don't stop this new world order from the beast from feeding off of everybody and everything on here on earth?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I often call what we live in the beast system. And again, it's evil. And people have adopted the language that when they vote for their leadership, they're choosing the lesser of two evils. And it's like, how long is this going to be the cultural attitude that we settle for the lesser of two evils? What happens when you keep voting for evil? Do you not live in an evil world? Do we not live in an evil world right now? I mean, if you're awake, obviously, you see we live in an evil world. And that's the thing. I just see most people, again, it's the Matrix movie. There's a lot of people who think they're awake who aren't awake at all. And, like, hello, flat earth community. Like, oh, that's all you guys care about. It's not even helpful. And, like, I'm going to pick on George Webb too. George Webb was that guy. George Webb's like, literally, because I listen, man, and I saw how he was taking a shot at people who he thinks like do online research but don't get out, so they don't know what they're talking about. But then here he is advocating for Trump and doesn't know that things are planned way out when they obviously are, and doesn't know about gematria. And quite frankly, I've said this before and I mean it. If you don't know about gematria and what this knowledge reveals, to me, you're an irrelevant researcher in 2024. You're irrelevant. You're a horrible researcher. Your opinion sucks. It's worthless as far as I'm concerned, to be perfectly honest, because nothing, and this is a true statement, nothing reveals more about what's going on than understanding this code of letters and numbers and how your government operates every day. And you can see right through the puppets. And again, you can prove how the sports game is rigged right alongside the election and how it's all synced up together. And that's why Trump's having his convention in LeBron's stadium right after he wins on the real King James's birthday, when the real King James died at age 58 and biblical's 58. And then Trump's winning the 58th election. And then LeBron's becoming 4-6 right before Biden becomes 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday, and a million other things. All of these things are being controlled by the same people. And for all people who are like, oh, I don't know about this, and it's 20, I'm sorry, you're just part of the problem at this point. It's like, again, to be on the cutting edge of research at this day and age, you need the computer. If you don't have a computer, you can probably do great research. Like Manly P. Hall was doing great research before computers. But the thing about Manly P. Hall is, in his book, he introduced this idea of there being a numerical code behind the English language, but he even said in his own words, he doesn't know if it's worth anything. He doesn't know how relevant it is. What made it possible for me to take what he wrote and put the research together and really connect the dots was the power of the computer and how much information is accessible. And he didn't have that tool, which we have in this age. if you're not using the tool of gematria and you're just sitting here speculating on what you believe or you're not sure about, I'm sorry. That's not good enough. And when you're not good enough, you end up with false conclusions. And then you spend your time telling your audience that we need to vote for Donald Trump. And you don't know the answers to questions that you need to know the answers about, because those answers are super important. And there's people who've done way better research than you that you need to spend some time learning about so you don't sound so ignorant. And again, that's my real thought about this. I call it the fake truth community, and it gets a lot of views and it gets a lot of publication, and they share each other's names. You just brought up Donut. You know, Donut hasn't been around here that long. Donut became very popular because a lot of people will share Donut's name and his information and have him on as a speaker. And the thing is, like, I'm not hating totally on Donut, but he, well, Donut. But Donut's like here for fun. He's here for fun and like, oh, this is cool to research and this is cool. And then whenever he plugs Gematria, he now plugs two people who make false predictions all the time, who are nonstop fear porn. And it's like, why are you plugging these people for Gematria channels when you rarely bring it up and they're not good at it? And they're not really helpful, and they're not like, he won't mention my name, but he'll mention people who learned from me in recent years who now do pretty mediocre Gematria content. He's aware of who I am because him and I got on the stream one time. He's like, hey, Zach, I have your book. And then he ran away in the background for 10 minutes to avoid having a conversation. And then I told him I could only be around. He's spinning in the background right around. I was like, oh, I can't find your book. I thought I had it. Then this guy's a goofy guy. And again, you know, the types of things that the donuts of the world do. Donut might as well be disinformation, because he recently had on another researcher whose name's escaping me right now, another guy that gets traction and people interview. But Donut, when he brought him on, he goes, listen, there's some people out there that saying numbers and secret societies are important, but that's not really what it is. It's the intelligence agencies. And I'm bringing this guy on to talk about that. And it's just like, okay, Donut, you said you had my book. So in my book, I talk about the founding of the CIA and 201 and the long history of the Jesuits and the intelligence network. Why are we even introducing things in this way? Like, these things are inseparable, when actually understanding about numerology and the number code and the Jesuits and secret societies shows you who runs the intelligence agencies. So yeah, again, I do, again, call it arrogant all you want, but I see, mostly what I see when I look out here is a bunch of shills and know-nothings and people who are trying to make things fun and interesting. We need knowledge, we need direction, we need information that helps us see through who runs the show so we can stop them, not goofiness. Like, and then again, I mean, like, also part of the thing that bothers me about Donut is he's very emasculated and like he waves like this. What guy waves like this at the end of the stream? It's just like, he reminds me of everything that's wrong with the 21st century. So anyway, I'm going to call out people. If people don't like that about me, I'm going to call out people because I'm just sick of all the frauds and fakes and phonies and people who don't deserve the attention that they get because their work ain't doing shit for nothing.
Again, I don't see it that way. I think everybody's playing their part. And someone asked who Donut was. He's the one that does, oh, this is Donut with the Illuminati news. And he's just, you know, focused on what he's focused on. And I think that
which is
some
what?
people
so
have.
Here's my point, Jesse. Where does this work lead you? What's it going to help stop?
Again, if people are planting seeds and being awakened and make more aware of what's going on, not following the celebrities when he's targeting a lot of what the celebrities are doing, a lot of things, making people, awakening people that are still fully under that spell.
Waking them up
and
to
I
what?
think
Waking them up to what, though?
waking
if
them
you have
up
all
that
this information about things that are wrong in the world, but you don't know who's doing it, and you're downplaying who's doing it, and you're making statements like you just did recently, like, some people are saying it's numbers and secret societies, but really it's only intelligence agencies. And he also said nobody's talking about intelligence agencies in the truth community. Just all false rhetoric that's just totally needless. And again, that's the kind of stuff I look at. And Donut's also a you know who in light of what your other again, you know. So
I don't see people as, you know, the enemies when they're not the enemy. They're not doing these child sacrifices. They're not pulling the strings. They maybe, you know, have their own niche into what's going on. And, you know, everybody's doing their thing. You're doing your thing just like someone else is doing their thing. Like, how is what you're doing is more important than how he's doing or what George Webb is doing
Easily,
or
because
what
like I just
what
said,
Ju-
his work has no conclusion. It leads you nowhere. It doesn't show who's doing it. He's downplaying who's doing it. He's downplaying important knowledge. Why is he recommending like people that are putting out false predictions every day and making gematria look stupid and saying, oh, see, this person's name equals this person, so this person's the same person as that person? It's like this stuff is corny and bullshit. Again, so this is my problem with the world. People can't put 2 and 2 together. If you're on here and you cannot identify who's running the show and you won't name names and you're just making everything fun and trivial and I mean again, I mean this is why like some days I'm just like I don't even know why I try. It's just like people just aren't up to it, man. I mean people aren't up to it. Like people like don't understand why flat earth. I mean, Jesse, do you not agree that flat earth is a super divisive topic? Why did Google make it viral in 2015 while they were censoring? They were taking down 9/11 content. They were taking down vaccine content, but they made sure flat earth was everywhere. And I predicted this in 2015. I said, watch, eventually they'll probably censor flat earth and they'll probably write stories like, well, we had to take that down because it's conspiracy theory crap that's plaguing the platform along with things like 9/11. And that's exactly what they did. Go back to the headlines in 2017. They were comparing flat earth conspiracy theory to people questioning 9/11. It's like, these are not the same thing. Like one's a serious problem and it is a major lying conspiracy. And if people could get to the bottom of who's behind it, they'd see what their country's really about and who's pulling the strings. Flat earth is like what's the flat earth thing? Like we're going to get to the ice wall. Okay. The earth's flat. Now what?
Very divisive. And again, people that are playing into the narrative and causing more division when it comes to this is actually helping to feed the beast when, like you said, there's more important people and things to focus on, the ones who are pulling the strings, how to stop them, what's in our food, what's in our skies. These are the more important topics. And when people attack others for being in a certain mindset, and however they got to that road and however that mindset, they ain't bad people, right? This is just what they believe, and this is what their research and their roads have taught them, and they firmly believe. Now, when one narrative goes after the other, and these are both controlled narratives, whether the earth is flat or round is irrelevant. It's the fact that people are ugly towards each other when they shouldn't be focusing that anger, that ugliness towards those people, and it doesn't help us as a whole. It just makes us further back because they want people to be divided, and the only thing that they fear is a united front, and causing more hate towards people that aren't in alignment with what you feel is true and right. It doesn't help because it just creates more division, which furthers us from getting to a place of balance and to becoming in a proper place again.
But again, beliefs are like so central to division, and flat earthers, all they have is a belief. They don't have any proof for anything. They're still stuck on their belief, like religious people. We also have to understand like how society's been destroyed and divided, and planting beliefs in people's head. I mean, almost every flat earther is also of a religious belief. Not all, but almost all of them. And even within the flat earthers, and they fight because some are religious and some are. You brought up that flat earth Dave guy. I mean, did you see what happened when flat earth Dave argued with Professor Dave? I mean,
it was ridiculous. But it was ridiculous. All the guy was attacking personally to Flat Earth Dave. So it doesn't matter what
it wasn't
that
ridiculous. I mean, he literally destroyed.
It was complete, but no, he didn't, because he was doing personal attacks. Most of his arguments, it's stupid, you're an idiot, and he was personally attacking him, which made him look like a scumbag. So it didn't matter what his arguments were, but it didn't matter what his arguments were. When you're coming and acting like a complete scumbag towards another, it doesn't matter how true your facts are, you still look like a scumbag. And for people,
listen, I don't like Professor Dave Explains, but I'm going to make a point. So Professor Dave Explains made a video saying how stupid astrology is. So I recorded about 30 seconds of his video where he's making his remark on why it's stupid, and I did a response video. And I said, okay, if astrology's so stupid, how come the moon landing was in the time of Cancer in 69 when the moon the moon is ruled by Cancer and its astrological symbol looks like 69? And then I pointed out a few other astrological history things where you can see that there's clearly some kind of astrological significance. And then in that video, I also tied in how in Gematria, Cancer equals 44, like space, like Armstrong, the ritual with Neil Armstrong. And you know what Professor Dave explains to us? He didn't want to have a debate. What he did is he used, and this pisses me off too, because I have people take my stuff and try to make me look bad all the time, and YouTube will never take down the videos for copyright. But I got suspended for 2 weeks because I already had a strike on my channel. So it was my second strike because Professor Dave Explains filed a copyright for me playing that 30-second clip of his own video saying how stupid astrologist. He doesn't want to have the debate with me, but he'll have a debate all day with Flat Earth Dave, and I disagree with your take on it. He was an asshole, but it wasn't just name calling. It was like literally destroying him and then belittling him about how dumb he is, because he is. And here's the thing about Flat Earth Dave. You see how he's in it for the materialism and the money. I mean, he's got an app that he's even like, listen, you can find flat earthers in your community and get laid by another flat earther in your town, and it's only $5 a month. What are we doing over here? I'm paying an expensive bill every month for a free app to use to organize and network people over fighting tyranny. He's trying to help flat earthers get laid and to stay in the realm of belief. And again, for anyone who watches Professor Dave versus Flat Earth Dave, it is an annihilation for anyone who knows about anything. And again, Jesse, if you're talking about what's going on in the world and you can't ever identify who's pulling the strings on anything, that's a problem, because then there's nothing you can do about it. If you don't know who's doing the abuse to you, there's no one to hold accountable. Pay attention. Judy Mikovits. She leaned you back to Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates. But who stands behind these people? How did they get to be so famous? Well, who put them in their position? Again, you follow the breadcrumbs, you see what's behind them, the network that's behind them. These things need to be understood because they can replace Bill Gates. They can replace Anthony Fauci. You have to go further than that. That's not the network. It's not just these guys who have a little business partner and are profiteering off that. Yeah, that's all true, but you have to go deeper than that to see. You have to understand where does the first vaccine mandate come from in the world? Oh, funny enough, the first vaccine mandate in the history of the world was issued by the Catholic Church. Go figure. Again, there's a trail of what's been going on, and it didn't start overnight. And again, my frustration is you have all these people that will never name names. They'll never identify who the real cabal is. They won't give you any concrete knowledge that you can use every day to connect the dots. And again, almost nobody in the decade I've been here has helped share this work while they've watched me be destroyed and deleted 20 sometimes by YouTube. And it gets maddening to me. It gets maddening. And then when I watch the donuts of the world rise up out of nowhere and do the same thing as everybody else, and then at least they're recommending Gematria, but they're purposefully recommending the junk channels that are putting out the bullshit predictions that make the work look bad. It's like, Donut said, hey, check out this guy, Cody, for the Super Bowl. Well, Cody was putting out the false Super Bowl decode. And I even, again, had he recommended the OG of the movement who Cody learned from, then people wouldn't have got the false Super Bowl prediction. They would have saw how I was explaining how it was going to be all about 19 and Joe Montana's 19 jersey. And then they would have said, oh shit, look at this. The game went to overtime 19-19. And the Chiefs did become the first team to win back-to-back in 19 years as McCole Hardman caught his 19 touchdown. Again, I don't think it's an accident that Donut's recommending the goofballs in the community, because that's how I see him as a goofball. And again, who's in some kind of network where people share names and channels that just we never get that respect, even though, again, like I'll say, did anyone else write a book in 2020 put out in the middle of the year that nailed everything about the pandemic and taught the undeniable pattern? Well, why is it that Judy Mikovits and RFK Jr. and Del Bigtree won't talk about this and don't know about it? Seems like everyone should know about it. Was there a more important book written about the pandemic in 2020? I mean, maybe there was. I don't know about it. I don't know any book that laid it all out and nailed it dead on. You think that would get more respect? So, yeah, again, I just see, like Alex Jones, Total Agent, InfoWars, a flood of information nonstop from all kinds of channels that all lead you back to Masons and Rothschilds and Zionist Jews, never mentions the Jesuits, never talks about Gematria, never really connects any dots. I mean, everybody should know about 1968, what we've been teaching endlessly. Again, one day after I teach you about 68, what happens? Next day, another thing comes down in an orchestrated ritual that was financed in 68. So, yeah, again, sometimes I just think that humanity is just not, like I've said before, it's like when you're a kid at the fair, if you're not tall enough, you can't ride the ride. I think a lot of people in this society just don't have enough intellect and IQ points to grasp what we're putting down. And they're like, that they grab. I had somebody say to me, like, Zach, I watch Donut now more because he's more fun and entertaining. It's like, is that not what's wrong with the world? That you guys are seeking fun and entertainment rather than righteousness and real knowledge and an idea to do something about something? That's not in any of Donut's rhetoric. So, yeah, like waking up means something to me. It means knowing actually what's going on in the world, who's running the show, so we can stop it. Not being like, oh, did you know that about, I mean, great, you have all this trivial knowledge. What are you going to do with it? Who's running the show? Oh, I don't know. I'm still using they. So, yeah, this is a major point of contention for me. And again, it might sound super arrogant because, again, I don't want to be a dictator, but I always make the point. Had our stuff gone viral in 2015, had everybody been talking about Gematria and the Jesuits in this code, I think we'd live in a different world right now. I think the pandemic would have been shut down overnight. A lot of this shit, the whole nation would know about what they just did with the Key Bridge, but instead they're more into arguing over the Earth's flat. So. And by the way, like I look at people in your chat too, like this flat bronze power, big flat Earth, a flat Earth tard, mind you, just writing false shit after false shit through the whole thing. He thinks the Earth's flat, and he sits here and lies about me out there in the chat. All Zach's sports picks are wrong. Hey, fucking moron! Every day, almost every single fucking day, we have way more winners than losers. Why don't you look at yesterday's picks and see the long list of right and the small list of wrong, and how many major upsets we hit again, like we do after day. But you're going to sit there and write bullshit in the chat, which is a total lie, and then say the Earth is flat. You guys are believers with the word lie right in the middle. You don't care about the truth. You'll sit here and lie about me while saying the Earth is flat with no fucking proof. That's what's wrong, and that's why society's fucked. Bunch of dumb egomaniacs with no proof for anything they believe in, while we sit down here and put facts and knowledge down every day, nail predictions, show what's up, and you guys sit there and like, well, I don't like Zach because he doesn't think the Earth's flat, because you're all caught up in your religion. I got flat earthers and Christian door-to-door salesmen that are always slandering me, again, because of this difference of belief. But I'm not believing. I'm showing why your shit is bullshit, and why you don't have enough intelligence to see through the obvious.
Now, knowing these roads lead to Rome, the Vatican, the Jesuits, how does that help us stop them?
I'm going to put that question back on you. How doesn't that help us stop them?
Well, I've been, telling people about this for 30 plus years. I've been aware to who's been pulling the strings, and for the longest time I was just crazy Jesse, conspiracy Jesse, cult leader Jesse. I got all the same shit that everybody else has, right? But the roads lead to the Jesuits, and now how can these bloodline families that have been maybe in control of this place for 6,000 years. I still not a firm, believer in all of his story, what they told us, right? Maybe over 200 years, maybe even 100, 150 years. It could be all bullshit. It could be all just pre-programming, right? None of that, maybe even real. That's just what they've taught in the schools as history, right? But again, knowing that that's them, how does that help us stop them? Again, we know who these people are. There's lots of people like yourself who point to the Jesuits. Some people point to, the Zionists. Some people point to the Jesuits. Some people point to the Illuminati. Some people point to the Masons. A lot of different people are, showing how these networks are run. But yet so many people are still blinded to it and support the networks. Some people I've even talked to said that they will upload their consciousness into the mainframe once that's available. Like they'll do that because they're excited to do that. Like there's still a lot of people that are firmly rooted into they're plugged into the programming, right? So even screaming at the rooftops that it's the Jesuits, it's the Jesuits, it's the Jesuits, that still doesn't, that's not a plan, to stop them.
Well, like I just said, we need a revolt and to use our rights and liberties again. I mean, do I have to tell you the plan when we went to slave school for 13 years and we learned why we have the Second Amendment and the right to bear arms and the right to defend ourselves against enemies, foreign and domestic? Obviously, that's the game plan. You organize, you network, you use your force to overthrow the tyranny. So, I mean, if I have to tie your shoes for you, I think that's what the problem is with America. Everyone needs to be told what to do exactly. They don't have enough common sense to connect dots and know what the next move is. But this is the problem. Everyone has to be told what to do. That's what's wrong with our society, and that's how they were raised up. They need to be told by authority what to believe, what to do, put a slave muzzle on your face, be a guinea pig, get a jab. They need to be told what to do all the time. Again, if you know who the enemy is and who's running your government and the patterns they work by, you can start to see through the game. You can start to say, I see what they're doing. 56% are going to get the pandemic in 56 days from this little Jesuit, slick willy scumbag Gavin Newsom, whose name equals 56. You see it right there. You know, this is another trick by these sorcerers. And then you say, I have a First and a Second Amendment. Let me gather California. Let's gather at the Capitol and make sure today's Gavin Newsom's last day in office as he tries. And I mean, what's wrong with you, California? You can't see what a joke your government is. Wasn't Arnold Schwarzenegger, who can hardly put a sentence together that's more than 4 words? Wasn't he your governor? But again, overthrow and then organize and network and work locally. There's enough abundance of everything, you know.
Aren't they waiting for? Aren't they? But aren't they waiting for people to try to overthrow the government? Isn't that what whole their zombie preparedness plan is? Don't they? Isn't that their final step to martial law and to justify coming down militarily on their own citizens if they, do try to revolt? Isn't it better to try to build alternate
what's
communities?
The population of California, if the adult population, take a quarter of the adult population, you're talking about millions of people. 25% stand up for their rights and liberty and say, I'm showing up at the Capitol. There's nothing they can do to stop that. There's nothing they can do to stop that. If everybody does that nationwide, 25% of the as many people show up at the football stadium nationwide every Saturday for college football and every Sunday in NFL. You had that much people organized for one weekend to shut down all these corrupt governments. There's not enough military and technology to stop that. People organizing and networking to stop tyranny. And all this other stuff about, isn't that, well, who cares what they want? Let's overpower what they want and do what Jefferson said. Every 19 years, there needs to be a revolution to preserve liberty. That's what he said. So I know it's been way more than 19 years, and I know we have almost no liberty at this day and age because of it.
Do you think 25% is the critical mass? Do you think 10%, 15%?
People who show up in the weekend, if we had enough people who showed up for the football games each weekend, we could overthrow the tyranny. What's that? 1% of the population? 1% of the population is a huge amount of people.
Now, with them controlling all the algorithms, social media, people, like you said, I've had a whole bunch of YouTube channels deleted, a whole Facebook channel deleted, lots of stuff deleted over the years trying to get this info out. The people, like you said, that are speaking the stuff that, aren't supposed to be spoken, don't get pushed into the algorithms. So how do we reach this critical mass of people if, they're stacking the deck against us in almost every way?
Again, they control us through technology and screens, so they can get the same message out to everybody. It's the Wizard of Oz thing. In the Wizard of Oz, the man behind the curtain is controlling the population through his technology. Once they expose him, man, he's afraid and he just runs out of there in no time. He's running for the hills. Be the same thing in this country if the manpower stepped up and revealed the man behind the curtain and revealed that this government is controlling us through fear. And again, everyone's controlled through fear. These ideas that a nation of hundreds of millions can't rise up against, what's the total amount of military and police? It's a very tiny fraction of the U.S. population. And by the way, I'm pretty sure if the people rose up, you'd see the majority of the military and police join with the people. When we gathered in Oklahoma City for the anniversary of April 19th, we had this cop come over and he just opened up to us. It was funny. It was when the snake venom thing was going viral in the world. He came over to us, man. He had just watched the snake venom jab thing. He was talking all about it and how that was the reason he dropped out of the military, even though he's at the end of he's about to get his pension, but he didn't want to get the jab. and he found a job at the Oklahoma City Police Department because they weren't going to make him get the jab, and it was the next best thing he could do, but he just lost his retirement, and how he knows that things are corrupt. But, he was talking about how when he was younger, he was very indoctrinated. And I mean, to still want to be an authority in police in the way he is. But again, there's just a lot of people in police and military who aren't that much different from us. And if they saw the people rise up, they would join us. It's just like when I was out on the streets of Yakima every day for almost 100 straight days telling people why they shouldn't get the jab. I had cops coming by all the time. I never had more respect for the police. I had cops coming by all the time, like rolling down their window and say, yeah, keep doing it. And I was like, wow, maybe not all cops are so bad. So again, if we would show our courage, things would change. And everyone has all these fears about, chaos is going to unfold, and then we'll all be eating each other, be cannibalism in the street. Are we sure it's going to be that way? I mean, I think the only thing to really fear is if we let this government continue to be in power, what they're going to do to us all. I mean, we see where they're taking us. They're making sure your kids are all focused on, cutting their nuts off and knowing nothing about nothing, and living in a land where they have no access to the best jobs because those are all for Indians and Chinese who got a better education. I mean, look at the path that America's on. Where's it going if you don't stop it now? So, Jesse, I got to get off here in a few minutes because I just realized what time it is. But if you have any final questions, we can do it.
Yeah, no, I just put your links into the chat. Thanks everybody for, being here. We've got over 1,150 people here, here live with us on all the different platforms. Please share it out. We're the missing link live on most platforms. Please like and subscribe to our channel. I put Zach's links into the box. Is there anything that you wanted to share before we do wrap this up?
Yeah, again, if you guys do not understand the point I'm making about how we need knowledge is power. We need knowledge to see through who runs the show and how they operate so that we can get ahead of their curve, as our community's done for a decade, and called out things before they happened in a major way that should have woke up the whole populace so we could shut this corrupt system down. If you don't understand the need for this and why it's important, and why it's more important than useless speculation and information overload. And again, like I said, it's like if the analogy is that we need this certain crop right now, we need this food source to survive and be healthy, and the idea is planting seeds. It's like you got to be planting those seeds to have the food. But if all you're doing is planting petunias and lilies, and they're pretty and nice and fun to look at, but at the end of the day don't give you the nutrients you need to survive and flourish and get ahead, again, you're planting the wrong seeds. And that's how I'd kind of describe, from the Dell Big Trees to the guy you had on saying we need Trump and he's not sure about all these things that he should know about, to Judy Mikovits, who's kind of also into Trump, and RFK Jr. I mean, it's just like, these people are planting petunias and roses and lilies, and these things are not the right things to be planting right now. They're not going to help us get to where we need to go. And I'll keep coming back to, did anybody else write a book in 2020 that pretty much nailed everything? I mean, you guys go read my book and see if I'm lying. I'm not. Because that's the kind of knowledge that could change the game. So again, it's not wrong to explain that here's the latest research about how deadly and treasonous this was that was done to us. I get that. We should all get that. I mean, we were out on the corner of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, March 13, 2020, standing in the freezing cold rain all day, educating about how Bill Gates had a decade earlier said what the plan was about how if we do a good job with this, we can reduce the population. And out there giving away tons of, I gave away $2,500 in hoodies like this that day out of my own pocket to get a big gathering out there. And you know what we did that day? We created a buzz in the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation about Event 201. And that weekend, it did go viral on social media. I feel like we had something to do with that. But that's what we need. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation employees were tripping out. They did not realize that their own agency was part of the Event 201 simulation, but then they looked it up and like, holy shit, there it is on our website. What's going on? Again, even though all these people worked there, they didn't even know about it because it was just a certain pocket of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation was even aware. Still, the majority of the nation doesn't know about Event 201. Still, the majority of the nation doesn't know about Building 7 on 9/11. These are the things people need to know about. If they don't know about them, again, they're huge missing building blocks that reveal so much and can wake people up to who's pulling the strings.
Awesome. Well, thanks again for, spending this time. This has been 4.5 hours. We've seemed to be doing these longer streams now. We can feel your passion, and, we know that you know a lot about what's going on. So, thanks for everybody that, is, getting seeds planted from you, that, you're helping enlightening people to what's going on. And, I do think it's because of you and all of the other people that you maybe not agree with that are, that are making people more awakened, more aware, connecting dots. I think everybody plays an integral role into what's going on. I don't think one person is more, important than another. I think we're equally responsible for ourselves and our own lives. And not everybody's going to align with everybody. Not everybody's going to like everybody. Some people are going to turn some people off. Some people aren't going to find the same road as you, but find the people that you are aligned with. And there's groups of people that are making a difference. And I think you said it earlier, there shouldn't be a federal government. There should be just local municipalities, maybe building roads. There shouldn't be, that the government, the beast has gotten too big, and, it keeps feeding while everybody else is suffering through, this. Unless you're obviously, on their team, you're more likely, not flourishing during this time, this pivotal time in history.
Sure. And again, I know we disagree here, but I want to emphasize this point one more time. And I'm going to go after Donut. Donut recommends a channel that's growing rapidly. It's the first Gematria channel that's been allowed to reach 100K viewers. And keep in mind, I've been on the cusp of 100K 3 times, and I've been deleted all 3 times before I crossed that milestone. So we have our first 100K Gematria channel. Actually, there's 2, and they both like to say this person's name equals this person. So they're the same person, which is just total bullshit and a dumb way to use the knowledge. It's like somebody else's name in the world equals 89 like mine. It's like saying, oh, both their names equal 89, so they're the same person. I mean, that's just dumb. Okay, this one channel, the other year, the NBA Finals. Now, we laid out on the Pope's birthday why the Warriors were going to beat the Celtics. And this guy, he learned from me. So when the finals came around, he put out a contrarian video and said the Celtics were going to beat the Warriors, and did the most bullshit Gematria decode ever. And his channel grew by 20,000 subs, even though he was 1,000,000% wrong. Well, keep in mind, like, my channel cannot even grow at all right now. We put out the right information showing definitively how the NBA Finals were synced with the Pope and the Golden State Warriors, and what St. Francis of Assisi has to do with Pope Francis, and why the Celtics were going to fall to 17-5 when Pope Francis equals 175, and a bunch of other things. So we put out the right information, get almost no views, and then this bullshit channel puts out the opposite information, misleads everybody, tells everybody to put a big bet on it, and then grows a ton. Donut now recommends that channel for Gematria, while not mentioning yours truly, the guy who brought this. Essentially, nobody was doing this before I got here. So that's what I mean about a donut. And why does Donut need to start rhetoric like, some people are saying numbers in secret societies, but really it's just intelligence? I mean, why does this rhetoric even need to be said? These are the questions you need to ask. And again, being nice and giving everybody the benefit of the doubt, that has a place. But at the same time, you need to see that some people are full of shit and they're here to sell VHS donut bundles. And again, provide no answers that are clear evidence of what's really going on. And that's what I want to distinguish. Again, I tell you what, I think almost everyone on this platform that puts out content is full of shit and is more of a problem than a solution. And I'd encourage people to be very selective about the information they take in. Otherwise, you'll be listening to George Webb and thinking Donald Trump's going to save us, and unsure about all these things you should be damn sure of in 2024. So again, some rhetoric is very dangerous. Ignorance isn't bliss. And I see a lot of people that are just way too ignorant this day and age, and I can't stand it. And I hate how much the algorithms destroyed us in the troll camps. And I'm going to really pound that point home too, because that's part of being an alert truth seeker, being able to discern the real from the fake, and the people who are here for fun and games and to sell shit versus people who actually want to change the world. So, Jesse, I do got to get off. And I'm sorry if I understand that maybe me saying this isn't comfortable for you because you have a lot of these people on and you want to give them the benefit of the doubt. But seriously, I want people to ask themselves, you can listen to all these people. They might be more famous. Where's their information helping you see what really happened with the Key Bridge? You know, where's that at? Where's their information showing you who's really pulling the strings? Where's that at? You got to be able to answer that question. And if your answer is their research doesn't help me more, you better also ask why they're not talking about this then, because this information should be way more viral than it is at this day and age.
Well, thanks again, Zach. May the source be with you, protection around you during this pivotal time in history. May all the trolls just fade away from your existence, because there's a lot of people
They won't. And people should ask that too. Why is Zach the most trolled person on the internet? Because that's also true. Why is there a network of trolls that harass me 24/7, 365? Why do they live on my Patreon and won't go away? They do so much to disrupt. You know, I took on the first sponsor. Within 48 hours, they had to shut it down because an overwhelming network of trolls overran all their social media sites. Again, you guys, ask why nobody else has trolls like that. People who are a million times more famous than me don't have trolls like I do. You need to ask yourself why these things are. And I'm telling you why. Because nobody else ever connected the dots like this and proved to you more. And if you can't see it, then I'd say you're still blind, physically, spiritually, mentally, and you got to work on that. So appreciate it, Jesse.
Okay. Yeah, thanks again. Next week on The Missing Link, we've got Dan Winter, very smart guy. We got Dr. Charles Cropley. We have on Tuesday, we've got Rose from Rose 777. Wednesday is Angeline's birthday, so not scheduled anything for there. Spend some time with her. On Thursday, we've got Jeremiah Skiba. I guess I was made aware a little bit about their story, but that's with, the Native Reserve, and I think something happened to their mom, and they're going to share their story. And then on Friday, we've got Scotty Sachs, and then an ex-New York police officer, Michael Cavallari. And then on Saturday, we've got Marius Melsu. So thanks again for all of, the people here. Please, it's The Missing Link Live. Like the interviewer, like the live here. Subscribe to our channels, The Missing Link Live on Facebook, The Missing Link Live on Rumble, The Missing Link Live on Twitter, The Missing Link Live on YouTube, and all the different places. Tried to get through as much, try to keep, there's when there's 1,100 people here live with us, the comments are kind of crazy. And actually there's more than 1,100, so just keep, researching, finding who and what you align with. I don't align with, people attacking other truthers just because they, are promoting other channels than them. Everybody's got to find who they align with. I think that, other people that are trying to, present information out, with whatever it is focus that they're focused on, as long as they're, helping people to be awake and aware, and they're not pushing the, the New World Order agenda, then I think, we bring them here to give, people the ability to listen to them and see if they align with them. Not everybody's going to align with everybody, but if you're going around like in this chat where there's a lot of people coming here to bash Zach, or if you're going around bashing other people, you're not helping. There's a small group of parasites are the one who are controlling this, whether it's, all roads lead to Rome, the Jesuits, the royal family, it's the Brahmins, could be the high table a step above, the Jesuit order, these 13 bloodline families that we did mention. Those are the ones who are actually pulling the strings. So just trying the best to get all sides so you can decide. But when you're on the attack of others, just know that that's not, helping us, right? We need to try to figure this out. And especially the people coming in here that are going here and just attacking, like, what kind of life do you have? I block 9 accounts and you keep coming back with new accounts. You think that that's helpful? You think that that helps society in a way? No, you're just using your time to show what kind of a hateful person you have in your heart. So again, this is our 731st interview that we've done. We've interviewed over 70, maybe close to 80 doctors now that speak out against the medical tyranny that we all face. We're just trying to bring the best information that we can from every different direction. And again, you're not going to agree with everybody, but just don't have hate in your heart, because if you have hate in your heart, especially towards others that aren't actively harming others, that aren't, that are not doing anything against natural law, you're no better than the people that you say that, you're trying to expose or, target and stuff. You're just, on that same, you're at that same satanic energy. You either live in a Christed heart where you have love and you want to help this place and fix this place and stop the evil, or you're going to continue perpetuating that evil with the Antichrist spirit. So, live in that Christed heart, or, give energy to the Antichrist. The choice is yours. Choose wisely. Love you all. Whether it doesn't matter what side you are. I just want the best for everybody, that everybody can just do better and be better. And if, we try to be a little bit better today than we were yesterday, then we'll all be coming to a better place in this, place in history. So knowledge is power. The more knowledge we all have, the less power that they have over us. So just keep that love in your heart. To know love is to know God. God is love. And the more you can know that love, the more you have that in your heart, then the better it is, that you'll flow through whatever it is that is to come. So y'all have a nice weekend. I was invited to be a speaker tomorrow on like a private network. So I'll see if I can share the links later. But this was almost 5 hours. We did a 10-hour open panel live. We do open panels where people can come up and share their thoughts, and where we've got we're here, we're trying to share as much information, give people a chance to share what they think. It's and when I try to include the chat, I try to put up all the comments, as long as especially they're not attacking an ignorant people, definitely don't have a place. But I try to give everybody an ability to share their thoughts here on the missing link. We don't discriminate. We would interview Anthony Fauci or Kill Hates. We would interview any of these people, get a chance to be able to ask them some questions and stuff. But we'll keep doing the best that we can to give you the best information. Have an awesome weekend. Love y'all. For one love, one heart, one life. Namaste, everybody, and no maske. Remember, if they ever try to do that again, just say no maske. Okay, bye, everyone.